Chapter 601, The Dragon King. 2. Adiluba's expression changed slightly when he sensed the powerful bloodline fluctuation on Dragon's body. Then, he unleashed all the power in his body. His body, which was only about 1.3 meters tall, erupted with a majestic aura. The corporeal and horrifying aura turned into a pale vortex of air that revolved around his body. Kill! Dragon's entire body seemed to have transformed into a golden bolt of lightning as he charged towards Adiluba. It all happened too fast. No one in the countless spectators could see Dragon's figure clearly except for the World Overlord. They only vaguely saw a golden lightning flash. Kill! Adiluba shouted and concentrated all his strength into a punch. He punched heavily at the golden lightning that was rushing over and shattered the void within 100 miles. However, after Adiluba punched out, his entire body seemed to have stopped. His body maintained the posture of punching out and froze in midair. Meanwhile, the dragon's figure appeared behind Adiluba, half kneeling in the void. The next moment, Adiluba's body seemed to have eroded. A breeze blew past, and his body turned into countless particles that dissipated with the wind. As for Dragon, he slowly stood up with a confident expression on his face. Adiluba, you're a very good opponent. It's a pity that it's destined for only one of us to be left standing. Dragon said regretfully. Victory to Dragon! Countless martial artists exclaimed when they saw the final outcome. Lord Dragon has won. He has become a Domain Realm Conqueror medal. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingshi's eyes were filled with joy and admiration. The Domain Realm Conqueror medal was in existence even rarer than World Overlords. Any Domain Realm Conqueror medal was basically an invincible existence among Domain Lords. Once they became a World Overlord, they would not be ordinary World Overlords. Chu Zhou and the others were also very happy. They could foresee that soon, their coiling dragon manor would have another powerful World Overlord. At this moment, the white-haired Orson appeared in the void again. This time there was a slight smile on his face. Dragon, this is the Conqueror medal. You're the fourth person in the Blood Mountain Galaxy to receive the Domain Realm Conqueror medal. Congratulations! Orson handed a mighty and domineering scarlet medal to the dragon. In the middle of the scarlet medal was a scarlet skull with a sinister smile. Moreover, the skull was burning with blood-colored flames, looking extremely mighty and domineering. When everyone present saw the mighty and domineering Conqueror medal, envy flashed in their eyes. The Conqueror medal was basically the highest honor and recognition of martial artists among humans. One had to kill 1,000 opponents of the same level in the life and death challenge held by the Infinite Battle Arena to obtain it. During this period of time, as long as there was a single challenge, the slightest mistake would result in death. Thank you, Lord Orson. Dragon took the Conqueror medal excitedly and wore it in front of his chest, replacing the intrepid medal he had obtained from his 100 consecutive wins. Beside his Conqueror medal was a 3-star Adventurer medal. The 3-star Adventurer medal and the Domain Realm Conqueror medal basically meant that Dragon's strength had already reached the peak of the Domain Realm. Dragon, the people from the Blood Mountain Galaxy who previously obtained the Domain Realm Conqueror medal all became Universe Lords in the end. I hope you're no exception. Orson thought of the big shot who appreciated Dragon very much in the endless battle arena and could not help but add another sentence to Dragon. His words once again shocked everyone present. They all looked at Dragon differently, even the World Overlords looked at him with fear and reverence. I'll do my best. Dragon smiled faintly. Orson patted Dragon's shoulder and disappeared. Dragon moved and returned to Chu Zhou and the others. So this is the Conqueror medal. Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingshi and the others surrounded the dragon and looked at the Conqueror medal on Dragon's chest excitedly. Dragon, you obtained even greater honor before me again. This won't do. How can I, Sun God Soul, keep losing to you? Looks like I have to find an opportunity to go to the Infinite Battle Arena and apply for a life and death challenge. Soul muttered. He was not convinced that he had lost to Dragon again in terms of honor. Looks like I have to work hard too. The three of us became famous almost at the same time on Earth, but Dragon, you're always one step ahead of us. We can't always fall behind you. Changa Saha laughed softly. Her voice was crisp and had a magical feeling, making people feel like they were in a dream. After becoming Master Lan Ruo's disciple, her illusionary skills had become more and more powerful. Now, even speaking normally had a terrifying power that could lure people into an illusion. Dragon smiled and communicated with everyone before walking to Chu Zhou's side. Chu Zhou, the Coiling Dragon Manor's first Conqueror medal should have been yours. Unfortunately, you're too strong. No one accepted the challenge at all. It is very difficult to arrange an opponent for you in the Blood Mountain Galaxy, even in the online arena. There will be enough powerful world overlords if you are willing to go to the true central universe. Chu Zhou waved his hand and said calmly, "It's okay. I'm not bothered about this." Chapter 602, The Dragon King. 3. Yes. He really didn't care about it. What did it matter if he had a Conqueror medal or not? In any case, his current strength was probably invincible in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Invincibility was the most important. However, even though I don't have the chance to obtain the Conqueror medal, I can obtain the Universe Adventurer Alliance's King of Adventurers medal. Chu Zhou thought to himself. The Adventurer title of the Universe Adventurer Alliance had a total of 7 levels below Universe Lord, 1-star Adventurer to 7-star Adventurer. Among them, the 7-star Adventurers were also known as the King of Adventurers. In the past 30 years, Chu Zhou had participated in 5 more Adventurer assessments and successfully passed all of them. Therefore, he was wearing the 6-star Adventurer medal on his chest. He was a little obsessive-compulsive, so he thought he might as well take the 7-star Adventurer medal. I heard that even transcendent world overlords are in danger of being seriously injured or even dying in the 7-star Adventurer assessment. Moreover, the duration of the 7-star Adventurer assessment varies from long to short. The shortest will end in a few days, while the longest might be more than 10 years. Therefore, if I wish to participate in the 7-star Adventurer examination, it would be best for me to strengthen the Coiling Dragon Manor before participating in the assessment to prevent any accidents from happening during my participation in the assessment. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou took the spaceship back to Coiling Dragon Manor with Dragon and the happy people from Coiling Dragon Manor. Countless people who had come to watch this battle also dispersed. However, the impact of this battle was huge. Especially the words Orson said to the dragon before he left. "Dragon, those who previously obtained the Domain Realm Conqueror medal in the Blood Mountain Galaxy have all become Universe Lords in the end, I hope you're no exception." That sentence caused the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy to boil with excitement. Dragons actually had a huge possibility of becoming a Universe Lord. This was truly shocking. Even the giants of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and other super factions were shocked. The Blood Mountain Empire's reaction was also incomparably fast. The moment Chu Zhou and the others returned to the Coiling Dragon Manor, the Blood Mountain Empire's reward for the dragon arrived. The Blood Mountain Empire directly conferred the title of King of the Opposite Sex Dragon King. He even gave Dragon 6 galaxies, basically equivalent to the territory of the same low-level civilization country, as fiefs. The Coiling Dragon Manor. You named me Dragon King and gave me 6 galaxies as fiefdoms. Dragon looked at the envoy of the Blood Mountain Empire in front of him in shock. Even Chu Zhou and the others were shocked. No one had expected the Blood Mountain Empire to be so generous as to give such a generous reward to a domain lord. Lord Dragon, it's absolutely true. My emperor admires you very much. Your reward has been officially announced on the official website of our Blood Mountain Empire. You can log into the Mirror Universes network and check our official website. You can see it for yourself. As for the ownership of the 6 galaxies, they have all been transferred to your name. You can also find out by checking the assets under your name. The envoy of the Blood Mountain Empire said politely to Dragon. Dragon logged into the Mirror Universe network in a daze and entered the official website of the Blood Mountain Empire. As expected, he saw the official announcement that the Blood Mountain Empire had conferred him the title of Dragon King. Then, he also saw the ownership of 6 galaxies in his assets. Just like that, I became the king of the opposite sex in the Blood Mountain Empire and even had the ownership of 6 galaxies. Dragon did not come back to his senses for a long time. Ever since Coiling Dragon Manor had annexed the Lion family's power and assets, it had ruled over hundreds of galaxies. Its roots had even spread to thousands of galaxies. A mere 6 galaxies was nothing to the Coiling Dragon Manor. However, Dragon and the others knew very well that every achievement and benefit in Coiling Dragon Manor was basically done by Chu Zhou. It had little to do with them. Even though the 6 galaxies bestowed by the Blood Mountain Empire were not many, he had obtained them with his own strength. This had a completely different meaning. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the situation. Dragon accepted the reward from the Blood Mountain Empire. The envoy of the Blood Mountain Empire left happily after seeing Dragon accepting the reward. Congratulations! Chu Zhou smiled at Dragon. Ling Zhan and the others also went forward to congratulate Dragon. The heavens are unfair. I, Sun God Soul, am not bad either. Why didn't the Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire confer me the title of King and give me a few galaxies? Soul looked at Dragon with resentment and envy. He also wanted such a reward. After the news of the Blood Mountain Empire's reward for dragons spread, the already chaotic Blood Mountain Galaxy was in an uproar again. Everyone knew the name of the Dragon King from henceforth. The Empire of the Blood Mountain Empire. In an extremely magnificent palace, a majestic figure in a blood-colored robe sat on a throne surrounded by 9 dragons. His entire body emitted a domineering aura that looked down on all living beings and looked down on the world. This figure was none other than the Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, Dongfu Blood Mountain. Dongfu Blood Mountain's eyes opened and closed, as if endless lightning was shooting out. He indifferently looked at Dichen, who was standing below, and calmly said, "My son, do you understand my intentions?" Dichen nodded calmly and said, "Father, I understand. Dragon is the 4th person to receive the Conqueror medal in our Blood Mountain Galaxy in billions of years after all. It's very likely that he will become a Universe Lord in the future." Chapter 603, Dragon King. 4. For such a talent, it's completely worth it to confer him the title of King of the opposite sex and give him 6 galaxies as fiefdom. If he really becomes a Universe Lord in the future, then our investment this time will receive 1,000, 10,000, or even more returns. Dongfu Blood Mountain nodded slightly. You're right. Dragons have the possibility of becoming Universe Lords. In order to gain his favor, paying such a small price is nothing. However, you're wrong about one thing. This time, not only do I want to obtain the dragon's favor, but I also want to obtain Chu Zhou's favor. Compared to Dragon, Chu Zhou, who has been silent for the past 30 years, is even more terrifying. And the probability of him becoming a Universe Lord is far higher than that of a dragon. It can even be said to be inevitable. Chu Zhou? Emperor Chen couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard his father mention this name. 30 years ago, he had appeared to plead for leniency for the Lion family, but the scene of him being slapped in the face by Chu Zhou was still vivid in his mind. "Father, Chu Zhou hasn't received the Conqueror medal, right?" Dichen was somewhat unconvinced. "Do you think he needs it?" Dongfu Blood Mountain raised his eyebrows and looked at Dichen with a sharp gaze. Dichen opened his mouth, but no words came out. Exactly. Does Chu Zhou need it? No. 30 years ago, Chu Zhou was already a transcendent world overlord. How many transcendent world overlords were there in the Blood Mountain Galaxy? It was impossible for 1,000 transcendent world overlords to fight Chu Zhou to the death. With Chu Zhou's improvement speed, he had already become a transcendent world overlord 30 years ago. How terrifying was he now? Just thinking about it made Dichen's heart tremble slightly. Actually, he knew all of this very well. However, he was a little unconvinced with Chu Zhou. Or rather, as the most outstanding person in this generation of the Blood Mountain Empire's royal family, he was unwilling to admit that he was inferior to Chu Zhou. "My son, do you know what's the most important thing for an emperor?" Dongfu Blood Mountain stared into Dichen's eyes. His deep and unfathomable eyes seemed to see through all of Dichen's thoughts. As an emperor, strength is important. However, what's more important is one's foresight and ability to judge the situation. In the universe, there are countless experts. There will always be someone stronger than you. There will always be someone stronger than you. As an emperor, one must have outstanding foresight and see that those people cannot be offended. Those people need to be roped in, those people need to be kept at a respectful distance, and those people turn into their friends and helpers. Only in this way can I stabilize my empire for a long time. Otherwise, once you offend someone you shouldn't offend, even if it's a universe country, it might be overturned overnight. Remember this. You don't have any real hatred or conflict with Chu Zhou and the coiling dragon manner. Towards a rising demon like Chu Zhou, you should befriend him and even suck up to him, not become enemies with him. This is the normal way of an emperor. With that, Dongfu Blood Mountain did not wait for Dichen's reply. His figure gradually turned transparent and disappeared from the throne. Dichen stood rooted to the ground. His clenched fists relaxed and clenched again. He clenched and relaxed again. This happened so many times. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "Father, I actually understand what you're saying, but I'm just not convinced. I, Di Chen, will not admit defeat. Give me time, I will surpass him." With that, he turned around and left the palace. He decided to immediately return to the headquarters of the True Central Dojo in the True Central Universe and cultivate diligently with his master. He had to catch up to Chu Zhou as soon as possible and surpass him. The fact that Dragon King had been conferred the title of Dragon King by the Blood Mountain Empire and had even been bestowed with 6 galaxies made all the martial artists in the Blood Mountain Galaxy unable to calm down for a long time. The people from Coiling Dragon Manor were also immersed in joy. At this moment, Chu Zhou quietly left Coiling Dragon Manor and arrived at a world filled with countless snow mountains. This was the territory of the famous Ice Snow World Overlord in Blood Mountain Galaxy. The Ice Snow World Overlord seemed to be a little antisocial. He did not join any faction and chose to establish a small faction himself. He rarely walked around the Blood Mountain Galaxy and spent most of his time cultivating in this world. Chu Zhou's goal here was Ice Snow World Overlord. Chapter 604, Convincing the Ice Snow World Overlord. 1. Chu Zhou walked calmly on the snow, leaving a row of shallow footprints. He released his aura without hiding it, announcing his arrival to the master of this world. Shua! 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 Suddenly, many figures in white robes appeared on the nearby ice mountains and surrounded Chu Zhou. He's the Lord of Yan Huang, Chu Zhou. Many white-robed figures' expressions upheaval when they saw Chu Zhou. Quickly inform master that the Lord of Yan Huang, Chu Zhou, is here. A white-robed figure immediately sent a message to their master, the Ice Snow World Overlord. In fact, without needing the white-robed figures to send the news, Ice Snow World Overlord already knew that Chu Zhou had arrived. A huge ice coffin flew over and stopped in front of Chu Zhou. Clang! The ice coffin opened, and a white-haired, haughty, feminine man walked out. There was a strange snowflake mark between his eyebrows. Chu Zhou, why are you here without informing me? The Ice Snow World Overlord looked at Chu Zhou solemnly. Even though he was cultivating in seclusion most of the time and did not care much about the outside world, no matter how unconcerned he was, he knew that Chu Zhou had become a transcendent world overlord 30 years ago. Chu Zhou, a transcendent world overlord, had suddenly descended on his territory. If there was no purpose, he would not believe it. I'm here for you. Chu Zhou smiled. For me? Ice Snow World Overlord's expression instantly darkened. He was a smart man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to advance to the 9th level World Overlord level without joining any faction. As soon as Chu Zhou finished speaking, he basically guessed Chu Zhou's motive. Chu Zhou was trying to subdue him. After figuring out Chu Zhou's motive, Ice Snow World Overlord immediately felt a trace of anger. His cold face revealed a trace of anger. How proud was he? Many super factions like the Blood Mountain Sacred Land had once extended an olive branch to him, hoping to recruit him. But he rejected all of them. This was because he was confident that even without relying on any faction, he could still achieve achievements that would attract the attention of countless people. He had also succeeded and become one of the top 20 peerless experts in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Now that he had become a peerless expert at the 9th level World Overlord realm, Chu Zhou was still repeating the tricks of those super factions in front of him. Was he underestimating him? Then you can go back. I'm not interested in you. No matter what your goal is. The Ice Snow World Overlord said coldly, as if he didn't want to talk to Chu Zhou in depth. Chu Zhou only smiled faintly and waved his hand gently. In an instant, a large area of space distorted. He and the Ice Snow World Overlord had already disappeared from this world. Chu Zhou and the Ice Snow World Overlord appeared in a desolate starry sky at the same time. What a profound dimensional space profound! The Ice Snow World Overlord looked at the surrounding starry sky with a solemn expression. Before he could react, he was teleported into the starry sky by Chu Zhou from the world of ice and snow. From this, it could be seen how deep Chu Zhou's comprehension of spatial laws was and how exquisite his use of dimensional space profound was. He was basically certain that Chu Zhou had already comprehended the spatial law to 90%. In other words, he had reached the limit of what a world overlord could comprehend. Space was king, time was king. This sentence was widely circulated among the myriad races in the universe. It could be seen how powerful the spatial laws were. When he thought about how Chu Zhou had not only comprehended spatial laws that only very few people could comprehend, but had also comprehended spatial laws to 90%, Ice Snow World Overlord's heart became even heavier. He had not forgotten that Chu Zhou was a transcendent world overlord. This meant that other than the spatial law, Chu Zhou might have comprehended another law until it was close to 90%. With just a thought, he knew how terrifying Chu Zhou's strength was. I've long heard that your Dao of ice and snow is the best in the blood mountain galaxy. Even the other 9th level world overlords are deeply afraid of you. Let me broaden my horizons today. Chu Zhou smiled. Boundless spatial power gathered in his right hand and transformed into a huge black palm that slapped at the Ice Snow World Overlord at lightning speed. He knew very well that if he wanted to subdue a proud and aloof person like Ice Snow World Overlord, he had to suppress him first and shatter his pride. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. The black palm print was vast and majestic, peerlessly domineering, as if it could shatter a large world. Under the influence of the black palm print, the surrounding starry sky rose and fell like a tide. The Ice Snow World Overlord's expression changed drastically when he saw the black palm approaching. He could clearly sense the power contained in the black palm print. Once he was hit, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Frozen 30,000 miles. A sharp expression flashed across Ice Snow World Overlord's feminine face. His fair hands quickly drew two profound trajectories in the void. The invisible law of freezing quickly gathered in his hands. A cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze the myriad worlds erupted from his hands. At first, it was just a strand of hair like milky white cold air that emitted a faint light. However, the wisp of milky white cold air expanded at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a white river that was 3,000 miles long and then turned into an endless sea. Wherever the ocean-like cold air swept past, countless meteors in the starry sky were frozen, and the desolate stars were also covered in thick ice. Chapter 605, Convincing the Ice Snow World Overlord. 2. Everything in his line of sight was frozen. Even though it was said to be frozen for 30,000 miles, the area covered by the ice was more than 30,000 miles. The vast ocean-like cold air met the black palm print that pressed down fiercely. Amidst a world-shaking explosion, countless spaces shattered and turned into nothingness. Not bad, an ice-type absolute art. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and casually slapped down again. Another huge black palm print appeared in the void. The Ice Snow World Overlord raised his eyebrows and controlled a cold stream to transform into a long ice dragon that was 5,000 kilometers long. It faced the black palm print. However, this time, before the snow dragon could approach the black palm print, it mysteriously disappeared. In the next moment, a black palm print suddenly appeared behind Ice Snow World Overlord and ruthlessly struck him. Boom! The Ice Snow World Overlord spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Attack from afar. Ice Snow World Overlord gritted his teeth and quickly drew a trajectory with his hands, guiding the law of absolute frost. In an instant, a majestic power of the frozen rules turned into a substantial and vast vortex that spun crazily around him. You want to use this move to block my long-range attack? It's useless. Chu Zhou smiled faintly and casually slapped out again. Instantly, countless terrifying black palm prints appeared around the Ice Snow World Overlord like black shadows. They continuously struck the Ice Snow World Overlord. Boom 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 boom. The impenetrable black palm imprints constantly struck the vast vortex around the Ice Snow World Overlord. In the beginning, the vast vortex could still withstand it. However, the black palm prints that appeared like ghosts became more and more powerful. It seemed that they not only contained the power of space, but also the power of gravity and repulsion. This made the vast vortex gradually unable to withstand it. Boom! With a world-shattering bang, the vortex around Ice Snow World Overlord collapsed. Black palm imprints ruthlessly suppressed Ice Snow World Overlord. Is this the strength of a transcendent world overlord? He's indeed very strong. It seems that I, Ximen Fixu, will stop here. The Ice Snow World Overlord slowly closed his eyes and waited for death. However, all the black palm prints suddenly stopped when they were only an inch away from him. It was as if time and space had frozen. Chu Zhou appeared in front of Ice Snow World Overlord with a smile. With a casual wave of his right hand, all the black palm prints surrounding Ice Snow World Overlord disappeared. You're very strong. I'm far from being your match. The Ice Snow World Overlord looked at Chu Zhou with a complicated expression. He had already seen through the battle just now. Chu Zhou had not used his true strength at all just now. But even so, he easily defeated him. However, even if you don't kill me, I won't submit to you, he said arrogantly. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. Guess how old I am now? The Ice Snow World Overlord didn't know why Chu Zhou asked this question. He pondered for a moment and said, I already know that you came from Earth. And the genetic bloodline of the humans on Earth, the cultivation civilization, was also very low level before you rose. You rose as an Earthling. Even if you have huge opportunities in the future, even if your comprehension ability is comparable to the prodigies of the god race, you still need time to transform and grow. I estimate that you should be around 300 years old. Sorry, I'm not that old. Chu Zhou said calmly. I'm only 63 years old. Tisk, a 63-year-old transcendent world overlord? No, he was already a transcendent world overlord 30 years ago. In other words, he was already a transcendent world overlord at the age of 33. With this thought in mind, the Ice Snow World Overlord was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Chu Zhou in a daze. He knew that Chu Zhou was very monstrous. However, he never expected Chu Zhou to be so monstrous. Not to mention the entire Blood Mountain Empire, even the entire true Central Universe did not know if there was a 63-year-old transcendent world overlord. Chu Zhou, I admit that you're very monstrous, but what's the use of telling me this? The Ice Snow World Overlord quickly regained his senses and said coldly. It's useful, of course it's useful. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. Do you think I can become a Universe Lord in the future? Or rather, will being a Universe Lord be my limit? The possibility of you becoming a Universe Lord is very high. You might even have the chance to become a Universe Nobility that surpasses Universe Lords. The Ice Snow World Overlord pondered for a moment and said with a trembling voice. Look. Isn't this the effect? Chu Zhou stared deeply into the Ice Snow World Overlord's eyes. You should also want to become a Universe Lord, right? As long as I become an Universe Lord in the future, I can help you or assist you in becoming a Universe Lord. If I'm lucky enough to become a Universe Nobility, I believe that it won't be particularly difficult for me to help you become a Universe Lord. Chu Zhou's words made the Ice Snow World Overlord's eyes suddenly light up. The Ice Snow World Overlord actually didn't pursue much. Or rather, his only pursuit was to step into a higher realm and see the scenery above. However, how could it be easy to become a Universe Lord? After he became a peerless 9th-level World Overlord, he traveled through more than half of the countries and civilizations in the entire Blood Mountain star field. He went to countless places and spent more than 6 million years, but he still couldn't find the opportunity to become a Universe Lord. After returning to his territory, he cultivated bitterly for more than 10 million years, but he still did not advance. Becoming a Universe Lord had become his greatest obsession. After hearing Chu Zhou promise to help him become a Universe Lord in the future, his original idea of not submitting was shaken. If it were someone else, even if the Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, Dongfu Blood Mountain, said that he could become a Universe Lord in the future and might even become a Universe Nobility, the Ice Snow World Overlord would definitely spit salt on his face and not believe him at all. However, he believed what Chu Zhou said. Chu Zhou was really too young. He had become a transcendent world overlord at the age of 33. This was much more terrifying than the rumored geniuses of the god race. If such a monster couldn't become a Universe Lord, who else could? Thinking about how he would have a chance to break through the barrier of the World Overlord level and become a Universe Lord after following Chu Zhou, the will of the Ice Snow World Overlord was completely shaken. I've been convinced by you. I'm willing to be your follower. However, I hope you can remember your promise today in the future. The Ice Snow World Overlord took a deep breath and finally chose to submit to Chu Zhou. He even bowed slightly and bowed to Chu Zhou. He even told Chu Zhou his real name. Very good. From now on, you are a member of our Coiling Dragon Manor. Don't worry. I invited you back to guard the Coiling Dragon Manor only to make it convenient for me to go out and do some work. You are mainly responsible for dealing with the enemies who suddenly attacked the Coiling Dragon Manor while I was away. As for normal times, I usually won't trouble you. Chu Zhou nodded in satisfaction when he saw how tactful the Ice Snow World Overlord was. He and the Ice Snow World Overlord returned to the Ice World controlled by the Ice Snow World Overlord. The Ice Snow World Overlord gave some instructions to his subordinates before following Chu Zhou into the spaceship and returning to Coiling Dragon Manor. When Dongfang Mingzu and the others learned that the Ice Snow World Overlord had been invited by Chu Zhou to join Coiling Dragon Manor, they were overjoyed. The Ice Snow World Overlord was a peerless expert recognized by the nomological origin. With the addition of a peerless expert like the Ice Snow World Overlord, Coiling Dragon Manor's overall strength had increased by a large margin. He did not hide the fact that the Ice Snow World Overlord had joined Coiling Dragon Manor. After the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and the other superpowers found out about the situation, they were even more fearful and respectful of Coiling Dragon Manor. With Ice Snow World Overlord guarding Coiling Dragon Manor, even if I'm not around, there shouldn't be any major problems. It's time to apply for the King of Adventurers assessment. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and left Coiling Dragon Manor. Chapter 606, King of Adventurers Assessment. The Golden Flame Star. Chu Zhou once again arrived at the Universe Adventurer Alliance's branch on Golden Flame Planet. In fact, this was the 7th time he had come here. He was already familiar with this place. Tisk, it's Lord of Yan Huang Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had just stepped into the Universe Adventurer Alliance when many martial artists who were working here recognized him and looked at him in awe. Isn't Lord of Yan Huang Chu Zhou already a 6-star adventurer? Why is he still here? Could it be that he wants to participate in the 7-star adventurer assessment? The 7-star adventurer assessment is also known as the King of Adventurers assessment. This is an assessment that very few people apply to participate in. Even many universe lords have never participated in the King of Adventurers assessment. Generally speaking, the value of the Adventurer's medal is incomparable to the value of the Intrepid medal in the Infinite Battle Arena. It's even incomparable to the value of the Conqueror medal. If the person who obtained the Adventurer's medal was an elite, then the person who obtained the Intrepid medal was an elite among elites. As for those who received the Conqueror medal, they were invincible among their peers by default. However, the value of the King of Adventurers medal was comparable to the value of the World Overlord Realm Conqueror medal. In our Blood Mountain galaxy for billions of years, including dragons, only 4 people have obtained the Domain Realm Conqueror medal. However, no one has obtained the World Overlord Realm Conqueror medal. Similarly, no one has obtained the King of Adventurers medal. If the Lord of Yan Huang, Chu Zhou, can obtain the King of Adventurers medal, then he will have made history. The value of the King of Adventurers medal is indeed high, but it's too dangerous. It's not that no one in our Blood Mountain galaxy has participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, but they're all dead. In the hall of the Universe Adventurer Alliance, martial artists looked at Chu Zhou with burning eyes. Even some World Overlord level experts stopped in their tracks and stared at Chu Zhou. They really wanted to know if Chu Zhou was going to participate in the King of Adventurers assessment. Lord Chu Zhou, why did you come to our Adventurer Alliance this time? Bagger, the person in charge of the Golden Flame Star Universe Adventurer Alliance branch, hurriedly came out of his office to receive Chu Zhou personally after knowing that he had arrived. Chu Zhou glanced at everyone in the hall indifferently and said calmly to Bagger, I want to apply for the King of Adventurers assessment. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had sounded in everyone's minds. In the hall, everyone looked at Chu Zhou in shock. They did not expect Chu Zhou to really participate in the extremely dangerous King of Adventurers assessment. In the hall, everyone looked at Chu Zhou in shock. They did not expect Chu Zhou to really participate in the extremely dangerous King of Adventurers assessment. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Lord Chu Zhou, please come to my office to speak in detail. He quickly brought Chu Zhou to his office. After Chu Zhou's figure disappeared, the martial artists in the hall were completely excited. Lord of Yan Huang Chu Zhou is actually participating in the King of Adventurers assessment. This is definitely a huge event that will shock the entire Blood Mountain star field. The impact of this matter is too great. If Chu Zhou passes the King of Adventurers assessment and becomes the King of Adventurers, Coiling Dragon Manor will truly be invincible in the Blood Mountain galaxy. At that time, Coiling Dragon Manor will directly become the #1 holy land in the Blood Mountain galaxy, surpassing the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. Even the Blood Mountain Empire will probably have to listen to the Coiling Dragon Manor. However, if Chu Zhou failed and died in the King of Adventurers assessment, Coiling Dragon Manor would be in danger. Almost everything Coiling Dragon Manor had now relied on Chu Zhou. Without Chu Zhou holding the fort, Coiling Dragon Manor, which had just been promoted to the Third Holy Land for a few years, would probably fall from the ranks of the Holy Lands. It might even be in danger of being destroyed. After all, Chu Zhou had offended too many super factions previously. Once Chu Zhou dies, those super forces that Chu Zhou had offended in the past will definitely stand up and kick him while he's down. They might even take the opportunity to divide up Coiling Dragon Manor. In the hall, many martial artists discussed. Moreover, they quickly sent the news to the mirror universe. Hence, in less than 10 minutes, all the major factions and countless martial artists in the Blood Mountain Galaxy knew that Chu Zhou was participating in the King of Adventurers assessment. The entire Blood Mountain Galaxy was shocked. Is he so confident that he will definitely pass the King of Adventurers assessment? The Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, Dongfu Blood Mountain, muttered to himself as he gazed deeply in the direction of the Golden Flame planet. Aren't you satisfied after becoming a transcendent world overlord? You still want to become the King of Adventurers? Should I say that you're eager to improve, or that you're rash and impulsive? In the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, a slender woman stood at the peak of the Blood Mountain, facing the wind. The long blue hair on her back was more than 10 meters long, fluttering in the wind like a blue waterfall. Her name was Prin, and she was the greatest foundation of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land. Holy Lord Tianmang of the Blood Mountain Sacred Ground stood behind her with an indescribable respect. King of Adventurers assessment? Has someone in our Blood Mountain Galaxy finally dared to participate in this assessment again? Is it because of their youth? It's a pity that when we became transcendent world overlords, we were too old. After living for a long time, we became afraid of death and didn't dare to participate in the King of Adventurers assessment. In the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, in a pavilion at the center of the lake, a beautiful woman with a plump figure, snow-white skin, and an elegant temperament was reclining on a jade bed. Her right hand was supporting her head, and her clothes were lowered, revealing a beautiful snow-white scene. At this moment, several graceful figures were dancing on the lake, and someone was playing a melodious instrument. However, the beautiful woman on the jade bed was not in the mood to admire it. Her eyes were staring blankly in the direction of the golden flame star, and a trace of self-mockery appeared at the corners of her mouth. It was as if he was mocking others and himself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can pass the King of Adventurers assessment just because you became a transcendent world overlord? Little do you know that, more than 99% of the transcendent world overlords who participated in the King of Adventurers assessment have died. In the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church, the head palace master, who had the word T engraved on his golden mask, smiled coldly. After the news of Chu Zhou participating in the King of Adventurers assessment spread, it caused countless martial artists to discuss and quarrel. Some people thought highly of Chu Zhou, while others did not. The outside world was in an uproar, but the Coiling Dragon Manor was calm. This was because the people from Coiling Dragon Manor had long known that Chu Zhou was participating in the King of Adventurers assessment. Golden Flame Star, Universe Adventurer Alliance, Bagger's Office. Lord Chu Zhou, I've already settled the application procedures for the King of Adventurers assessment for you. However, the King of Adventurers assessment is rather special. Currently, you're the only one from our Blood Mountain Galaxy who has applied to participate in the assessment. Therefore, we'll probably let you participate in the assessment with applicants from other star fields. Next, you just have to wait for the notice from the higher UPS. Bagger said enthusiastically. If the Adventurers Alliance branch he was in charge of gave birth to a King of Adventurers, then, as the person in charge, he also had huge achievements. It was even enough to advance him by one level. Alright, I will wait for the notice in Golden Flame City. Chu Zhou nodded and left the Adventurer Alliance. He stayed in the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce branch in Golden Flame City and waited for the Adventurer Alliance's notice. He did not care about the commotion in the outside world. The notification came very quickly. On the third day, Chu Zhou received a notice to go to the square in front of the Universe Adventurer Alliance and wait for the person who would pick him up for the assessment. Chu Zhou and Bagger waited for a dark blue droplet-shaped spaceship in the square. You're Chu Zhou. A blue-skinned one-eyed man alighted from the spaceship and stared at Chu Zhou. This is a transcendent world overlord. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou sensed the strength of the one-eyed man in front of him. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou sensed the strength of the one-eyed man in front of him. Hello. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded at Wu Yuke. Since you are Chu Zhou, get on the spaceship now. Wu Yuke nodded and replied. Chu Zhou's figure immediately moved and followed Wu Yuke into the water droplet-shaped spaceship. The water droplet-shaped spaceship quickly disappeared from the golden flame star. After Chu Zhou entered the spaceship, he realized that other than Wu Yuke and the 3 staff members in the Adventurer Alliance's uniform, there were 6 other people. The moment Chu Zhou entered, the 6 of them looked at him. They're all transcendent world overlords. These 6 people should be the ones who participated in the King of Adventurers assessment with me. Chu Zhou sensed the energy fluctuations of the 6 people and was secretly shocked. Hello, my name is Shi Mo. I'm from the mid-level civilization country in the universe, the Purple Thorns Empire. Brother, how should I address you? An extremely sunny-looking young man greeted Chu Zhou. On his head, there was a curved golden horn, which reminded Chu Zhou of the golden-horned king in Journey to the West in his previous life. Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou said his name. Then I will call you Brother Chu, Shi Mo said enthusiastically. Brother Chu, let me introduce you to the others. His name is Rambo, and he's from the Luolan Empire. Her name is Longjiu, and she's from the Long River Empire. His name is He Yu. He's also from the Long River Empire. His name is Ai Tuoer. He's from the Northern Ice Empire. Her name is Safi. She's from the Blue Moon Empire. Under Shi Mo's enthusiastic introduction, Chu Zhou quickly got to know the other 5 people. These 5 people were all from the Zhenyang Universe country's intermediate-level civilizations. These 5 people were of different races. Rambo looked like a lizardman and had many lizard characteristics. Longjiu actually had 3 faces at the same time, and each face was very beautiful. He Yu looked similar to humans on Earth, but he had a pair of crane-like wings on his back. Ai Tuoer's skin was almost translucent. Through his skin, one could vaguely see a mysterious blue liquid flowing in his body. Extreme coldness emanated from his body. As for Safi, she was a voluptuous, cold, and beautiful woman. She had waist-length hair that emitted blue light, and there was a blue moon mark between her eyebrows. They're not simple people. Chu Zhou sized up the 6 of them, including Shi Mo. He sensed the faint and suppressed energy fluctuations on their bodies and was secretly vigilant. Almost at the same time, Shi Mo and the others were also secretly sizing up Chu Zhou. When they sensed the energy fluctuations on Chu Zhou's body that were as deep as the sea, they were also extremely wary of him. Chapter 607, The Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 1. A dark blue droplet-shaped spaceship was traveling at 5 to 6 times the speed of light in the dark universe like a phantom. In the spaceship, Chu Zhou got to know Rambo, Longjiu, He Yu, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others under Shi Mo's introduction. They're all not simple characters. Chu Zhou sensed traces of danger from Shi Mo and the others and sighed. This Chu Zhou is not simple. Almost at the same time, Shi Mo and the others also commented on Chu Zhou in their hearts. Chu Zhou casually found a seat and sat down. Shi Mo continued enthusiastically, everyone, we're from different star areas. It's fate that we were able to meet here. Every King of Adventurers assessment is very dangerous. 90% of the people participating in the assessment will die. We should unite and help together. Hearing Shi Mo's words, Chu Zhou and the others were expressionless. The people participating in the assessment this time were all competitors. How could they help each other? Shi Mo said enthusiastically. He didn't care about everyone's cold expressions. It was as if he really wanted to persuade everyone to unite. At this moment, the person in charge of the King of Adventurers assessment, Wu Yuke, stood up. He glanced at Chu Zhou and the other 7 participants and said, "Since you all know each other, I won't waste my breath. Now, I'll tell you about this assessment quest." Hearing Wu Yuke's words, Chu Zhou and the others were instantly energized. Wu Yuke continued, "This time, your assessment will be held in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. There is a treasure called a Soul Stone in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. After refining this Soul Stone, not only can it increase the soul origin of a world overlord, but it will also be quite beneficial to universe lords. It can be said that this kind of Soul Stone is extremely precious. And the conditions for you to pass the assessment this time are, within 10 days, you will be the first to obtain 10,000 Soul Stones in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm and successfully come out of it. By the way, I'll send you the detailed information about the Black Mountain Mystic Realm now. After Wuka finished speaking, Chu Zhou and the other 7 participants immediately became wary of each other. Even Mo, who had been extremely enthusiastic before, now looked at the others with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. They had already understood what Wuka had said. This time, among the 7 people participating in the assessment, no matter what the outcome was, at most one of them could pass the assessment and become the king of adventurers. This meant that Chu Zhou and the other 3 were competitors. At most, only one person will pass the test. Mo seemed unwilling to give up and asked Wuka for confirmation. Wuka nodded calmly. That's right. That's the rule. No one can change it, not even me. If anyone feels that it's dangerous or unwilling, they can give up now. Mo fell silent. After a moment, he smiled brightly and said, "Ha ha ha, even if that's the case, it's nothing. Even though only one of the 7 of us will pass the test in the end, we should still unite and deal with the dangers in the test together. After all, in the previous King of Adventurers assessments, most people died after failing. Very few survived. The most important thing is to survive. We should strive to survive even after we fail." Mo's laughter echoed through the ship. However, be it Chu Zhou, Rambo, Longjiu, Hiyu, Ai Tuoer, Safi, or the others, none of them responded. They all silently checked the information that the wizard card had sent to them and read the information about the Black Mountain Secret Realm seriously. The Black Mountain Mystic Realm was a strange spatial mystic realm. Its main body was a huge black mountain that was more than 300,000 meters tall. A large amount of strange grey fog surrounded the Black Mountain. The Black Mountain Mystic Realm was rich in soul stones, and soul stones were an incomparably precious cultivation resource that could increase the soul origin. However, there were 3 major dangers in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 1. Strange grey fog. Even transcendent world overlords will be in danger of losing themselves once they fall into the strange grey fog. 2. Soul storm. In the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, mysterious soul storms would appear at random and unlimited locations. Once one fell into the soul storm, those whose souls were not hardiness enough might have their souls directly torn apart. 3. Soul slaves. In the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, many world overlords who had died in the Mystic Realm in the past were controlled by a mysterious power and became slaves. They specialized in hunting the living beings who entered the Black Mountain Mystic Realm later. In short, there are opportunities and dangers in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. Consider carefully before entering. Chu Zhou finished reading the information about the Black Mountain Mystic Realm seriously and his heart felt heavy. This Black Mountain Mystic Realm is not simple. He sighed in his heart and looked at the other 6. Their expressions turned grave. Obviously, everyone sensed the danger of the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. A month later, the droplet-shaped spaceship finally returned to the real universe after a long time in the dark universe. We've arrived at the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. Come out. Wuka brought Chu Zhou and the others and appeared in a desolate starry sky. The spaceship actually flew at 5 times the speed of light for an entire month in the dark universe. The location of this Black Mountain Secret Realm is really far away. Mo complained as he stretched. Is this the Black Mountain Secret Realm? Chapter 608, The Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 2. Chu Zhou, Rambo, Longjiu, Hiyu, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others looked up at the grey fog surging in the starry sky. In that expanse of the starry sky, there was a faintly discernible incomparably enormous black mountain that entered their eyes. The Black Mountain was too tall. When he looked up, he could not see the top at all. It was as if it had cut through the entire starry sky. This is the Black Mountain Secret Realm. Wuka pointed at the Black Mountain that was mostly hidden in the grey fog and said, every once in a while, the grey fog surrounding the Black Mountain Secret Realm will disperse. This is the best time for you to enter the Black Mountain Secret Realm. Last warning, when you enter the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, you must be on high alert. Don't fall into the strange grey fog. Otherwise, you might never come back. After saying that, Wuka stood together with a few staff members and did not speak any more. Chu Zhou, Mo, Rambo, Longjiu, Hiyu, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others looked at each other and flew to the edge of the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, waiting for the grey fog to change. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. For 10 consecutive hours, there was no change in the grey fog surrounding the Black Mountain. To Chu Zhou and the others, a mere 10 hours was nothing. Not to mention 10 hours, even 10 months or even 10 years, they could afford to wait. They had the patience. However, they did not have to wait that long. About 11 hours later, the thick grey fog surrounding the Black Mountain suddenly rolled, and a passage without grey fog appeared. Chu Zhou and the others did not hesitate and rushed into the passageway at their fastest speed. Lord Wuka, how many of them do you think will survive this time? Seeing Chu Zhou and the others disappear, a staff member asked Wuka. Wuka crossed his arms and said indifferently, I can't say for sure. Maybe there was only one person, or maybe the whole army was wiped out, or maybe a few lucky ones survived. Let's see how lucky they are. After Chu Zhou and the others rushed into the passageway at full speed, they immediately realized that their mental strength was severely suppressed. In the outside world, if they released their spiritual force with all their might, they could easily envelop an entire inhabited planet in an instant. But here, their spiritual power was severely shrunk and could only extend for a few hundred meters. Moreover, apart from their mental power being severely suppressed, there were also traces of mysterious power infiltrating and invading their souls. Under the influence of that mysterious power, Chu Zhou and the others' mental perception was even more severely affected. Not only did the detection range shrink again, various illusions appeared in his mind from time to time. Not good. The grey fog here contains a strange soul power that can directly penetrate and affect our souls. Rambo, who looked like a lizardman, frowned as he spoke. His eyes had unknowingly turned blood red. Just as Rambo finished speaking, a grey fog suddenly appeared in the tunnel and drowned Rambo's figure. In the next moment, Rambo disappeared into thin air under the gazes of Chu Zhou and the others. Let's go. Chu Zhou and the others were shocked and hurriedly rushed into the depths of the passageway at full speed. A moment later, Shi Mo, Lan Jiu, and He Yu were also swept away by the grey fog that suddenly appeared. Only Chu Zhou, Ai Tuoer, and Safi were left. They rushed out of the passageway and landed in a pine forest on the Black Mountain. Then, they turned around and looked at the grey sea of fog surrounding the Black Mountain with lingering fears. Are they dead? As Ai Tuoer spoke, blue liquid flowed inside his translucent skin, emitting an excited cold air. A layer of blue frost quickly spread on the ground under his feet. I don't know. Chu Zhou said calmly. The grey fog was impossible to detect. After Shi Mo and the others were swept in, it was impossible for outsiders to know if they were dead or alive. Since you chose to come to the Black Mountain Mystic Realm to participate in the King of Adventurers assessment, you have to be mentally prepared to die. Let's go our separate ways. Safi said lightly. Her plump body moved, and with a flick of her long blue hair, she immediately turned into an afterimage and flew towards the other parts of the Black Mountain. It was obvious that Safi did not want to move with Chu Zhou and Ai Tuoer. Or rather, he was worried about Chu Zhou and Ai Tuoer. Chu Zhou and Ai Tuoer did not take it to heart that Safi had left. They were also worried about the others. Swoosh! At this moment, a grey light suddenly shot over. The grey light was extremely fast. Even with Chu Zhou and Transcendent World Overlord Ai Tuoer's strength, they could only see a blurry afterimage. What things? Chu Zhou reached out and grabbed at lightning speed. He instantly felt a huge force hit his palm. That huge force was even greater than the normal attack of a 9th-level World Overlord. Chu Zhou felt that if his body was not strong enough, his palm would probably have been pierced by the light. His expression changed slightly. He opened his palm and immediately saw a grey crystal. Streams of intense and pure soul power fluctuations spread out from the grey crystal. The entire crystal seemed to be compressed and condensed by an incomparably vast soul power. Could this be the Soul Stone? Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at the grey crystal in his hand that was filled with intense soul fluctuations. Chapter 609, The Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 3. Almost instantly, he confirmed that this was the Soul Stone that Wuka had mentioned. The Soul Stone. When Ai Tuoer saw the grey crystal in Chu Zhou's hand, a burning look flashed across his light blue eyes. In the next moment, a grey light flew over from his direction. He quickly reached out and grabbed it. However, after he grabbed it, his expression changed slightly. He felt a surging power crashing toward him. His body immediately became unstable, and he took 3 steps back before activating his origin power to offset the terrifying power. When he opened his palm, it was already badly mangled. In the center of his palm, there was also a grey crystal, or rather, a soul stone. After obtaining the soul stone, Aituoer did not look too happy. This was because his performance just now was a little inferior to when Chu Zhou obtained the soul stone. Without a doubt, this meant that his body was far inferior to Chu Zhou's. Just because one's physical body is strong doesn't mean that one's strength is also strong. Aituoer said indifferently, leaving behind an inexplicable sentence before turning into a faint blue light and disappearing in front of Chu Zhou. That's ridiculous. Chu Zhou looked at Aituoer's disappearing figure and muttered before looking at the soul stone in his hand. Wuka said that this soul stone can increase the soul origin. Let's give it a try. As Chu Zhou spoke, he began to refine the soul stone in his hand. A moment later, the soul stone in his hand turned into ashes. A stream of cold and pure soul power surged into his soul. Chu Zhou immediately felt his soul origin strengthening bit by bit. It's actually true. My soul origin has increased by about 10,000%. Chu Zhou felt the change in his soul and was overjoyed. To flesh and blood life forms, the importance of the soul was needless to say. However, it was very difficult to increase the soul origin. Even if Chu Zhou had the attribute board, there was no good way to increase his soul origin. The soul armor and White Lotus secret technique that he had mastered were actually methods to use soul power, not methods to strengthen the soul origin. In fact, it was not only him. Even many martial artists who were focused on comprehending the soul law found it difficult to strengthen their soul origin. On the other hand, there were many secret techniques and ultimate techniques that could increase one's mental strength in the universe. However, spirit and soul were not the same thing. Simply put, the soul was a bucket, and the spirit was what was in the bucket. In addition to spirit, there were also consciousness, emotions, thoughts, and so on. It was easy to increase his spirit, but it was very difficult to increase his soul origin. At the same time, if the soul bucket was not big enough, it would also limit the amount of spirit it could carry. Therefore, a soul stone that could increase one's soul origin was definitely an incomparably precious treasure in the universe. Especially those martial artists who focused on cultivating the soul law. If they knew that there was a chance to obtain the soul stone, they would definitely risk their lives for it. I have to get more soul stones. Chu Zhou muttered to himself, his eyes shining. Next, he stuck close to the surface of the Black Mountain and flew at full speed to search for the soul stone. Not long after, he obtained another soul stone. This time, he did not refine it directly. Instead, he let his attribute board transform and obtained 10 billion attribute points. Soul stones can indeed be converted into attribute points. However, after a soul stone is converted into attribute points, it's only 10 billion. It's too wasteful. It's far inferior to using it to increase the soul origin. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and gave up on the idea of converting the soul stones into attribute points. He decided to use the remaining 10,000 soul stones he obtained later on to strengthen his soul origin, except for the 10,000 soul stones that he reserved for completing the assessment quest. He dared to have such a plan. Naturally, it was because it was much easier for him to obtain soul stones than others. In the environment of the Black Mountain, it was more than 100 times easier for him, who was proficient in the spatial and gravitational laws, to find and obtain soul stones than the other 6. In fact, the mysterious power that permeated the grey fog and the entire Black Mountain affected him far less than it affected others. His soul armor had been stacked 3 times, so the mysterious power had little effect on him. However, the others had no choice but to circulate their spiritual power at all times to resist the invasion of that mysterious power to prevent their souls from being affected. This made Chu Zhou undoubtedly have an advantage over the others. Chu Zhou flew quickly along the surface of the Black Mountain. Silver-white spatial ripples kept spreading out from his body. At the same time, a terrifying gravitational force emanated from his body. The spatial power and gravity that emanated from his body seemed to weave a huge web dozens of kilometers around him. Whenever a soul stone flew past him and landed in the net, it would immediately slow down and fly towards Chu Zhou, who easily collected it. Just like that, Chu Zhou easily and quickly collected the soul stones in the Black Mountain. In just half a day, he had collected more than 8,000 soul stones. Compared to Chu Zhou, Aituoer, and Safi, they had only collected more than 600 soul stones after searching for half a day. In the blink of an eye, it was already the second day. At this moment, Chu Zhou had already collected 10,000 soul stones. If he left the Black Mountain Mystic Realm now, he could already pass the assessment and obtain the King of Adventurers medal. However, since he was in a treasure land, Chu Zhou naturally could not leave just like that. Chapter 610, The Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 4. He continued to crazily search for the soul stones. Suddenly, he heard the sound of battle in front of him. Chu Zhou was shocked and hurriedly flew forward. In next to no time, he saw two figures in a sorry state. They were fleeing at full speed, and behind them was a group of dazed figures chasing closely. Rambo and Hiyu. Chu Zhou instantly recognized the two fleeing figures. They were Rambo, who looked like a lizardman, and the crane feather with two swan wings on its back. These two were actually not dead after being swept away by the grey fog. Then, Chu Zhou's expression changed slightly. He realized that the group of figures chasing after Rambo and Hiyu were a group of world overlords. Moreover, more than 10 of them were transcendent world overlords. Tisk, those world overlords and transcendent world overlords are all soul slaves. Seeing the stunned gazes of those world overlords and transcendent world overlords, Chu Zhou immediately understood that they were the soul slaves that existed in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. However, when he saw so many world overlord realm and transcendent world overlord soul slaves chasing after Rambo and Hiyu, Chu Zhou could not help but feel his scalp tingle. Even though he was very confident in his strength, he could not guarantee that he could survive the joint attack of so many world overlords and transcendent world overlords. Therefore, he turned around and fled without hesitation. Furthermore, he fled very quickly and disappeared in front of Rambo and Hiyu in the blink of an eye. Damn it! When Rambo and Hiyu saw Chu Zhou, a trace of joy flashed across their eyes. As they rushed towards Chu Zhou at full speed, they prepared to ask him for help. They had already made up their minds. Regardless of whether Chu Zhou was willing to help them or not, they wanted Chu Zhou to help them share some of the pressure. Unexpectedly, before they could approach or speak, Chu Zhou had already fled. Furthermore, it was so fast that they couldn't catch up at all. Chu Zhou, at this moment, they all had a trace of killing intent towards Chu Zhou. Brother Rambo, please hold off the soul slaves for the time being. I'll ask for help from the others and I'll be back soon. Hiyu suddenly launched an attack in Rambo's direction, forcing Rambo to stop. Then, the two swan wings on his back flapped fiercely, and an extremely powerful origin power instantly erupted. His entire body suddenly turned into an afterimage as he rushed forward. However, Hiyu had just charged less than 100 meters when his figure suddenly stopped. His feet were entangled by a green whip. Brother Hiyu, there's no hurry. After all, you have two wings, so you're faster and more agile. You're more suitable to deal with these soul slaves. Why don't you leave the request for help to me? Rambo said sinisterly and suddenly waved his whip, throwing Hiyu, who had his right foot wrapped, into the many soul slaves behind him. As for himself, he turned into a green figure and flew into the distance at full speed. Rambo, you tricked me! Hiyu roared angrily, but he had no choice but to deal with the soul slaves that swarmed over. An incomparably intense battle instantly erupted. Two crane wings that pierced into the clouds suddenly stretched into the sky, shattering the void and raising tens of thousands of feet of energy, erupting with incomparably terrifying power. However, the two huge swan wings were quickly cruelly torn off by the four transcendent world overlord soul slaves. The other soul slaves joined forces to dismember Hiyu. An extremely tragic voice sounded from the Black Mountain. This is Hiyu's voice. At this moment, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others all looked in the direction of the voice with grave expressions. Hiyu is indeed dead. Rambo turned around and looked at Hiyu's position. A trace of luck appeared on his face. If he was the one who stayed behind just now, he would probably be the one who died now. At this moment, Chu Zhou was also looking in the direction of the voice. There was only a scream. It seems that only one person died. The other person used the victim as a scapegoat and took the opportunity to escape. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as his expression turned slightly solemn. He knew that from this moment on, the danger he would face would not only come from the Black Mountain Secret Realm, but also from the people who entered the Black Mountain Secret Realm with him. Chapter 611, Recognition of the Three Rule Origins. The Black Mountain Mystic Realm. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on a smooth rock and silently refined the soul stone in his hand. A moment later, a powerful soul fluctuation erupted from his body, and ripples appeared in the void. At the same time, the soul stone in his hand turned into powder. It's only been 3 days, and my soul origin has doubled. As my soul origin increases, the power of my soul armor and the White Lotus secret technique also increases. Chu Zhou's eyes shot out 2 intimidating lights. He could clearly feel that the omnipresent mysterious power in the Black Mountain mystic realm had almost no effect on his soul. His origin had doubled, and his soul armor had greatly increased in power, almost completely isolating him from the effects of the mysterious power. In fact, in the past 3 days, he had also been studying the omnipresent mysterious power. He discovered that his mysterious power contained many kinds of power. It contained soul power, spatial power, origin power, and even a trace of power that faintly surpassed nomological laws. That last force. Chu Zhou guessed that it was very likely the power of laws. This deduction shocked Chu Zhou. There was actually the power of laws in the Black Mountain mystic realm. This was a terrifying existence that only universe lords could come into contact with. This undoubtedly meant that the Black Mountain mystic realm was not simple. There might be some kind of secret hidden in the Black Mountain mystic realm. Chu Zhou felt that if he could find out the secret behind it, he would definitely gain something unexpected. However, he didn't have any clues, and he didn't know where to start. He could only collect soul stones wantonly, refine soul stones to strengthen his soul origin, and secretly pay attention to some differences in the Black Mountain. This Black Mountain secret realm is a true treasure land. Even if I can't find the secret inside, I will make a killing this time. Chu Zhou felt his soul source that had doubled in enhancement and stood up with a smile. There were too many benefits to enhancing one's soul origin. Not only could it derive and bear more spirit, but it could also enhance one's thoughts, consciousness, and other abilities. Chu Zhou felt that if his soul origin continued to strengthen like this, he might be able to successfully cultivate the 4th level of soul armor without waiting to become a universe lord. The most important reason why he was stuck at the 3rd level of the soul armor was that his soul power was not strong enough to reach the standard to condense the 4th level of the soul armor. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's expression changed. A large number of soul slaves appeared around him. Countless soul slaves were charging at him from all 4 directions, including the sky. The origins of these soul slaves were very complicated. Not only were there all kinds of humans, but there were also some rock life forms, insect life forms, plant life forms, and other foreign life forms. Moreover, their attire seemed to come from different eras. Some people's attire was already very ancient. It was obvious that they were products of ancient times. However, no matter what the origin of these soul slaves was, they all had a common characteristic: they were powerful. There were many transcendent world overlords, about 1/10 of them. There were about 1/5 of 9th level world overlords. The rest were all 7th and 8th level world overlords. Just the wave of soul slaves that appeared in front of Chu Zhou was enough to wipe out all the superpowers in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy. Chu Zhou looked at the densely packed soul slaves that covered the sky and earth as they pounced over with a solemn expression. Something's not right. Why do these soul slaves seem to be controlled by someone in the dark? Not only did they appear at an increasingly sudden time, but they're also becoming more and more targeted. It's like an organized and planned army. He felt the viscous and surging power flowing in the void and could clearly sense that the surrounding void was forcefully suppressed and sealed by these soul slaves. This kind of suppression and blockade severely restricted his use of spatial laws. Even though it was still unable to completely isolate the power of his spatial law. However, it was not so easy for him to use dimensional space profound like space leap, space folding, and space tear profound. Moreover, when using profounds like space leap, he could not use it instantly. It would be severely delayed. It was obvious that the techniques used by the large number of soul slaves this time were targeted at him. If no one was observing and planning behind his back, he would definitely not believe it. There must be someone behind these soul slaves. In the beginning, the mastermind wasn't familiar with me and allowed the soul slaves to deal with me or the soul slaves they sent to deal with me. They didn't have any plans. However, as I fought soul slaves time and time again and got rid of them, the person behind the scenes became more and more familiar with my characteristics. When they sent soul slaves to deal with me, they became more and more planned and targeted. When Chu Zhou thought about this, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. However, aren't you underestimating me too much if you think that you can kill me just like that? He smiled coldly. Boom! In an instant, he used the third level of the metal-devouring divine body. Chapter 612, Recognition of the Three Rule Origins. 2. It turned into a dark gold giant that was 10,000 meters tall. The dark gold giant had the same face as Chu Zhou. His black hair danced like a waterfall, and the sand river-like torrent of metal particles wrapped around his hands and feet like ribbons. Chu Zhou, who had transformed into a dark gold giant, rushed to the right at lightning speed. His terrifying body and strength compressed the air until it exploded. 5 huge black holes appeared on his front, back, left, right, and above his head. At the same time, a huge galactic vortex appeared around the dark gold giant. In the galactic vortex phantom, billions of star realms slowly spun, and an invisible and majestic gravitational force shook. Boom! 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 Terrifying attacks that could split RHE sky and earth whistled towards the dark gold giant. Most of the attacks immediately deviated the moment they entered the galactic vortex shadow. They brushed past the dark gold giant and bombarded the other soul slaves. Numerous soul slaves were blasted into a bloody mist. The blood mist instantly flowed into the nearby black hole. The remaining attacks were also devoured by the 5 crazily spinning black holes. However, with so many soul slaves attacking, even if only a portion was devoured by RHE 5 black holes, the energy contained in them was too terrifying. After the 5 black holes swallowed the remaining attacks, cracks appeared, as if they could not withstand too much energy and were about to collapse. Kill! At this moment, the dark gold giant that Chu Zhou had transformed into let out a thunderous roar and charged forward at high speed. At the same time, 2 mountain-like dark gold iron fists punched forward ruthlessly. When the 2 iron fists blasted out, the 2 iron fists shockingly turned into 2 white holes. All the energy devoured by the 5 black holes immediately poured out crazily along the 2 white holes. 2 extremely dazzling beams of light that seemed to pierce through the universe instantly struck the 20-odd soul slaves in the direction of the dark gold giant. In just an instant, RHE 18 soul slaves were reduced to countless invisible particles by the 2 brilliant beams of light. The remaining 2 transcendent world overlord soul slaves only lasted for less than a breath before their bodies shattered and turned into countless pieces of flesh. Chu Zhou rushed out of the gap at lightning speed and devoured the flesh and blood of the 2 transcendent world overlord soul slaves. When he rushed out of the gap, he immediately felt that the severely confined space had returned to normal. He took a heavy step forward and immediately teleported away. Many soul slaves roared angrily like a group of wild beasts seeing Chu Zhou escape. The scene was shocking. After Chu Zhou escaped from the encirclement of many soul slaves, he was surrounded by several other groups of soul slaves. Even though he had to rely on his absolute strength to forcefully break out of the encirclement in the end, he also felt a trace of danger. No, the danger in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm is much greater than I imagined. Unless I leave the Black Mountain Mystic Realm immediately, I might die here. Chu Zhou realized the seriousness of the problem. If he left the Black Mountain Mystic Realm now, he could complete the King of Adventurers assessment. However, he was in a treasure land. It was not his character not to scour this place. There were too few opportunities to increase his soul origin, so he was not willing to miss this opportunity. Looks like I can only increase my strength. Chu Zhou found a relatively hidden spot in the Black Mountain and immediately began to increase his strength. Fuse all the gravity law profound and all the repulsive power nomological profound. He sat cross-legged on RHE ground and gave instructions to the attribute board. He had not been doing nothing for the past 30 years as he had long comprehended all the core profundities of the law of gravity and the law of repulsion. Moreover, he had cultivated them to the perfected realm. Now, he wanted to fuse all RHE core profounds of these 2 laws. In an instant, Chu Zhou's accumulated attribute points were decreasing at an extremely exaggerated speed. A terrifying strange force also flowed out of his attribute board. Under the push of this strange force, Chu Zhou's body and soul were transforming at a high speed. There were also countless profundities regarding the law of gravity and RHE law of repulsion that kept appearing in his mind. At the same time, in the sky above the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, 2 vast and boundless nomological torrents suddenly descended and enveloped Chu Zhou, ignoring the barrier of time and space. This is the nomological torrent that only appears when one's comprehension of the nomological laws reaches 90% and obtains the approval of the origin of the nomological laws. It's still two nomological waves. Perhaps these two people broke through in RHE Black Mountain secret realm at the same time and obtained the recognition of the origin of rules at the same time. Outside the Black Mountain mystic realm, Wuka and a few staff members of the Adventurer Alliance looked surprised when they saw the two waves of laws that had suddenly descended into the Black Mountain mystic realm. When RHE comprehension of a certain nomological law reached 90%, RHE nomological torrent would descend. This was not a secret. It was nor strange that someone had broken through again in RHE Black Mountain mystic realm and obtained the recognition of the rule origin. However, at the same time, it was a coincidence that two people obtained the recognition of two origin laws in the Black Mountain mystic realm. After all, the people participating in the King of Adventurers assessment this time were all transcendent world overlords. This meant that RHE participants of this assessment basically had 90% comprehension of two laws and obtained the recognition of two origin laws. Or, even if only one law comprehension reached 90%, his overall strength was comparable to a transcendent world overlord with 90% comprehension of both laws. Transcendent world overlords were rare in RHE universe. Under normal circumstances, there were about 5 to 10 transcendent world overlords bomb in a galaxy. Every transcendent world overlord was basically a genius among geniuses, and every transcendent world overlord was a seed to become a universe lord. The probability of a transcendent world overlord becoming a universe lord was more than 1,000 times higher than that of an ordinary 9th-level world overlord martial artist. However, even transcendent world overlords were divided into levels. The most common method was to obtain the approval of only one origin of the natural order, but the overall strength had reached the level of the approval of two origins of the natural order. Secondly, he was a transcendent world overlord who had obtained the recognition of two nomological origins at the same time. After that was the transcendent world overlord who had obtained the recognition of 3 or more nomological origins at the same time. In the universe, most transcendent world overlords were in the first and second situations. There was no difference between these two transcendent world overlords. They would only know who was stronger after fighting. Previously, Chu Zhou was the first transcendent world overlord. However, his overall strength was much stronger than the second transcendent world overlord. As for RHE third transcendent world overlord, which was a transcendent world overlord recognized by 3 or more origin laws at the same time, his strength would undergo a tremendous change, far surpassing RHE first 2 transcendent world overlords. However, transcendent world overlords were already rare. It was too difficult to obtain the recognition of 3 or more origin laws at the same time. Many intermediate cosmic civilizations did not even have a transcendent world overlord who had obtained the recognition of 3 law origins. It was precisely because he understood this that when Wuka saw the 2 nomological waves descend into the Black Mountain mystic realm and thought that it was very likely that 1 or 2 of them would become transcendent world overlords recognized by 3 nomological origins at the same time, he was actually very uneasy. Transcendent world overlords recognized by the 3 nomological origins. He was a big shot that even he rarely saw. It was nor just Wuka. In the Black Mountain mystic realm, Shimo, Rambo, and Longjaiu, who had been lucky enough not to die after being swept away by the grey fog, as well as Ai Tuoer and Safi, who were being chased by soul slaves, found it difficult to calm down when they saw the 2 nomological waves that had descended. Did they personally witness the birth of a transcendent world overlord who had obtained the recognition of 3 nomological origins? Who is it? Who broke through in the Black Mountain mystic realm? Is that a transcendent world overlord recognized by 3 origin laws going to be born in Black Mountain? In the depths of the Black Mountain mystic realm, a dreamlike voice sounded faintly. Chapter 613, Soul Storm. At the Black Mountain mystic realm, 2 nomological waves that enveloped Chu Zhou slowly dissipated. The aura on Chu Zhou's body had increased by more than 100 times compared to before his breakthrough. Strands of heavy and majestic aura emanated from his body, and the surrounding void became stagnant. Many dust stopped in the void, as if time had stopped here. Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. The 3 origin marks between his brows appeared one after another. Every origin mark emitted a majestic pressure. He looked at his attribute board. Name, Chu Zhou, 9th level world overlord. Attribute points, 350 billion. Space law, 90%, large mastery of dimensional space profound. Gravity Law, 90%, Gravity Profound Large Mastery. Repulsion Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Profound Meaning of Repulsion. Destruction Law, 7%, Perfection of the Shattering Profound. Fire Law, 1%, Perfection of Incinerating Fire Profound. Law of Water, 1%, Rainstorm Profound Perfection. Soul Law, 1%, Perfected 9 Levels of Hell Profound. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Perfected First Level. Soul Armor, Level 3 Perfection. Metal Devouring Divine Body, Level 3 Top Class. The information on the attribute board changed drastically. His strength level was still at the 9th level World Overlord realm, but he had cultivated 3 laws and reached the 9th level World Overlord realm. It was commonly known as a transcendent World Overlord who had obtained the recognition of 3 nomological origins. With his current strength, even 109th level World Overlords would not be his match. The many Gravity Law Profound and Repulsion Law Profound that he had comprehended over the years had all fused into the most basic Gravity Law Profound and Profound Meaning of Repulsion. Apart from that, even though he had not deliberately cultivated profounds like Incinerating Fire, Rainstorm, and 9 Levels of Hell all these years, as his strength continued to rise and his understanding of the laws of the universe deepened, the above 3 profounds naturally advanced to the perfected realm. The comprehension of the laws of fire, law of water, and soul law also rose to 1%. This breakthrough has increased my strength far more than I imagined. My strength has increased by more than 10 times. It's just that I've consumed a little too many attribute points. In order to fuse all the core profounds of the law of gravity and the law of repulsion, I've almost exhausted all the attribute points I've accumulated. However, it's worth it for my strength to increase by so much. Chu Zhou said calmly and stood up. At this moment, dozens of soul slaves suddenly found him and pounced on him. Chu Zhou looked at the group of soul slaves expressionlessly. He calmly stretched out a palm and raised it with his palm facing outwards. A black hole instantly appeared on his palm. It was not big, only the size of a baby's fist. However, the gravitational force emitted by this black hole was much more terrifying than any black hole Chu Zhou had summoned in the past. It could even be 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying. The moment the black hole appeared, the surrounding space instantly distorted and shattered with a crack. The surrounding light was also devoured, turning into darkness. All the attacks launched by the dozens of soul slaves on Chu Zhou fell into the black hole and disappeared silently. In addition, the dozens of soul slaves couldn't stop their bodies from flying uncontrollably towards the black hole. Moreover, their bodies became smaller and smaller in the distorted space. In the end, they became as small as ants and flew into the black hole like dozens of ants. Attribute points, 30,350 billion, plus 30 trillion. When Chu Zhou saw that his attribute points had increased by 30 trillion, not only was he not happy, he even frowned. This was because the increase was less than he had expected. Normally speaking, one can obtain 10 trillion attribute points by devouring a world overlord. Just now, I roughly devoured 30 world overlords, so I should have obtained about 300 trillion attribute points, but in fact, it only increased by 30 trillion. It's only about 1/10 of a normal world overlord that has been devoured. It seems that these soul slaves are abnormal. The vitality and soul origin in their bodies have been severely lost. However, there are enough soul slaves here. If I devour all of them, I should be able to make up for the attribute points I used to level up just now. I might even be able to earn some money. Chu Zhou muttered to himself as he soared into the sky and flew quickly along the surface of the Black Mountain. This time, he did not plan to deliberately avoid the soul slaves that were roaming around. He leisurely collected a soulless stone while refining it. At the same time, if he was attacked by a soul slave, he would directly devour it. Now that his strength had increased by more than 10 times, the soul slaves in the Black Mountain could no longer do anything to him. Instead, they had become his snacks. Another 5 days passed, during which he had harvested nearly 40,000 soul stones. He had refined all 40,000 soul stones. His soul source had also increased by 4 times. In other words, his current soul origin was 5 times that of other world overlords. I didn't expect the cultivation conditions for the 4th level of soul armor to be so high. Even if my soul origin is 5 times that of other world overlords, I still can't condense the 4th level of soul armor. It seems that the realms above the 4th level of the soul armor correspond to the realms above the Universe Lord level. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and checked his attribute points. Attribute points, 2,803,500,000,000, plus 250 billion. In the past 5 days, he had devoured another 5 to 6 waves of soul slaves. His attribute points had increased by another 250 trillion. This was less than Chu Zhou had expected. Yes. Chu Zhou realized that the number of soul slaves that appeared beside him seemed to have decreased. On the 5th day, he did not discover a single soul slave. This made him very unhappy. It wasn't easy for him to become stronger and become able to treat the soul slaves as snacks. However, those soul slaves had disappeared. How infuriating! He thought that he could at least harvest soul slaves and obtain at least 1,000 trillion attribute points. In that case, he would have made up for all the attribute points he had used to level up. In the end, the other party disappeared after harvesting only 280 trillion attribute points. This made him very depressed. Previously, there were so many soul slaves surrounding me, but they seemed to be everywhere. Now that I've become a little stronger, I actually disappeared one after another. The mastermind behind these soul slaves is dying so quickly. What a thin dog! Chu Zhou complained and continued to collect soul stones crazily. He discovered that the higher he went in the Black Mountain, the higher the probability of a soul stone appearing. Of course, the higher they went, the thicker the strange grey fog that filled the mountain became, and the greater the danger. However, now that Chu Zhou's strength had increased greatly, be it his strength or his soul origin, they had greatly increased. Gradually, he was less afraid of the strange grey fog. He barged all the way to the top of the mountain, scattering the strange grey fog floating on the mountain. The mysterious power that surged out of the strange grey fog did not affect him at all. Suddenly, a black storm that blotted out the sky whistled towards Chu Zhou. Chaos, madness, rage, and other negative thoughts instantly rushed into Chu Zhou's mind. Like a raging sea, they constantly washed over Chu Zhou's soul. Is this the soul storm? It's so strange and powerful. If not for the fact that my soul origin is strong enough and I have 3 layers of soul armor, I'm afraid that once I fall into this soul storm, I'll be seriously injured even if I don't die. Chu Zhou felt the waves of negative thoughts and soul power washing over his soul like a raging sea. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Seeing that the waves of negative thoughts and soul power could not break through the defense of the 3 layers of soul armor, he was relieved. He rushed into the black storm without any scruples and flew leisurely in it, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. On the other side of the black storm, Shimo, Rambo, Longjiu, Aituoer, Safi, and the others collapsed to the ground. All of their faces were as pale as paper. At this moment, they all held soul stones in their hands and refined them crazily. They had just been baptized by the soul storm. Even though no one had died, their souls had also been severely injured. Therefore, they had taken out the soul stones that they had obtained with great difficulty to refine and use the boundless soul power inside to repair their injured souls. Half a day later, they all opened their eyes. Damn it, I've obtained about 5,000 to 6,000 soul stones in the past few days. If nothing unexpected happens, I can gather 10,000 soul stones before the 10 days are up and leave this damn Black Mountain mystic realm. However, the soul storms in the Black Mountain mystic realm appear too frequently. Every time my soul is severely injured, I have to refine a large number of soul stones to repair it. At this point, I don't even have 2,000 soul stones left. Aituoer said with a gloomy face. Blue liquid was circulating crazily in his translucent skin, emitting a strong chill. Shimo, Rambo, Longjiu, and Safi all had ugly expressions. Their situation was similar to Aituoer's. They had all encountered soul storms. If one was lucky, they would only encounter it once. Those who were unlucky would encounter it twice or even thrice. They could not bear to refine the soul stones and enhance their soul origin before they gathered 10,000 soul stones. Unlike Chu Zhou, who had the soul armor to protect his soul. As a result, their souls were severely injured after the soul storm. In order to repair their souls, they had to refine a large number of soul stones that they had painstakingly collected. This caused the number of soul stones in their hands to decrease greatly. It was far from reaching 10,000, and they could not reach the standard to complete the assessment. Hence, their expressions were extremely ugly. This King of Adventurers assessment is too difficult, Shimo said with emotion. If not for those soul slaves suddenly disappearing for some reason. I'm afraid we would be in even more danger. Who knows, there might not even be many of us left now. We were lucky to survive until now. However, we probably don't even have 10,000 soul stones on us. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to complete the mission. Lan Jiu also said calmly. This damn place is too dangerous. I really want to leave this place immediately. Unfortunately, I don't have enough soul stones on me. Rambo suddenly stopped as he spoke. In the next moment, the gazes of the five of them seemed to have become a little strange. One person's soul stone was indeed not enough. However, what if all the soul stones on everyone at the scene were added together? Just as the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became strange, Shimo and the others suddenly looked at the black storm several kilometers away. He saw a figure walking out leisurely step by step, as if he was taking a stroll in the garden after dinner. He could not see the effect of the soul storm on him at all. Upon seeing this scene, Shimo and the others were shocked. Chapter 614, Invincible. 1. How? How is this possible? How can he not be affected? Seeing the figure strolling leisurely in the black storm, Shimo, Rambo, Lan Jiu, Ai Safi, and the others were all shocked and in disbelief. They had all experienced soul storms before, so they knew how terrifying soul storms were. Even a transcendent world overlord would find it difficult to resist the impact of the endless chaos, madness, rage, and other negative thoughts. If they hadn't refined the soul stones to repair their souls, they would have died long ago. Now that they saw someone ignore the effects of the soul storm, they found it hard to accept. Chu Zhou. Rambo's gaze turned cold when he saw the figure walking out of the black storm. 5 days ago, he and Hiyu were chased by a large group of soul slaves and met Chu Zhou. They wanted to ask Chu Zhou for help, but who knew that Chu Zhou would only take a glance at them before turning around and leaving at lightning speed, leaving them with no way to ask for help. At that moment, he hated Chu Zhou. For many things, it was one's duty not to help others, but it was one's kindness to help. However, some people did not think so. When they encountered trouble, if others did not help them, they would hate them. They would not even consider the huge price that others might pay if they chose to help them. They would only think that if you don't help me, you're my enemy and find an opportunity to take revenge. They would only think that if you don't help me, you're my enemy and find an opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, he had wanted to drag Chu Zhou into the water and let him be the scapegoat while he found an opportunity to escape. At this moment, Rambo's gaze turned and he suddenly clicked his tongue. This Chu Zhou is really impressive. He's actually completely unaffected by the soul storm. All the soul stones he obtained are left. Now, he must be the one with the most soul stones among us. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be the first among us to collect 10,000 soul stones. And he will probably be the final winner of this King of Adventurers assessment. Rambo's words rang in Shimo, Lan Jiu, Ai and Safi's ears. Shimo, Lan Jiu, Ai and Safi's expressions changed slightly, and their gazes seemed to become profound. Ha ha ha, friendship comes first, and the assessment comes second. Survival is the most important thing. If we are still alive after this assessment ends, that will be a real blessing. As for who passes the assessment, that will depend on their luck. Shimo suddenly laughed heartily, his face full of sunshine. Hehe, is that so? If you only want to live, it doesn't seem to be difficult. Although the strange foggy sea surrounding the Black Mountain is very dangerous. But every once in a while, a passageway will appear. It's not difficult to leave. Brother Shimo, if you think that staying alive is the most important, you can actually leave the Black Mountain mystic realm now. Rambo looked at Shimo mockingly, his pale yellow lizard eyes revealing a hint of gloominess. Shimo was slightly stunned before he smiled. The most important thing is participation. Since I'm already here, I don't want to be a deserter. No matter what the outcome is, I'll definitely stay until the end of the assessment. Lan Jiu, Ai and Safi did not speak. No one knew what they were thinking. At this moment, Chu Zhou also saw Shimo and the others. He quickly flew in front of them. You guys are here too, he said calmly. Shimo said, previously, we were chased by a large number of soul slaves and had no choice but to escape towards the top of the mountain. After that, we met and joined forces to deal with those soul slaves. However, for some reason, those soul slaves suddenly disappeared. Hearing Shimo's explanation, Chu Zhou fell into deep thought. At this moment, Rambo suddenly said in a strange tone, "Chu Zhou, I see that you're completely unaffected by the soul storm. Then, all the soul stones in your hand must be left, right? Ahem, if you don't mind, can you tell me how far you are from 10,000 soul stones? I don't have any other intentions. I just want to know the difference in the number of soul stones I have with you. If the difference is too great, I will give up so that I don't waste my effort." As soon as Rambo finished speaking, Shimo, Longjaiu, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others looked at Chu Zhou in unison. Chu Zhou stared into Rambo's eyes like a knife. "What if I mind?" If you mind, you don't have to say it. This is your privacy after all." Rambo smiled awkwardly, as if he felt a little embarrassed. "Rambo, you shouldn't have asked about this. Is such a thing something that can be said?" Shimo reprimanded Rambo with a displeased expression. Then, he smiled and said to Chu Zhou, "Brother Chu, Rambo is a straightforward person and can't tell the severity of the matter. Don't bicker with him. We're all in danger, and we're still working together." Chu Zhou looked deeply at Shimo and then at Rambo indifferently. He had already sentenced Rambo to death in his heart. Longjaiu, Ai Tuoer, and Safi didn't say anything. They only looked at Chu Zhou a few times. Chu Zhou sneered in his heart. If these people dared to attack him, they had the wrong idea. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong sonic boom came from ahead. Chu Zhou and the others thought that another crisis had appeared. They were slightly shocked and immediately looked in the direction of the sonic boom. Then, everyone's pupils dilated slightly. There was actually a small mountain of soul stones that was 5 to 6 meters tall flying towards them at high speed. Chapter 615, Invincible. 2. This is actually a small mountain of soul stones. If I can obtain this small mountain of soul stones, I can complete the assessment quest directly. Everyone swallowed hard. The next moment, everyone rushed towards the small mountain of soul stones. "Chu Zhou, you have enough soul stones. Why don't you leave this small mountain of soul stones to us?" Suddenly, a yellowish-brown whip appeared in Rambo's hand. He whipped it fiercely at Chu Zhou. The whip turned into a shadow and carried a terrifying soul fluctuation, as if it could tear a person's soul apart. Almost at the same time, Longjaiu, Ai Tuoer, and Safi also attacked Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou had enough soul stones. They did not want Chu Zhou to continue obtaining soul stones. Longjaiu's 3 beautiful and exquisite faces opened their cherry lips at the same time, emitting 3 extremely sharp and terrifying sound waves. Under her precise crowd control, the sound wave turned into 3 terrifying spiral ripples that attacked Chu Zhou. Wherever the 3 spiral ripples passed, the void was annihilated inch by inch. It was extremely terrifying. Ai Tuoer grabbed the air with his right hand. The mysterious blue liquid flowing in his body immediately flowed out of his arm and condensed into a blue-golden ancient spear in his right hand. The blue-golden ancient spear emitted traces of extreme coldness, as if it could freeze the myriad worlds. With a swish, Ai Tuoer waved the blue-gold ancient spear. The blue-gold ancient spear pierced through the void and shot towards Chu Zhou. At the same time, Safi's blue hair danced wildly. A suffocating aura emanated from her body. The blue moon mark on her glabella flew out and transformed into a vast blue moon that crushed towards Chu Zhou. "Hey, hey, hey! Didn't we agree to be united? Why are they fighting?" Shimo saw Rambo, Longjaiu, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others suddenly attacked Chu Zhou. They seemed to be very anxious and persuaded everyone to stop. "Isn't it good to live well? Why do you have a death wish?" Chu Zhou only smiled coldly facing the attacks of the 4 of them. He casually grabbed Rambo's whip and shook it. A raging energy spread along the whip to Rambo's arm. It shattered Rambo's arm into a blood mist with a bang. Then, he casually slapped again, shattering a large area of space. He also shattered Longjaiu's sound wave and Safi's blue moon. He even sent Ai Tuoer's blue-gold ancient spear flying. "What?" Rambo and the other 3 immediately gasped when they saw it, immediately realizing that Chu Zhou's strength far exceeded theirs. Could it be that not long ago, he was the one who obtained the approval of the 3 origin laws? In an instant, they recalled the two nomological torrent that had appeared in the Black Mountain mystic realm not long ago and confirmed that Chu Zhou was the person who had obtained the recognition of the three nomological origins. Escape. After realizing that they were not Chu Zhou's match, Rambo, Longjaiu, Aituoer, Safi, and the other four people who had just attacked Chu Zhou chose to escape without hesitation. This was what they had learned after countless battles. When encountering an opponent they could not defeat, they had to escape immediately if they wanted to survive. Moreover, sometimes, they didn't need to escape very quickly. They just needed to escape faster than the other escapees. Seeing the four of them escape decisively, Chu Zhou only smiled coldly and instantly teleported in front of Rambo. You dare to plot against me? It won't be enough for you even if you have 10 lives. Chu Zhou smiled coldly and pressed his palm down. In his palm, 3 types of law of force circulated. No. Rambo was horrified and did not dare to hold back. All the power in his body erupted like a volcano. However, it was all in vain. Rambo was slapped into minced meat by Chu Zhou. A black hole appeared in Chu Zhou's palm and completely devoured the meat paste that Rambo had turned into. Chu Zhou seemed to have killed a mosquito. He summoned a stream of water from the void and washed his hands before looking at the others. At this moment, Longjaiu, who was fleeing, coincidentally encountered the small mountain of soul stones that was flying over. She opened her world in ecstasy and stored the small mountain of soul stones. However, just as she put away the small mountain of soul stones, her expression froze. He didn't know when Shimo had appeared behind her, but a palm had pierced through her back. Shimo, you, Longjaiu turned around with difficulty and looked at Shimo angrily. Longjaiu, we agreed to be united. This small mountain of soul stones is too heavy. I'm worried that you won't be able to carry it. Let me carry it for you. Shimo said with a smile, his face full of sunshine. Longjaiu stared fixedly at Shimo, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Shimo was very fast. He quickly took out the small mountain of soul stones from Longjaiu's world and stored them in his own world. Then, he turned into a golden light and rushed towards a passage in the strange grey fog not far away at lightning speed, preparing to enter the passage and leave the Black Mountain mystic realm. As long as he successfully left the Black Mountain mystic realm, not only could he successfully pass the assessment and become the king of adventurers. Furthermore, the small mountain of soul stones was a shocking amount of cultivation resources. It was enough to strengthen his soul origin to an astonishing level. Damn it, Shimo actually ambushed Longjaiu and killed her. He even took away the soul stone. When Aituoer and Safi, who were fleeing, saw the scene just now, they were furious and inexplicably felt a chill. Shimo was too deceptive. Chu Zhou's expression was very calm without any ripples. Soon. When Shimo saw that he was getting closer and closer to the passageway and was only about a meter away, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Shimo had the last laugh in this King of Adventurers assessment. However, at this moment, he was shocked to discover that he, who was originally only a meter away from the passageway, was strangely getting further and further away. Soon, he realized that his body was retreating. Not only his body, but even the space around him seemed to be retreating. Then, he realized that it wasn't just him. Aituoer and Safi, who were escaping, were also retreating. When Shimo turned to look at Chu Zhou, he finally realized the reason. At some point in time, Chu Zhou pressed a palm into the void, and a terrifying black hole appeared in his palm. A terrifying devouring power came from the black hole. Under the effect of the devouring power, the surrounding space found a huge distortion. It was like water flowing into the black hole. The three of them and Longjaiu's corpse flowed towards the black hole under the influence of a terrifying gravitational force. Under the effect of the distorted space, their bodies seemed to become smaller and smaller, like small ants. From their point of view, the black hole that was originally the size of a baby's fist had become incomparably huge at this moment, as if it was about to devour the entire universe. Shock, panic, fear, and other emotions instantly surged into Shimo, Aituoer, and Safi's hearts. No, Shimo begged for mercy in fear. Chu Zhou, spare my life. I'll immediately hand over the Soul Stone Mountain and all the treasures on me to you. Chu Zhou, I'm the royal ancestor of the Northern Ice Empire. You can't kill me. Aituoer shouted. Chu Zhou, I'll serve you from now on as long as you spare me, Safi hurriedly said. However, no matter how Shimo, Ai Tuoer, Safi, and the others begged for mercy, Chu Zhou remained expressionless. Soon, Shimo and the others, who had become like sesame seeds, flew into the black hole in Chu Zhou's palm and were completely devoured by it. As for all the treasures on Shimo and the others, he also transferred them into his own world. Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this? I just want to quietly participate in this assessment, but you just have to force me to use force. Chu Zhou sighed disconsolately and counted the spoils of war he had obtained after devouring Shimo and the others. Chapter 616, 10 times the amount of soul origin. Attribute points, 3,203,500,000,000, plus 40 trillion. After devouring Shimo and the others, his attribute points increased by 40 trillion. Chu Zhou looked at the treasure he had just obtained from Shimo and the others. Without a doubt, the biggest gain was the small mountain of soul stones. Other than the small mountain of soul stones, he also obtained a total of 12,000 soul stones from Shimo and the others. In addition, he obtained a special weapon made from a golden horn from Shimo. The surface of this golden horn was engraved with many universe engravings, and it emitted an incomparably sharp aura. According to the memories he obtained when he devoured Shimo, this golden horn was a C9 rank weapon. It was also a legacy treasure of Shimo's family. It was refined from the golden horns left behind by many World Overlord realm ancestors of the Shimo family after they died. It contained the power of the metal law. Not only was it extremely hard, but it was also extremely sharp. When a transcendent World Overlord activated the golden horn with all his might, he could directly penetrate the star. Its power was much greater than conventional C9 rank weapons. He obtained a light green whip from Rambo. This whip was also a C9 rank weapon called the soul-splitting whip. At the same time, it had the effect of both physical and soul attacks. The soul-splitting whip was a common weapon that world overlords who were proficient in the soul law liked to use. From Longyu's corpse, he obtained a snake-shaped sword with 9 holes. This sharp sword was called the 9 Sounds Sword. It was also a C9 grade weapon. Not only was it extremely sharp, but it also carried 9 different frequency sound wave attacks when attacking. The power of the 9 Sounds Sword was extraordinary, and it had very high requirements for the materials and refining techniques. In the universe, the price of the 9 Sounds Sword was several times that of a conventional C9 weapon. He obtained a blue golden ancient spear from Ai Tuoer. According to the memories obtained from devouring Ai Tuoer, the blue gold ancient spear was the inheritance treasure of the Northern Ice Empire. The blue gold ancient spear could be gathered and dispersed at will. Other than its normal form, it could also be liquidized and fused into the body of a living being. Most importantly, the blue golden spear contained a trace of extreme coldness. Once the extreme coldness completely erupted, it could instantly freeze more than 10 planets. Its power far exceeded that of C9 weapons. This blue gold ancient spear was obtained by a distant ancestor of the Northern Ice Empire from a cosmic ruin. The exact level was unknown. The royal family of the Northern Ice Empire guessed that even if this blue golden ancient spear was not a B-rank weapon, a venerable weapon, it probably had the power of a B-rank weapon. Therefore, he had always treated this blue gold ancient spear as the inheritance treasure of the Northern Ice Empire. Ai Tuoer was the current transcendent world overlord ancestor of the Northern Ice Empire, so he could bring the blue gold ancient spear with him. And now, this ancient blue gold spear was surnamed Chu. Chu Zhou also obtained a blue moon-shaped jade pendant from Safi. This was also a C9 weapon named Blue Moon. It was refined using an extremely precious blue moon stone from the Blue Moon Empire. When activated, it could transform into a majestic blue moon that crushed the enemy. Without a doubt, among the 5 weapons Gold Horn, Soul-Splitting Whip, 9 Sounds Sword, Blue Gold Ancient Spear, and Blue Moon, the Blue Gold Ancient Spear was the most powerful and precious. Other than the 5 weapons mentioned above, Chu Zhou also obtained 5 C9 origin power battle suits from Shimo and the others. In addition, there were other miscellaneous treasures. My saber is just an ordinary C9 rank weapon. It doesn't increase my combat power much. I can use the blue gold ancient spear to replace it. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He immediately erased the spirit imprint that Ai Tuoer had imprinted on the blue gold ancient spear and imprinted his spirit imprint on it. In the next moment, with a thought, the blue golden ancient spear turned into a cold blue liquid and fused into his body. After the blue-golden ancient spear fused into his body, Chu Zhou immediately realized that the liquidized blue-golden ancient spear had actually increased his body's defense by a lot. Moreover, the coldness emitted by the blue-golden ancient spear was also constantly tempering the countless cells in his body, making his cells continuously strengthen. Even though this enhancement was very small, almost negligible. If it was extended for a long time, the effect would not be small. This blue-golden ancient spear is indeed much stronger than ordinary C9 weapons. Chu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. As for the weapons such as the Golden Horn, the Nine Sounds Sword, the Soul-Splitting Whip, and the Blue Moon, he also branded them with his spirit. He might not necessarily need these weapons, but it was better to be prepared. After doing all this, Chu Zhou immediately took out the soul stones he had obtained from Shi Mo and the others and began to devour and refine them. As for the soul stones he originally had, other than the 10,000 that he had reserved, he had already refined the rest. 1. 2. 12,000. Soon, he refined all 12,000 soul stones that he had obtained from Shi Mo and the others. A heavy and majestic soul pressure emanated from his body, causing ripples to appear in the void. 7 times my soul origin. My current soul origin is 7 times that of other world overlords. Continue. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and took out the small mountain of soul stones. He pressed a hand on the small mountain of soul stones and began to devour and refine them. In an instant, the small mountain of soul stones began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a vast and pure soul power surged into Chu Zhou's soul. Chu Zhou's soul was originally just a faint hazy phantom that was like smoke and fog, but under the injection of a large amount of pure soul power, the soul that was like smoke and fog began to turn into liquid and material. A moment later, a miniature version of him appeared in Chu Zhou's soul space. At this moment, his soul seemed to have broken through some invisible shackles and advanced to a new level. A vast and heavy pressure erupted from his soul. At this moment, the space-time around him seemed to have stopped. Even the laws of the universe in this area seemed to be malfunctioning. 10 times the soul origin. Chu Zhou stood up in surprise. At this moment, his soul origin was 10 times that of other world overlords. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the invisible shackles that had been restricting him from condensing the 4th level of the soul armor had disappeared. 10 times soul origin. Could it be that my soul has already reached the level of a universe lord? Chu Zhou thought about it in confusion. He did not know the truth for the time being. However, he condensed the 4th level of soul armor according to the secret technique of soul armor without hesitation. He had long comprehended the mysteries of the 4th level of the soul armor. It was only because his soul origin was not up to standard that he could not condense it. Now that his soul origin had reached the standard, it was extremely smooth for him to condense the 4th level of the soul armor. About half an hour later, the 4th level of the soul armor was successfully condensed. What a pity! The small mountain of soul stones is gone just like that, Chu Zhou sighed with pity. The later stages of the soul origin, the harder it was to increase, and the more soul stones needed to be consumed. Just now, when his soul source increased by 10 times, the 5 to 6 meter tall soul stone mountain was completely devoured by him. Still, it was all worth it. Chu Zhou could clearly sense that 10 times the soul origin was a qualitative change in the soul level. He now felt that he did not need to use any laws or ultimate techniques. He could rely on his tenfold soul origin to violently destroy the soul of a world overlord. This power that originated from his soul made him a little addicted. I need more soul stones. If my soul origin is increased by 100 times, will my strength be comparable to a universe lord? With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou suddenly felt a sense of pride. He planned to spend the last 3 feet of his time on the Black Mountain to collect as many soul stones as possible. He immediately took action and crazily collected soul stones in the Black Mountain. In the depths of the Black Mountain, a blurry afterimage was also watching Chu Zhou. Not only has this person obtained the recognition of 3 nomological origins, but his soul origin is also 10 times that of other world overlords. Perhaps he's the target I'm looking for. The afterimage muttered to itself. Beside this afterimage were densely packed soul slaves. Chapter 617, Soul Race Life Form. Chu Zhou crazily collected soul stones in the Black Mountain mystic realm. He had the strength to scrape the ground and pluck RHE feathers of a goose. Suddenly, a large amount of strange grey fog surged towards Chu Zhou. The surging grey fog seemed to be manipulated from behind RHE scenes. It surrounded Chu Zhou from all directions, leaving him nowhere to hide. There were also dense soul slaves that walked out of the grey fog and surrounded Chu Zhou. Is the person who secretly controlled the soul slave about to appear? Chu Zhou stopped and watched this scene calmly. You're quite calm. A cold voice came from the grey fog. Then, Chu Zhou saw a figure emitting a milky white light. This figure seemed to be formed from a ball of white light. It had all 4 limbs, but there was no flesh or facial features. Furthermore, the light emitted by that figure was also very strange. The light was not resplendent. Instead, it was very gentle. However, it was capable of illuminating the depths of one's soul. At this moment, Chu Zhou felt that his soul space was illuminated by the other party's light. Chu Zhou's pupils constricted the moment he saw the other party. The other party gave him the feeling that it was a foreign life form that was different from humans. At this moment, information about many races in the universe immediately appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. An origin life form. Chu Zhou stared fixedly at the figure. In the universe, the 6 peak races were human, insect, automaton, mana, crystal, and origin. Among them, humans and insects were flesh and blood life forms. The automaton race was a sentient life form. The mana race was a plant life form. Crystals were rock life forms. The origin was an energy life form. The body of the living being in front of him was clearly made of pure energy, which matched the characteristics of an energy life form. Therefore, Chu Zhou determined that the other party was an energy life form. According to the division of the human race, I do belong to RHE source race. To be precise, I belong to the soul race of the source race. The white light figure said very calmly. The soul race. Chu Zhou frowned and asked Deep Blue to immediately find information about the soul race in the database in his mind. Deep Blue quickly found information about the soul race among the countless materials, but there wasn't much information. There was only a short paragraph. The soul race is a type of life form of the source race. They are usually born in the gathering place of a large number of souls, or the burial place of some experts. Or they were born from the souls of the previous soul race when they died. The soul race has strange abilities and is proficient in various soul techniques. It was a simple explanation of where the soul race belonged, how they were born, and the characteristics of their abilities. Even though there was not much information, Chu Zhou was vigilant. The soul race was a strange life form born from soul energy. It was obvious that it was closely related to the soul. Such a life form was definitely not simple. Especially since the other party seemed to be controlling many powerful soul slaves. Such a character could not be overestimated. The soul slaves in the Black Mountain were all created by you? Chu Zhou continued to ask. That's right. The white light figure nodded and said very honestly, in any case, they all died in the Black Mountain. Instead of wasting it for nothing, it's better to use the trash. I used some methods to control their bodies and turn them into soul slaves. Unfortunately, my strength is still not enough. I can't retain 100% of their strength from when they were alive. I can only retain a portion. Chu Zhou did not expect the other party to be so honest. However, the more honest the other party was, the higher the risk. Generally speaking, when a person faced an enemy, they would only be honest with the enemy when they felt that the enemy would definitely die and that there was no chance of turning the tables. There are so many soul slaves in the Black Mountain mystic realm. Moreover, some of them are probably from an ancient era. In that case, you should have been in the Black Mountain mystic realm for an extremely long time. However, it seems that even the staff of the Universe Adventurer Alliance doesn't know of your existence. This means that you've been hiding in the dark all this time and never appeared. Why did you suddenly come out to see me today? Chu Zhou asked curiously. No reason. It's because of you. The white figure said. Even though the white figure had no facial features, Chu Zhou could clearly sense 2 gazes landing on him at this moment. Because of me? Chu Zhou frowned. Our soul race is born from abundant soul energy. Our intelligence, logical thinking, spirituality, and so on are far superior to other living beings. It can be said that we are born powerful. It is far easier for us to comprehend RHE rules of the universe than other living beings. If the difficulty of other living beings comprehending the rules of the universe is 10, ours would be difficulty level 1. Therefore, our soul race can basically be said to be innate cultivation geniuses. However, Our soul race also has a fatal flaw. When it's born, if its soul is slightly incomplete or damaged, then its growth potential is destined to grow to the world overlord realm at most. In its entire life, no matter how hard it works, how long it cultivates, or how deep its accumulation is, it's impossible to advance to a universe lord. The white figure slowly explained. Chu Zhou listened attentively and was not impatient. This black mountain is the place where my father died. Before my father died, his soul was severely injured. He did his best to use his remaining soul power to nurture me. However, although he successfully nurtured me, his condition was too bad when he nurtured me, causing my soul to be incomplete. Chapter 618, Soul Race Life Form 2. That's right. Even though I inherited my father's legacy and have cultivated here for nearly 100 million years, I've also created and controlled many universe stage soul slaves. However, I've always been stuck at the world overlord realm and can't break through to the universe lord realm no matter what. I know that if I continue like this, I probably won't have any hope of becoming a universe lord for the rest of my life. Therefore, I've decided to use my race's secret technique to possess other living beings. Only then can I break free from my shackles and have a chance to become a universe lord. Ever since I made this decision, I've been looking for a target to possess for millions of years. Unfortunately, the world overlords who entered the Black Mountain mystic realm earlier didn't satisfy me. Until I met you this time. Perhaps the white figure had not interacted with anyone for too long, or perhaps his thoughts were extremely pure. He spoke of his origins, shortcomings, schemes, and so on without holding back. He wants to possess me? When Chu Zhou heard the white figure's plan, his pupils constricted slightly. You're so honest that you want to possess me. Is this really good? As Chu Zhou spoke, he suddenly attacked. His figure pounced at the white light figure like a bolt of lightning. The 5 fingers of his hands spread out, forming the shape of tiger claws. Like a ferocious tiger capturing a sheep, he grabbed fiercely at the white light figure. 2 baby-sized black holes appeared in his palms and an incomparably terrifying devouring power appeared. In an instant, the surrounding void was devoured by the 2 black holes. The distorted space flowed towards the 2 black holes like water. It's useless. The white figure said indifferently. At some point, a large number of soul slaves had already stood beside him and erupted with earth-shattering attacks at Chu Zhou. All the attacks were quickly devoured by the 2 black holes in Chu Zhou's palm. The soul slaves that attacked were also devoured by the 2 black holes. However, after Chu Zhou devoured the soul slaves that attacked, the white figure took the opportunity to retreat into the depths of the grey fog. Then, densely packed soul slaves attacked Chu Zhou from all directions like locusts. Facing so many world overlord soul slaves, including a large number of transcendent world overlord soul slaves, any transcendent world overlord would probably be afraid. However, Chu Zhou's expression was very calm. His entire body suddenly disappeared, turning into a human-shaped black hole. At this moment, the entire Black Mountain instantly turned pitch black. All the light inside was swallowed by the black hole. Black Mountain had truly become a true Black Mountain. There was not even a trace of light left. All the attacks that were blasted out were devoured by the human-shaped black hole. Dozens of soul slaves could not control their bodies and were swallowed. Then, the human-shaped black hole suddenly turned into a human-shaped white hole. An unimaginable wave of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the white hole. The originally pitch-black Black Mountain was instantly illuminated by endless light, as if extreme daylight had descended. At the same time, an unimaginable repulsive force swept through the entire Black Mountain like a tsunami. Many soul slaves exploded into pieces under the terrifying repulsive force. Even if some of the soul slaves didn't explode, they were still blasted into the depths of the grey fog like meteors. Such strength is too powerful. Even if I become a transcendent world overlord for more than 60 million years, I'm still inferior to you in terms of strength. Unfortunately, you're destined to be possessed by me today. When the white figure saw the terrifying strength that Chu Zhou erupted with, not only was he not shocked and panicked, but he was also overjoyed. Only such a powerful creature is qualified to be the target of my possession. As the white figure spoke, he took out a dark gold book engraved with countless mysterious universe engravings. The moment the dark gold book appeared, an unimaginable pressure swept out and the entire Black Mountain mystic realm seemed to have suddenly frozen in time. The surging sea of grey fog suddenly came to a stop. Many of the howling black storms within the Black Mountain suddenly came to a halt. Even the soul slave, who was flying backward, suddenly stopped in midair. At this moment, Chu Zhou also felt an unimaginable pressure. Enveloped by this terrifying pressure, he realized that not only was he unable to move a single finger, but even his thoughts had almost stopped. In the outside world, the expressions of Wu Ke and the other staff members of the Adventurer Alliance changed at this moment. An extremely terrifying pressure descended. Like Chu Zhou, they found it difficult to move, and even their thoughts stopped. Damn it, what exactly happened in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm? How could such terrifying pressure spread out from the Black Mountain Mystic Realm? Wu Ke was shocked. In the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, a white figure walked towards Chu Zhou calmly with a dark gold book in his hand. In front of the Book of Souls left behind by my father, as long as you're not a Universe Lord, no matter what methods you have, it's useless. I've been observing you during this period of time. I know that you're proficient in the Dao of Devour. Not only can you devour the flesh and blood of living beings, but you can also devour souls. However, this is useless against me. The Book of Souls will make your body and soul unable to use any methods. Stop struggling in vain. Your body is mine. The white figure walked in front of Chu Zhou. Two eyes suddenly appeared on its featureless face and stared deeply at Chu Zhou. Then, he pressed a finger on Chu Zhou's glabella. It quickly turned into a beam of light and entered Chu Zhou's glabella. Chu Zhou watched helplessly as the white figure transformed into a ray of light and entered his body. However, he was unable to activate the black hole to devour the other party, nor could he use any other methods. It was as if it was really as the white light figure had said. No matter what methods he had now, he could not use them. He seemed to be destined to be possessed by the white figure. How rare! You actually condensed 4 layers of soul armor. Could it be that you've cultivated the legendary supreme technique soul armor? The white figure's surprised voice sounded in Chu Zhou's soul space. According to the information left behind by my father, soul armor is an ancient ultimate technique that has been lost for countless years. It was created by an ancient and mysterious supreme existence. This supreme technique is coveted not only by the universe lords and universe nobility of the myriad races in the universe, but also by the universe overlords who stand at the peak of the golden word of each race. For countless years, unknown cosmic giants have been searching for this absolute art, but no one has found it. This soul technique is very useful to other living beings, but it's even more useful to our soul race. My father also spent more than $1 million years searching for the whereabouts of this ultimate technique. Unfortunately, he never found any clues. I didn't expect you to get it. This is really great. Chu Zhou, right? I'm really grateful to you for leaving me such a huge gift. In the future, you will contribute to my stepping into the peak of the universe. The white figure entered Chu Zhou's soul space. When he saw the 4 layers of soul armor on Chu Zhou's soul body, he became extremely excited. Then, he prepared to activate the Book of Souls to crack the 4 layers of soul armor. Then, he would use the possession technique on Chu Zhou's soul and body. However, at this moment, Chu Zhou also heard the voice of the stats on the attribute board. Invasive energy bodies have been discovered. Do you want to convert them into attribute points? The voice from the attribute board was like rain to Chu Zhou. Convert. Chu Zhou immediately conveyed his orders to the attribute board. Chapter 619, Move the Whole Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 1. In Chu Zhou's consciousness space, a white figure was holding the Book of Souls and preparing to break through the soul armor on Chu Zhou's soul body. Then, he would use the possession secret technique on Chu Zhou. However, at this moment, a majestic and unfathomable force enveloped his figure. What's going on? The white light figure was instantly dumbfounded as he realized that he was completely imprisoned by an inexplicable force. Moreover, this mysterious force had cut off his connection with the Book of Souls, making it impossible for him to activate it. In the next moment, he discovered that this strange power was rapidly refining him. Moreover, he could not resist this refinement process at all. No! The white light figure cried out in fear. It tried its best to mobilize the power in its body to resist being refined. At the same time, he was frantically trying to contact the Book of Souls again, wanting to use the Book of Souls, a Universe Lord-level weapon, to escape his predicament. Unfortunately, no matter how he struggled or tried, it was useless. His body and soul were being rapidly refined. His body was melting like snow under the sun. At this moment, he recalled what he had said to Chu Zhou just now, telling him not to struggle in vain. How ironic! It seems like I'm the one struggling in vain now. Thinking of this, he mocked himself in his heart. He had waited for more than 60 million years and observed many world overlords who had entered the Black Mountain mystic realm. He had chosen Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou was hiding such a terrifying and strange power. By choosing to possess Chu Zhou, he was simply delivering himself to Chu Zhou. This was too ironic. A moment later, the white figure completely melted and disappeared. The moment the white light figure was completely refined by the attribute board, the terrifying pressure that suppressed Chu Zhou's body and soul instantly disappeared. He was free again. At the same time, in the Black Mountain secret realm, the grey fog sea and black storm that seemed to have stopped returned to normal. In the outside world, Yuka and the other Adventure Alliance staff had also regained their freedom. In the Black Mountain mystic realm, Chu Zhou heaved a long sigh of relief after regaining his freedom. This time, it's really dangerous. If that white light figure didn't choose to possess me but chose to kill me, I'm afraid I'd be dead by now. If not for the attribute board, I'm afraid I'll be possessed this time. Chu Zhou thought with lingering fears. In the attribute board, after devouring and transforming into the white figure, he obtained 10 trillion attribute points. However, this was not the greatest gain. The biggest gains were in two parts. Firstly, the Book of Souls. According to the memory obtained from the white figure, which was also MOA, this was a B6 weapon left behind by his father, Venerable Shadow, which was also a Universe Lord weapon. Secondly, it was MOA's memories. MOA's memories not only contained his own memories, but also the memories passed down to him by Venerable Shadow. Putting MOA's memories aside, the inherited memories left behind by Venerable Shadow were undoubtedly an immeasurable wealth. Deep Blue, immediately organize and categorize MOA's and Venerable Shadow's memories. MOA had lived for close to 100 million years, but Venerable Shadow had lived even longer. The amount of information contained in their memories was terrifying. If Chu Zhou were to sort it out himself, it would probably take him a year or two. He did not know if he could sort it out. Hence, he handed this complicated task directly to Deep Blue. Chu Zhou opened his eyes and took out the Book of Souls left behind by MOA. Is this the weapon of a Universe Lord? Holding the Book of Souls in his hand, he was so excited that his palm couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was his key to becoming a Universe Lord. In fact, in some foreign races, Universe Lords were regarded as actual gods. The World Overlord had a very high status in a starfield like the Blood Mountain Galaxy. He was a big shot standing at the top of the pyramid. A World Overlord could even create and destroy an elementary civilization at will. But, to the entire human race, World Overlords were not bad, but they could only be considered elite soldiers. Universe Lords were the real big shots among the humans. No matter which starfield, which universe country, or Universe Lord it was, they were all unquestionable big shots. In fact, Universe Lords were important figures with high statuses throughout the entire universe, regardless of race. Among humans, a Universe Lord could establish or control a cosmic country. The power of a Universe Lord was even more terrifying. No matter how many World Overlords joined forces, they were no match for a Universe Lord. It could be said that regardless of strength or status, Universe Lords were unreachable to World Overlords. The weapons used by Universe Lords were also extremely terrifying. They could destroy worlds and shatter galaxies. They were completely incomparable to World Overlord realm weapons. The price of B-rank weapons, Universe Lord weapons, was also unimaginably high. It was more than 1,000,000 times more expensive than C-rank weapons, World Overlord realm weapons. Moreover, if one was weaker than a Universe Lord or did not have a sufficient background, it would be difficult to buy B-rank weapons no matter how rich one was. Chu Zhou had definitely made a killing by obtaining a B-rank weapon like the Book of Souls. More importantly, he had obtained an ace in the hole, trump card. Chapter 620, Move the Whole Black Mountain Mystic Realm. 2. With this Book of Souls, not only will I have an additional trump card, I will also be much safer. Moreover, this Book of Souls is not only a weapon. It also records the various soul law profounds that Venerable Shadow has cultivated. I can quickly comprehend and master all kinds of soul law profound, and then comprehend the soul law with it. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and immediately began to erase the spirit imprint that Mo Wei had imprinted on the Book of Souls. Mo Wei was already dead, so it wasn't difficult to erase his mental imprint. Chu Zhou succeeded in just a few breaths. However, it was not so easy for Chu Zhou to brand his spirit imprint on the Book of Souls, a Universe Lord level weapon. Back then, Mo Wei could easily brand his spirit imprint on the Book of Souls because of Venerable Shadow's help before he died. Chu Zhou did not have this benefit. He tried again and again to imprint the spirit imprint on the Book of Souls. However, every time it was branded, it would immediately collapse. The Book of Souls was instinctively rejecting his power. For 2 consecutive days and 2 nights, Chu Zhou tried thousands of times and finally managed to leave a shallow spirit mark on the Book of Souls. It's too tiring. If it weren't for the fact that my soul origin is 10 times that of other world overlords, I'm afraid even this shallow spirit mark would be difficult to leave behind. Chu Zhou looked at the shallow spirit mark on the Book of Souls and a hint of relief appeared on his tired face. His shallow spirit imprint limited his control over the Book of Souls and prevented him from completely activating its true power, but no matter what, he had become the owner of the Book of Souls. The moment Chu Zhou became the owner of the Book of Souls, he immediately sensed the connection between the Book of Souls and the soul slaves in the Black Mountain mystic realm. There seemed to be invisible threads extending from the heads of the soul slaves, connecting to the Book of Souls. So, Mo Wei created and controlled these soul slaves through the Book of Souls. This discovery surprised Chu Zhou. Through his connection with the Book of Souls, he carefully calculated that the number of soul slaves controlled by the Book of Souls was close to 1,000. Among these nearly 1,000 soul slaves, there were 90 transcendent world overlords. There were 200 9th level world overlords. There were also more than 700 7th and 8th level world overlord soul slaves. Gasp, this force is probably enough for me to wipe out all the superpowers in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy. Chu Zhou gasped slightly. He did not expect to receive such a huge gift pack after obtaining the Book of Souls. With this power, there was no doubt that after he returned to the Coiling Dragon Manor, the Coiling Dragon Manor would immediately become the strongest power in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy. Even if the Blood Mountain Empire, the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, and all the other superpowers joined forces, together with the Crimson Moon Church, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Calm down, calm down. Even though nearly 1,000 soul slaves is a big gift bag, it's not the biggest gift bag. This Black Mountain Mystic Realm and the Soul Stones here are the biggest gift bags. Chu Zhou forced himself to calm down. Then, he carefully sensed the close connection between the Book of Souls and the entire Black Mountain Mystic Realm. After obtaining Mo Wei's memories, he already knew how the Soul Stone was born. After Venerable Shadow died, his remains, which contained a vast amount of soul power, merged into the Black Mountain. Soul power continued to settle in the Black Mountain and fused with the Black Mountain rocks. Only then did they form soul stones. As for the strange grey fog and soul storm, the composition was even more complicated. It was formed by the combination of negative thoughts, nomological power, origin power, and spatial power. All of these things formed the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. Chu Zhou did not care about all of this. What he cared about was the Soul Stone in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm and the Black Mountain Mystic Realm itself. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the Soul Stone. As for the Black Mountain Mystic Realm itself, it was also an excellent place for martial artists to temper themselves. It seems that Venerable Shadow's laws are still lingering in the Black Mountain Secret Realm. Venerable Shadow used to be the owner of the Book of Souls. Therefore, the Book of Souls is closely related to the Black Mountain Secret Realm. In that case, I wonder if I can use the connection between the Book of Souls and the Black Mountain Secret Realm to collect the entire Black Mountain Secret Realm into my world. In that case, not only can I obtain all the Soul Stones in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, but I can also obtain the entire Black Mountain Mystic Realm. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Entering a treasure ground like the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, it was not his character to not scrape the ground and pluck the feathers of wild geese. Not only did he want to scrape the ground, he also wanted to move it away. With this thought in mind, he immediately took action. Through the Book of Souls, he summoned all the soul slaves over. Then, he let all the soul slaves pour their power into the Book of Souls with him to activate the Book of Souls. Boom! Under the joint activation of Chu Zhou and all the soul slaves, the Book of Souls trembled slightly and erupted with a terrifying fluctuation. Chu Zhou also felt that the connection between the Book of Souls and the Black Mountain mystic realm had become much closer. This changed his expression drastically. Strip it immediately from the real world. He immediately used the Book of Souls to control the Black Mountain mystic realm to leave the real world and shrink. At the same time, he opened his own world. The Black Mountain mystic realm that had become smaller under crowd control entered his world bit by bit. Finally, the Black Mountain mystic realm completely descended in the center of Chu Zhou's world with a big bang. It returned to its normal size. Great, that's great. This way, the Black Mountain secret realm and the soul stones inside will completely belong to me. Chu Zhou looked at the Black Mountain mystic realm that had become a part of his world and a trace of excitement flashed across his eyes. Then, he arranged for all the soul slaves to be in the Black Mountain mystic realm. He would summon these soul slaves if there was a need. At this moment, Yuka and the others from the Adventurer Alliance looked at the Black Mountain mystic realm that had suddenly disappeared in front of them and were all dumbfounded. Damn it! What about the Black Mountain mystic realm expert that cut through the starry sky? Why did he suddenly disappear? What happened? Chapter 621, Being Fancied by a Big Boss. Who can tell me what's going on? It's just a King of Adventurers assessment. Why did the Black Mountain mystic realm disappear? Yuka looked at the empty void in front of him in confusion. The Black Mountain mystic realm that seemed to cut through the starry sky just disappeared in front of him. At this moment, Yuka was a little flustered. This Black Mountain mystic realm was different from the Crimson Moon world that Chu Zhou had entered back then. The Crimson Moon world was only used for the Adventurer assessment. The Crimson Moon world did not belong to the Universe Adventurer Alliance. However, because the Black Mountain mystic realm could produce precious cultivation resources like soul stones, it was occupied by the Universe Adventurer Alliance. It was an asset of the Universe Adventurer Alliance. Generally speaking, the Universe Adventurer Alliance would treat the Black Mountain mystic realm as the venue for the King of Adventurers assessment. However, sometimes, they would send some world overlords to enter to train and collect soul stones. Now, the entire Black Mountain mystic realm had suddenly disappeared. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for the Universe Adventurer Alliance. Yuka did not know how to explain this to the higher UPS. At this moment, Chu Zhou's figure appeared in front of Wu Ka. I'm still 1 day away from the 10-day deadline. This is 10,000 soul stones. I should have passed this assessment. With a thought, Chu Zhou took out 10,000 soul stones and placed them in front of the wizard card. Yuka did not ask how the others were doing. There was no need to ask this question because the result was obvious. However, the sudden disappearance of the Black Mountain mystic realm had yet to bring him back to his senses. His expression was a little stiff as he swept his divine sense over the pile of soul stones in front of him. It's indeed 10,000 soul stones. Moreover, the 10-day period hasn't passed yet. You've passed the assessment. From today onwards, you're a 7-star adventurer, or rather, the King of Adventurers. When Yuka announced that Chu Zhou had passed the assessment, the other staff members beside him quickly logged into the Mirror Universe network and uploaded Chu Zhou's assessment results to the database of the Universe Adventurer Alliance. This is your King of Adventurers medal. Yuka also took out a blood-red medal with 7 stars and handed it to Chu Zhou. He also took back Chu Zhou's original 6-star Adventurer medal. Is this the King of Adventurers medal? Chu Zhou calmly took the blood-colored medal and looked at it carefully. He realized that under the 7 stars, there were 3 universal languages engraved, King of Adventurers. He smiled and wore the King of Adventurers medal on his chest. Seeing Chu Zhou, who was wearing the King of Adventurers medal, a trace of respect flashed in the eyes of Yuka and the others. They knew very well how difficult it was to obtain the King of Adventurers medal. Take the Shaman card for example. He had been in charge of the King of Adventurers assessment no less than 30 times. But out of these 30 times, only Chu Zhou had successfully obtained the King of Adventurers medal. It had to be known that those who dared to apply for the King of Adventurers assessment were not ordinary people. They were basically the strongest transcendent world overlords in a certain star field. However, so many powerful transcendent world overlords participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, but only Chu Zhou succeeded. From this, it could be seen how valuable Chu Zhou was. Furthermore, Those who could become king of adventurers had a high chance of becoming universe lords in the future. Therefore, after Chu Zhou received the King of Adventurers medal, Wuka and the others' mentality towards him changed drastically. Chu Zhou, may I ask if you know why the Black Mountain Mystic Realm disappeared? Wuka asked. If he didn't figure out this problem, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease, nor would he be able to explain it to the higher UPS. Chu Zhou did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled and asked Wuka, Wuka, I remember that there's a rule in the adventurer assessment that all the treasures obtained by the adventurer during the assessment belong to the adventurer. I don't remember wrongly, right? That's right. Wuka nodded. There was indeed such a rule. That's good. Chu Zhou let out a long sigh. His face suddenly revealed an expression of a poor man has short ambitions. He said with a face full of sorrow, Wuka, you don't know. I'm poor. If I don't look at the Black Mountain Secret Realm, doesn't it seem to be worth some money? Therefore, I put away the Black Mountain Secret Realm. As you said earlier, this is in line with the rules. Therefore, I won't stand on ceremony. You also know that for a poor person like me, every bit of money I can earn is worth it. Upon hearing Chu Zhou's words, the expressions of Wuka and a few staff members of the Adventurer Alliance completely stiffened. They looked at Chu Zhou in a daze, as if they were fools. You're a transcendent world overlord. How dare you complain to them that you're poor? Which transcendent world overlord in the universe was truly poor? Lai could still earn a little more, and keep the Black Mountain Mystic Realm? At this moment, Wuka and the others really wanted to slap Chu Zhou's face. Since you're so thick-skinned, why don't you just ask for the entire universe? While Wuka and the others were cursing crazily in their hearts, they were also very shocked. They knew that there was a nomological power in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. It was not something a world overlord could take away. However, Chu Zhou did it. They couldn't imagine how Chu Zhou had done it. Wuka looked at Chu Zhou with a bitter smile after a long while. Chu Zhou, you participated in an assessment and directly moved the Black Mountain Mystic Realm away. I can't explain this to the higher UPS. What's there to explain? Just tell the higher UPS that I'm following the rules. I'm just taking away the treasures I obtained in the assessment. Chu Zhou smiled and patted Wuka's shoulder. He wanted him to spit out the fat meat that was already in his mouth. This was absolutely impossible. He did not care about the conflicted wizard card and flew straight back into the water droplet-shaped spaceship. Wuka and the others also followed him speechlessly. Then, they started the spaceship and flew towards the Blood Mountain Galaxy. After the spaceship was activated, he immediately reported the situation to the headquarters of the Universe Adventurer Alliance in the True Central region. True Central Universe, Imperial Capital, Universe Adventurer Alliance Headquarters. Venerable Qi Ya looked at the message sent by the people below with a strange expression. This Chu Zhou is quite interesting. He participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, but he even moved the assessment venue away. However, his foresight and luck aren't bad. The Black Mountain Secret Realm is the place where the original family's Venerable Shadow died. Not long ago, it contained the power of laws left behind by Venerable Shadow, as well as the Soul Stone formed after Venerable Shadow's soul power fused with the stone. In addition, there should be a weapon left behind by Venerable Shadow. Originally, the treasures in this Black Mountain Mystic Realm were prepared for the top geniuses of our Adventurer Alliance. I didn't expect Chu Zhou to benefit. Venerable Qi Ya muttered to himself as he tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. A moment later, he replied with a message. The content of the message was, since Chu Zhou's actions conform to our rules, there's no need to pay attention to him. After replying to the message, Venerable Qi Ya made another call. Help me investigate the situation of Chu Zhou from the Blood Mountain Galaxy's Coiling Dragon Manor. Send the information over as soon as possible. Soon, a detailed report on Chu Zhou was sent over. Chu Zhou, Earth's human, possessor of the spatial bloodline New Moon bloodline. He advanced to the Void Realm at the age of 19, the Star Realm at the age of 21, the Domain Realm at the age of 22, the World Overlord Realm at the age of 23, and the Transcendent World Overlord at the age of 33. He's 63 years old now. After this person stepped into the starry sky, he started from scratch. In just 40 years, he established the Coiling Dragon Manor, which stands at the top of the Blood Mountain Galaxy's many factions. This document was extremely detailed. Even Chu Zhou himself probably did not know it so clearly. Not only did it include Chu Zhou's various experiences during his rise in the Blood Mountain Galaxy, but it also included his experiences on Earth. Venerable Qi Ya looked at Chu Zhou's information seriously. The more he read, the more moved he became. This is a great talent. What a pity. Why did he join the Mirror Universe Corporation? How good would it be if he joined our Universe Adventurer Alliance? He said with heartache. If Chu Zhou was from the Universe Adventurer Alliance, he would definitely take him in as his personal disciple. Unfortunately, Chu Zhou was already a member of the Mirror Universe Corporation. He could only give up on this idea. There was a tacit understanding between the five giant forces of humanity, they would not poach each other's people, no matter how outstanding that person was. This was the tacit understanding that the five giants had formed over countless years. Of course, Qi Ya Venerable would not break the tacit understanding. He just felt that it was a pity. I wonder if that old fellow Tai Yi knows of Chu Zhou's existence? Forget it, I'll let him off easy. Let's remind him. Venerable Qi Ya muttered to himself as he picked up his communicator and dialed a number. Soon, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. On the virtual screen, there was a vast battlefield that looked like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A figure with two iron wings that covered the sky was sitting cross-legged on a mountain of corpses. Old Ghost Qi Ya, how did you find the time to contact me? The figure on the mountain of corpses suddenly opened a pair of blood-colored eyes. Tai Yi, your mouth is still as foul as ever. Venerable Qi Ya glared at the figure on the corpse mountain and said, on account of our many years of friendship, let me remind you of something. A great talent has appeared in your Mirror Universe Corporation's Blood Mountain Galaxy branch. His name is Chu Zhou, and he has just passed the King of Adventurers assessment. Tai Yi, if nothing goes wrong, this Chu Zhou will at least become a Universe Lord in the future. If you want to take him in as your disciple, take action as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if you take action late, he will be taken in as a disciple by the other supremacies in your Mirror Universe Corporation. With that, Venerable Qi Ya cut off the connection. In a certain vast battlefield, Tai Yi Venerable looked at the communication log that had just ended on his communicator and revealed a bitter smile. Old Ghost Qi Ya, do you think I don't know Chu Zhou's situation and don't want to take him in as my disciple? 2. It's just that it's a little late for me to know. The big shots above have taken a fancy to him. The Iron Wing Venerable muttered to himself with a pained expression. If he had known about Chu Zhou's situation earlier, he would have immediately headed to the Blood Mountain Galaxy to take Chu Zhou in as his disciple. Unfortunately, when he found out about Chu Zhou's situation, the big shots above also found out. They even took a fancy to Chu Zhou and instructed him to secretly keep an eye on him. This made him give up on his plan to take in a disciple. Chapter 622, Glorious Returns, Making History. Lord Qi Ya actually decided to let it go. In the water droplet-shaped spaceship, Wuka received Venerable Qi Ya's reply message. He was slightly stunned before he heaved a sigh of relief. Since Venerable Qi Ya had said that it was fine, he did not have to bear any responsibility. Then, he looked at Chu Zhou enviously and thought to himself that Chu Zhou was really lucky. He knew the value of the Black Mountain Mystic Realm very well. The soul stones inside were an immeasurable amount of wealth, not to mention that the Black Mountain Mystic Realm itself contained a portion of the power of laws. Its value was immeasurable. Chu Zhou had also been secretly paying attention to Wuka. He knew very well that Wuka would definitely report the matter of him taking away the Black Mountain Mystic Realm to the upper echelons of the Adventurer Alliance. The attitude of the upper echelons of the Adventurer Alliance determined whether he wanted to return the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. If the higher UPS of the Adventurer Alliance insisted that he return the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, then, even if he was unhappy, he could only return the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. After all, with his personal strength, he was far from being able to contend with the Universe Adventurer Alliance. Even if he became a Universe Lord or even a Universe Nobility, he still wouldn't be able to resist the Universe Adventurer Alliance. However, he was gambling. According to the rules set by the Universe Adventurer Alliance, all the treasures obtained by martial artists when they participated in the Adventurer Assessment would belong to the martial artist himself. Strictly speaking, the Black Mountain Mystic Realm was also a treasure he had obtained when he participated in the Adventurer Assessment. He was betting that the Universe Adventurer Alliance would abide by the rules he set. Seeing Wu Yuka's reaction after receiving the message, Chu Zhou was basically certain that he had made the right bet. Actually, thinking about it carefully, the Black Mountain Mystic Realm might be an invaluable treasure land for a world overlord like me, but it might not be very precious to a huge faction like the Universe Adventurer Alliance. Therefore, the Universe Adventurer Alliance doesn't have to break the rules they set for the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. Chu Zhou thought to himself and completely relaxed. A month later, the droplet-shaped spaceship returned to the Golden Flame Star again. It landed in the square of the Golden Flame Star branch of the Universe Adventurer Alliance and put Chu Zhou down. Chu Zhou, if you need my help in the future, feel free to contact me. By the way, I've been living in the capital of the True Central Universe country for a long time. When you get there in the future, you must contact me. I'll treat you to a meal. Wu Yuka stood at the edge of the spaceship's cabin door and waved at Chu Zhou with a smile. Chu Zhou raised his hand in response and smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. In the future, I'll definitely contact you if I need your help. If I head to the capital of the True Central Universe, I'll definitely let you treat me. Ha ha ha, I'll wait for you. Wu Yuka smiled as he closed the cabin door of the spaceship and left in the spaceship. Chu Zhou had just bid farewell to the wizard card when a familiar figure rushed over in a hurry. It was the person in charge of the Golden Flame Star branch of the Adventurer Alliance, Bagger. Bagger stared at the King of Adventurers medal on Chu Zhou's chest and was overjoyed. Congratulations, Lord Chu Zhou, on becoming the first King of Adventurers in our Blood Mountain Galaxy in nearly 100 million years. Lord Chu Zhou, you have made history. Bagger was very excited. He was the one who helped Chu Zhou apply for the King of Adventurers assessment. Now that Chu Zhou had become the King of Adventurers, he had also contributed. Moreover, the contribution was not small. He felt that with this meritorious service, his position might be able to advance to another level. Same to you. Same to you. Chu Zhou smiled and said to Bagger, Bagger, I believe you're about to be promoted too. Ha ha ha, if I can be promoted, it's all thanks to you. Bagger laughed heartily. There were many other martial artists in the square. Many people recognized Chu Zhou. When they heard what Bagger had just said and saw the King of Adventurers medal on Chu Zhou's chest, they immediately fell into a huge shock. Chu Zhou seems to be wearing the legendary King of Adventurers medal on his chest. Could he have passed the King of Adventurers assessment? This is too shocking. 2 months ago, when many people found out that Chu Zhou was going to participate in the King of Adventurers assessment, they didn't think highly of him. They thought that Chu Zhou was tired of living and had a death wish. Who knew that Chu Zhou really passed the King of Adventurers assessment? The danger level of the King of Adventurers assessment is too high. Almost everyone who participated died. Even those who occasionally survived didn't pass the assessment. Our Blood Mountain Galaxy hasn't produced a King of Adventurers for nearly 100 million years. Now, Chu Zhou has actually become the King of Adventurers. He has made history. The Coiling Dragon Manor is already the third sacred ground. Now that Chu Zhou has become the King of Adventurers, the status of the Coiling Dragon Manor will probably rise to another level. Our Blood Mountain Galaxy is about to undergo a change. Ha ha ha, after so many years, a King of Adventurers has finally appeared in our Blood Mountain Galaxy. This way, when we chat with people from other galaxies and star zones in the Mirror Universe, we don't have to be speechless every time we talk about the King of Adventurers. From today onwards, our Blood Mountain Galaxy also has a King of Adventurers. No, I have to log into the Mirror Universe now and contact a few friends from other galaxies and star zones to brag. In the square, many martial artists were excited. Many people looked at Chu Zhou with admiration and fanaticism. When the martial artists in Golden Flame City heard the news, they also gathered in the square. Even though Chu Zhou enjoyed everyone's admiring gazes, he decided to leave when he saw that there were more and more people in the square. He bid farewell to Bagger and flew away from Golden Flame Star on the Crimson Moon. The news that Chu Zhou had passed the King of Adventurers assessment and obtained the King of Adventurers medal quickly spread throughout the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy through the Mirror Universe network. Instantly, the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy erupted. Countless martial artists were shocked. He actually succeeded. The Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, Dongfu Blood Mountain, looked at the latest news with a shocked expression. Then, his expression changed slightly. It was obvious that with Chu Zhou's promotion to King of Adventurers, Coiling Dragon Manor's status in the Blood Mountain Galaxy would rise to another level. From now on, even the Blood Mountain Empire would have to listen to the Coiling Dragon Manor. However, Dongfu Blood Mountain was rather optimistic about this. Their Blood Mountain Empire did not have much conflict with the Coiling Dragon Manor. Even if the Coiling Dragon Manor became the #1 sacred ground in the Blood Mountain Galaxy, it would not matter. At most, he would give some benefits to Coiling Dragon Manor. Men, prepare a generous gift and send it to Coiling Dragon Manor. Congratulations to Lord of Yanhuang Chu Zhou for becoming the King of Adventurers. As Dongfu Blood Mountain spoke, he got someone to prepare a generous gift. Chu Zhou, I didn't expect you to really succeed. We're far inferior to you. In the Blood Mountain sacred land, Prin stood at the peak of the Blood Mountain. Her waterfall-like blue hair fluttered in the wind as she looked in the direction of the Coiling Dragon Manor and sighed. In the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land, a beautiful woman with a plump figure, snow-white skin and an elegant temperament was originally lying on her side on a jade bed. She supported her head with her right hand and was enjoying the dance in front of her. However, a sudden message made her instantly stand up from the jade bed. Impressive! He actually succeeded. Nia O'Brien looked at the information on the screen on her right arm. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her beautiful eyes were like water. This man has made history. He will definitely become a miracle in the Blood Mountain star field in the future. No, I want to see him immediately. With a flash, she disappeared from the jade bed like a ghost. A few dancers and musicians who were dancing looked at each other. The Crimson Moon Church headquarters at the Crimson Moon City. The head palace master, who had the number T engraved on his face, also received the news at this moment. Crack! His right hand subconsciously exerted force and directly crushed the armrest on the throne into powder. How is this possible? The death rate of the King of Adventurers assessment is so high. Even if someone occasionally passes the assessment, it's usually those veteran Transcendent World Overlords who have become Transcendent World Overlords for tens of millions of years or more. He's a new Transcendent World Overlord. How can he succeed? The head palace master found it hard to accept this fact. He took a few deep breaths before slowly calming his violently fluctuating emotions. So what if he becomes the King of Adventurers? He might not be my match. It's fine if he behaves himself, but if he dares to interfere and destroy our Crimson Moon Church's plan, then even if he's the King of Adventurers, I will send him to his grave. The head palace master said coldly, and an extremely berserking pressure erupted from his body. In an instant, the entire world where the Crimson Moon Church's headquarters was located changed color, and lightning filled the sky. Countless martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church were shocked. The Coiling Dragon Manor. Before Chu Zhou returned, Dragon, Soul, Chang'e Saha, Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, and the others received the news that Chu Zhou had become the King of Adventurers. Instantly, this Coiling Dragon Manor turned into a sea of joy. Chu Zhou is indeed a person who will never disappoint us. I knew that he would definitely succeed in participating in the King of Adventurers assessment this time. Dragon laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, while Chu Zhou was participating in the King of Adventurers assessment, many super factions, the Crimson Moon Church, and some other factions sent many spies to Beta Planet to monitor the situation of our Coiling Dragon Manor at all times. They probably thought that once they confirmed that Chu Zhou had died in the King of Adventurers assessment, they would immediately divide our Coiling Dragon Manor. However, I'm afraid they're going to be disappointed now. Chu Zhou has become the King of Adventurers. Not only is our Coiling Dragon Manor's status as stable as MT Tai, it's even going to rise to become the #1 sacred ground in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Soul said excitedly. Mingzu, Bingmei, ever since Chu Zhou participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, you've been worried and depressed. Now, you can rest assured. Chang'e Saha looked at Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei and teased. Don't worry. Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei looked at each other and smiled. The tension in their hearts was completely relieved. Just as Chang'e Saha had said, ever since Chu Zhou participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, they had been constantly worried about his safety. Even though they knew that Chu Zhou would never do anything he wasn't confident in. They also believed in Chu Zhou's strength. However, the death rate of the King of Adventurers assessment was too high, and Chu Zhou was their man. How could they not be worried? Now, Chu Zhou has returned safely and became the King of Adventurers. They heaved a long sigh of relief. 2 days later, Chu Zhou returned to the Backisling Dragon Manor in the Crimson Moon. The people of the Coiling Dragon Manor held a grand welcoming ceremony for him. At this moment, Chu Zhou returned with harvest and glory. Chapter 623, Peak of Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Number 1 Holy Land. 1. Chu Zhou's return caused the entire Coiling Dragon Manor to boil with excitement. On this day, many guests came uninvited and brought great gifts to congratulate Chu Zhou. Dick, the butler of Coiling Dragon Manor, led many servants to receive guests from all over the place. He was extremely busy. This was a true gathering of guests. The huge Coiling Dragon Manor was filled with guests from all over. Blood Mountain Empire's Red King, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, has arrived. On behalf of the royal family of the Blood Mountain Empire, Lord Red King has sent 500 galaxies to congratulate Lord Chu Zhou on becoming the King of Adventurers. A slightly trembling voice suddenly sounded. A dignified old man in a blood-colored dragon robe walked into Coiling Dragon Manor with 6 World Overlord guards as the name was read out. At this moment, the guests in Coiling Dragon Manor were in an uproar. This gift from the Blood Mountain Empire's royal family was too terrifying. This was a total of 500 galaxies. It's indeed the Scarlet King. This person has already shocked the Blood Mountain Galaxy more than 60 million years ago. He's the military god of the Blood Mountain Empire. His power and status in the Blood Mountain Empire are second only to Emperor Dong Yu Blood Mountain. Although Emperor Dong Fu Blood Mountain didn't come personally this rhyme, sending the scarier king over is enough to show his sincerity. It's more than sincerity. It's too sincere. He took a total of 500 galaxies as a gift. Many guests discussed animatedly as they looked at Chu Chen Blood Mountain. Chu Zhou, Long, Sol, Chang'e Saha and the other higher UPS of Coiling Dragon Manor were also alarmed. They did not expect someone to give them such a shocking gift. Chu Zhou and the others, who were originally in the castle, also walked from the castle to the manor at this moment. Dick brought the Red King to Chu Zhou. When the Red King Chu Chen Blood Mountain saw Chu Zhou, he immediately laughed heartily and said, "Chu Zhou, you've won honor for our Blood Mountain Galaxy by becoming the King of Adventurers. For nearly 100 million years, our Blood Mountain Galaxy hasn't produced a King of Adventurers. This makes us feel a little ashamed when facing martial artists from other galaxies. It's great now. With a King of Adventurers like you, the martial artists of our Blood Mountain Galaxy can tell the martial artists of other galaxies frankly that our Blood Mountain Galaxy also has a King of Adventurers. His Majesty needs to guard the capital and can't come personally. Please allow me to represent him in congratulating you. 500 galaxies is a small token. It's to show our respect. You're too polite. Your small token is already very generous to our Coiling Dragon Manor." Chu Zhou laughed. The stronger one was, the more qualified they were to occupy more resources. Chu Zhou had long adapted to this rule of the strong preying on the weak. Therefore, he did not reject Red King Chu Chen Blood Mountain's gift. Instead, he accepted it calmly. This was not only for himself, but also for everyone in the Coiling Dragon Manor. The more resources Coiling Dragon Manor occupied, the faster their strength would improve. Furthermore, accepting the gift of the Red King, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, also represented accepting the Blood Mountain Empire's good intentions. This way, the two sides would be able to get along harmoniously in the future. Otherwise, the Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, Dong Fu Blood Mountain, would probably suspect that he was hostile to the Blood Mountain Empire. Chu Zhou did not have any thoughts about the Blood Mountain Empire, so there was no need to reject the other party's good intentions. Sometimes, a small action would have countless meanings behind it. Indeed, after seeing Chu Zhou accept RHE gift, the smile on Red King Chu Chen Blood Mountain's face became even brighter. The Red King, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, was someone with power and status in the Blood Mountain Empire that was second only to the Emperor, Dong Fu Blood Mountain. Naturally, he was also someone with great wisdom and foresight. He knew very well that if he could befriend Chu Zhou, who had a high chance of becoming a universe lord in the future, with 500 galaxies, it would only be beneficial to the Blood Mountain Empire. On the contrary, if they became enemies with Chu Zhou, or if they still did not know if Chu Zhou had any designs on the Blood Mountain Empire, this would be the greatest hidden danger for the Blood Mountain Empire. Now that Chu Zhou had accepted the gift calmly, it basically meant that Chu Zhou no longer had any thoughts about the Blood Mountain Empire. This made Red King Chu Chen Blood Mountain heave a huge sigh of relief. The Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land's Nia O'Brien has arrived. Nia O'Brien represents the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land and presents 3 sets of C9 grade weapons and equipment. There are also 20 galaxies. Congratulations to Lord Chu Zhou for becoming the King of Adventurers. The resounding hymn sounded again. Many guests in Coiling Dragon Manor were in an uproar once again. Even though the gift this time was not as shocking as the one given by Red King Ju Chen Blood Mountain, it was still a shockingly heavy gift. I've broadened my horizons. I heard that congratulatory gifts are treasures and weapons. Today, 2 consecutive waves of guests are being sent directly to the galaxy. Many guests sighed. Soon, Dick, the butler of Coiling Dragon Manor, led a group of people towards Chu Zhou. The leader of this group was a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and snow-white skin. She wore a long dress that revealed her shoulders. Behind this beautiful woman was the famous Sacred Lord Sith of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land in the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy. There was also a familiar figure to Chu Zhou, Regina, the prodigy of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. I didn't expect her to come personally. Upon seeing the peerless beauty, Ju Chen Blood Mountain was slightly taken aback. Red King, do you know her? Chapter 624, Peak of Blood Mountain Sacred Land, Number 1 Holy Land. 2. She's RHE previous Holy Lord of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, Nia O'Brien. She's also the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land's greatest foundation now. Yes, she's a very powerful figure. Ju Chen Blood Mountain replied to Chu Zhou's question. Old ghost Ju Chen, are you bad-mouthing me? Nia O'Brien walked over leisurely and glared at Ju Chen Blood Mountain with her beautiful eyes. Then, she said to Chu Zhou with a smile, Chu Zhou, did you know? You becoming RHE King of Adventurers is simply a huge slap to all the transcendent world overlords in our Blood Mountain Galaxy. What do you mean? Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. Nia O'Brien sighed. You don't know. In the past 2 million years, the number of transcendent world overlords born in our Blood Mountain Galaxy is actually not small compared to other star fields. However, no one, including me, dares to apply to participate in the King of Adventurers assessment. To put it bluntly, everyone is afraid of death. But not only did you participate, you even succeeded. Isn't this a huge slap to our faces? Ju Chen Blood Mountain nodded in agreement. That's right. We're all too afraid of death. Chu Zhou smiled and did not say anything. He was actually afraid of death, it was that he was just strong enough and confident enough that the King of Adventurers assessment wouldn't be difficult for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the King of Adventurers assessment. Wasn't it good to live well after all? It wasn't worth risking his life for a reputation. He's already grown to this stage so quickly. We can't even see his shadow in the race. Regina looked at Chu Zhou, who was chatting happily with her ancestor and Red King Ju Chen Blood Mountain, and sighed inwardly. Following that, Holy Lord Tian Mang of the Blood Mountain Sacred Ground, World Overlord Mad Blood of the Iron Blood Alliance, Holy Lord Gangu of RHE Tyrant Dragon Mountain, Holy Lord Hermans of the Black Flag Association, Holy Lord Wu Yang of the 100 Generals Hall, and the heads of the 17 clans all brought heavy gifts to congratulate Chu Zhou. Holy Lord Tian Mang, World Overlord Mad Blood, and the other Holy Lords of the 4 major organizations also gave him 20 galaxies. The 17 clan leaders gifted 10 galaxies each. The guests of the Coiling Dragon Manor were all dumbfounded when they saw the gifts that the Blood Mountain Empire and the other superpowers had given Chu Zhou. He was given galaxies at the drop of a hat. Such a lavish gift was unheard of in the Blood Mountain Galaxy for the past 100 million years. Everyone knew that the status of the Coiling Dragon Manor had changed silently. Without a doubt, after today, Coiling Dragon Manor would surpass the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land and become the number 1 sacred land in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Coiling Dragon Manor's celebration only ended late at night. Many guests bade farewell and left. Red King Ju Chen Blood Mountain also left on a spaceship. However, Nia O'Brien and the others from RHE Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land stayed behind. In the castle, Chu Zhou sat comfortably on RHE soft sofa and looked calmly at Nia O'Brien. Nia, what's the matter that you need to tell me when we are alone? Chu Zhou asked. Nia O'Brien was wearing an off-shoulder, floor-length dress that revealed a large area of her snow-white skin. Her well-rounded figure was highlighted, forming undulating curves that made people fantasize. Chu Zhou, Our Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land wants to become allies with your Coiling Dragon Manor and form an alliance. Nia O'Brien stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard that. An alliance? There's no need for that. Chu Zhou rejected her directly. If it was in the past, Chu Zhou might have considered it. However, ever since he participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, not only did his strength increase exponentially, but he also controlled nearly 1,000 extremely powerful soul slaves. It could be said that the power he had now was enough to sweep through all the factions in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. There was no need to form an alliance with the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land to avoid causing trouble for himself. Nia O'Brien was stunned when she saw Chu Zhou reject her suggestion without hesitation. Chu Zhou rejected her too decisively. It was as if he did not consider the benefits of forming an alliance with their Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land at all. This was somewhat abnormal. Chu Zhou, although your Coiling Dragon Manor is very powerful, with you, the King of Adventurers, around, it can be said to be the #1 sacred ground in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. However, Coiling Dragon Manor has only risen to prominence a few years ago. There are still many areas where it is lacking. If we form an alliance with our Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, it will only be beneficial to your Coiling Dragon Manor. There are no disadvantages. Nia O'Brien probed. There's no need for that. Our Coiling Dragon Manor is developing very well now. There's no need for an alliance for the time being. Chu Zhou waved his hand and rejected again. He rejected my suggestion so decisively. Could it be that Coiling Dragon Manor is not as simple as it seems on the surface? Could it be that there are other hidden forces that are so powerful that they don't even need to cooperate with our Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land to withstand any storms? 1. Nia O'Brien couldn't help but think too much after being decisively rejected by Chu Zhou again. She was a little anxious as she vaguely felt that a huge storm was about to sweep through the Blood Mountain Galaxy, and her strength was probably not enough to protect the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. That was why she desperately wanted to work with Chu Zhou. However, Chu Zhou had rejected her suggestion. Nia O'Brien's expression kept changing. After a moment, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said a new suggestion to Chu Zhou. Only Chu Zhou and Nia O'Brien knew what this suggestion was. This time, Chu Zhou agreed to this suggestion. The next day, Nia O'Brien left Coiling Dragon Manor with mixed feelings. On this day, everything that happened at the Coiling Dragon Manor yesterday had spread to countless planets in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded when they learned that the Blood Mountain Empire and many other factions had given Chu Zhou a total of 790 galaxies as congratulatory gifts. This was too shocking. After Coiling Dragon Manor took over the Lion family's power, they already had more than 600 galaxies under their jurisdiction. The gifted galaxies was another 790 currently. In that case, the number of galaxies under Coiling Dragon Manor's direct control would reach more than 1,390. The range of the directly governed faction had already far exceeded the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. There were also the other 4 organizations and 17 large families. It was second only to the Blood Mountain Empire in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. The Coiling Dragon Manor's foundation instantly surged. In everyone's eyes, the Coiling Dragon Manor had already surpassed the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. It had become the #1 sacred land in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. The Crimson Moon Church headquarters at the Crimson Moon City. The Crimson Moon Church's head Palace Master, second Palace Master, third Palace Master, fourth Palace Master, and the other top 4 Palace Masters sat on the 4 thrones at the front of the temple. There were other Palace Masters sitting on both sides. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was slightly oppressive. Damn it! The Blood Mountain Empire and the other superpowers of the Blood Mountain Star Field are too biased. When Coiling Dragon Manor rose, they tried their best to curry favor with them and even gave them galaxies and treasures. They treat Coiling Dragon Manor like a father. However, they're suppressing our Crimson Moon Church with all their might. It's as if they won't stop until our Crimson Moon Church is completely destroyed. A Palace Master complained in dissatisfaction. That's right. The superpowers of the Blood Mountain Star Field are treating each other differently. Damn it! Many Palace Masters agreed. All right, stop arguing. The head Palace Master, who was sitting at the head of the table, pressed his palms together to make RHE Palace Masters quiet down. Head Palace Master, it's nor that we like to complain, but this coiling dragon manor has risen too quickly. Now, it has even become the #1 sacred ground in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. I'm afraid that coiling dragon manor will affect our plans. A palace master said. Humph, if Chu Zhou dares to affect our plan, send him to his death. The third palace master suddenly said coldly. A terrifying transcendent world overlord level pressure suddenly erupted from his body. That's right. The plan that we've prepared for many years must not be ruined. This is our Crimson Moon Church's chance to return to its peak. The second palace master also spoke. His body also emitted a heavy and oppressive transcendent world overlord pressure. The pressure was like a prison and abyss, making one's heart palpitate. Proceed with the plan normally. Don't worry about Chu Zhou. The head palace master said coldly. If he gets in our way, get rid of him. Chapter 625, Sudden Change. The clamor would finally return to silence. A month later, when people talked about the Coiling Dragon Manor's big gift incident, their tone was already calm. They were no longer as excited and shocked as they were a month ago. A towering mountain peak floated in the deep starry sky. The mountains here were not as tall as Blood Mountain. However, every mountain here was tens of thousands of times higher than the peaks on normal life planets. Hundreds of such towering mountains gathered together, surrounded by densely packed locust-like aircraft. It still looked extremely spectacular. This was the headquarters of Tyrant Dragon Mountain, one of the 4 major organizations. Suddenly, a huge red moon appeared above the mountains of the Tyrant Dragon Mountain headquarters for no reason. This crimson moon was too big, like a star. The blood-colored moonlight poured down like a waterfall, instantly drowning the mountains. Countless flying machines surrounding the Tyrant Dragon Mountain exploded under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, turning into brilliant fireworks. Woo woo! A shrill alarm instantly resounded throughout the Tyrant Dragon Mountain. There's an intruder. Everyone, be careful. Countless martial artists emerged from the mountains of Tyrant Dragon Mountain like dense ants. At this moment, all the Tyrant Dragon Mountain martial artists looked at the huge red moon in anger. Tyrant Dragon Mountain was one of the oldest superpowers in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. It had been passed down for more than 100 million years and was extremely powerful. This was the first time someone had dared to invade their headquarters. This made countless Tyrant Dragon Mountain martial artists extremely angry. Crimson Moon Church. At this moment, the Holy Lord of Tyrant Dragon Mountain, Gangu, led many elders of Tyrant Dragon Mountain to soar into the sky and attack the huge red moon above the mountains. As they rushed up, a huge dragon phantom that looked like a dinosaur appeared around them. In particular, Holy Lord Gangu seemed to have turned into a tyrannosaur the size of the moon. The rage aura he emitted shattered the surrounding space inch by inch. Roar! The incomparably huge tyrant dragon led a group of evil dragons and roared in the void. Its voice shook the universe as it charged towards the red moon in an incomparably berserking posture, wanting to tear it apart. At this moment, 2 huge palms, 1 gold and 1 silver, suddenly reached out from the crimson moon. A majestic aura of laws spread out from both hands. Boom! Boom! The tyrant dragon that Holy Lord Gangu had transformed into and the evil dragons that the other elders of Tyrant Dragon Mountain had transformed into were all suppressed into a bloody mist by the 2 huge hands almost instantly. Then, the 2 huge hands, 1 gold and 1 silver, continued to suppress the Tyrant Dragon Mountain. Countless Tyrant Dragon Mountain martial artists wailed as they were blasted into meat paste. More than half of the Tyrant Dragon Mountain was also shattered. In just a short while, Tyrant Dragon Mountain, a powerful organization that had shaken the Blood Mountain Galaxy for countless years, had become a living hell. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and blood flowed like rivers. Run! The remaining Tyrant Dragon Mountain martial artists wanted to escape to the starry sky in fear. However, at this moment, countless red light blades suddenly descended from the huge red moon. All the Tyrant Dragon Mountain martial artists who rushed towards the starry sky were dismembered by the red light blades. Those who obey me live, and those who defy me die. 2 figures wearing golden masks descended with densely packed martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church. In the mountains of Tyrant Dragon Mountain, many survivors slowly knelt down after some hesitation. There were also some people who were unwilling to submit. Crimson Moon Church, I, Raisin, will never submit to you even if I die. The former prodigy of Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the new world overlord of Tyrant Dragon Mountain, Raisin, roared ferociously. He led a group of unwilling people and charged crazily at the two golden masked figures. Raisin? Tyrant Dragon Mountain's prodigy? He's just an ant. A figure wearing a golden mask attacked at lightning speed. A golden palm pierced through Raisin's body with a poof. Then, countless golden thorns grew out of Raisin's body, turning him into a porcupine. Scarlet blood flowed down from the golden spikes. Endless pain filled Raisin's mind. However, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. Kill! Kill you! Raisin raised his blood-stained hand with difficulty and scratched at the figure wearing the golden mask. In the end, his hand fell weakly. The vitality in his body was completely extinguished. This former paragon of Tyrant Dragon Mountain had died tragically just like that. When Raisin died tragically, the other Tyrant Dragon Mountain martial artists who rushed up also exploded and died under the wave of another golden masked figure. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the resurgence of our Crimson Moon Church will begin with the destruction of Tyrant Dragon Mountain. One of the figures wearing a golden mask suddenly stepped on Raisin's corpse and laughed wildly. On his golden mask, there was a majestic 2. Just as Tyrant Dragon Mountain was destroyed, the Black Flag Association, which was also one of the 4 major organizations, suffered a similar calamity. An incomparably huge red moon suddenly descended, completely shattering the headquarters of the Black Flag Association. More than half of the Black Flag Association martial artists died tragically. Then, 2 terrifying figures wearing golden masks led a large number of martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church to descend and crazily slaughter the martial artists from the Black Flag Association. Sacred Lord Wu Yang of the Black Flag Association and many elders of the Black Flag Association were all slaughtered. Am I the only world overlord left in the Black Flag Association? The former prodigy of the Black Flag Association, Wu Zhishan, stood in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He knelt on one knee and supported his body with a broken sword. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and blood. Aren't you going to submit? The head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church looked at Wu Zhishan indifferently, like a god high above the 9 heavens, an ant looking down at the mortal world. Wu Zhishan didn't say anything. Then, he suddenly ignited his inner world. His entire body emitted a ball of terrifying energy flames. Terrifying fluctuations made the surrounding space tremble. Black Flag Association's strongest technique, Black Flag World. Wu Zhishan suddenly let out a long cry, and his entire body suddenly turned into a shadow. In the next moment, countless fluttering black flags appeared around the head palace master, covering the sky. Furthermore, the black flags contained traces of nomological fluctuations that were enough to shatter the starry sky. Boom, boom, boom. The black flags that covered the sky suddenly swept towards the head palace master. The surrounding space was shattered into nothingness by the dense black flags. That terrifying scene shocked the other Crimson Moon Church martial artists who were killing wantonly in the Black Flag Association's headquarters. Many Black Flag Association martial artists burst into tears when they saw this scene. This was the Black Flag Association's most powerful technique that had dominated the Blood Mountain Galaxy for countless years. Generations of experts from the Black Flag Association had once used this move to make countless factions tremble in fear. They even trembled when they heard the word Black Flag. Unfortunately, this might be the last time they would see this unique skill. Perhaps it was the last time they saw someone from the Black Flag Association use this ultimate technique. Ignorant. The head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church looked at the black flags that were charging over and snorted coldly. In an instant, a scarlet flame that could burn the sky and destroy the earth and a black hurricane that swept through the 8 directions erupted from his body. Wind and fire fused together, and the wind fueled the fire. Almost in the blink of an eye, all the black flags turned into ashes. As for Wu Zhishan's corpse, it also fell from the sky and turned into a charred corpse with not a single part of its body intact. This is only the beginning. The head palace master didn't even look at the charred corpse of Wuzhu Mountain. He glanced indifferently at the ruined headquarters of the Black Flag Association and the many Black Flag Association martial artists who finally knelt down and sneered. Chapter 626, Nia O'Brien's Cry for Help. 1. The news of the destruction of the Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the Black Flag Association was like a deep water bomb suddenly exploding in a calm lake. It tore through the calm and set off a shocking wave. Countless martial artists and factions in the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy were completely stunned. Soon, everyone knew that it was the Crimson Moon Church. This couldn't be hidden at all, and the Crimson Moon Church didn't hide it. Tisk. The true strength of the Crimson Moon Church is actually so terrifying. They actually destroyed the two superpowers, the Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the Black Flag Association, overnight. Heavens! What is the Crimson Moon Church doing? Are they going to overthrow all the superpowers in the Blood Mountain Galaxy and unify the Blood Mountain Galaxy? Countless people were shocked. Especially the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, the Iron Blood Alliance, the 100 Generals Hall, and other factions. The moment they learned that the Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the Black Flag Association had been destroyed by the Crimson Moon Church, they immediately ordered the experts and elite troops of the various branches to return to the back headquarters as soon as possible. They were all on high alert, ready to fight at any time. Even the Blood Mountain Empire's army was mobilized on a large scale. The atmosphere in the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy became unprecedentedly tense. However, just as the Blood Mountain Empire, the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, and the other factions were on high alert, another piece of news caused the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy to fall into silence. The Harlem family announces that they have joined the Crimson Moon Church. Wind Snow Clan announces that they have joined the Crimson Moon Church. Mason Clan announce that they have joined the Crimson Moon Church. Blood Flame Clan announce that they have joined the Crimson Moon Church. 7 of the 17 large families that belonged to superpowers officially announced to the public that they had joined the Crimson Moon Church. After the news spread, everyone was stunned. This was even more shocking than the destruction of Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the Black Flag by the Crimson Moon Church. These 7 families were all superpowers that stood at the top of the pyramid in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. They had all submitted and joined the Crimson Moon Church. How shocking was this? For a moment, countless martial artists in the Blood Mountain Galaxy seemed to be stuck. They all fell silent. The martial artists from the Blood Mountain Empire, the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, the Iron Blood Alliance, the 100 Generals Hall, and the other factions fell silent. All of their hearts were filled with unease. The Crimson Moon Church had already made the Blood Mountain Empire and many other super factions uneasy. Many superpowers had joined forces to fight the Crimson Moon Church for more than 4.0 years, but they still hadn't defeated it. Instead, the Crimson Moon Church became stronger and stronger. The Crimson Moon Church had annexed the 7 great clans, as well as the remaining forces and martial artists left behind after the destruction of the Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the Black Flag Association. Their forces had simply expanded to a terrifying extent. Once the Crimson Moon Church completely digested the forces that they had annexed this time, their overall strength would probably surpass that of the Blood Mountain Empire. On this day, the Crimson Moon Church also sent out a notice, "Let those who comply with me thrive and those who resist me perish." This notification made the already tense Blood Mountain Galaxy even more nervous. Many factions and families were afraid of being targeted by the Crimson Moon Church. If the Crimson Moon Church digests the forces it has annexed, its overall strength will probably surpass that of the Blood Mountain Empire. Things are about to change. Such comments spread throughout the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy in a short period of time. For a moment, the atmosphere in Blood Mountain Galaxy became a little strange. Blood Mountain Empire, Imperial Capital, Imperial Palace. Dongfu Blood Mountain sat on the Emperor's throne with an extremely ugly expression. A terrifying and oppressive aura vaguely formed a blood-colored mountain behind him. Below, Red King Ju Chen Blood Mountain, Guya Blood Mountain, Purple Smoke Blood Mountain, and many other core members of the royal family, as well as the civil and military officials, all had solemn expressions. "Everyone, it looks like the Crimson Moon Church is plotting against the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy. The situation is dire. Is there any way to stop them?" Dongfu Blood Mountain swept his stern gaze across the civil and military officials below, but they quickly lowered their heads. Dongfu Blood Mountain swept his stern gaze across the civil and military officials below, but they quickly lowered their heads. This was not something that could be solved with strategy. Hence, the civil and military officials did not have any good ideas. Seeing all the civil and military officials lower their heads, Dongfu Blood Mountain's expression turned even uglier. At this moment, Red King Ju Chen Blood Mountain stood out. He first cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we've been fighting with the Crimson Moon Church all these years and have basically figured out the situation of the Crimson Moon Church. The Crimson Moon Church not only has 32 palace masters, but there are also Transcendent World Overlord Palace Masters. Their strength is no longer something our Blood Mountain Empire can contend with. Especially now that the Crimson Moon Church has annexed the 7 great clans, the number of top-notch combatants has soared again. Especially now that the Crimson Moon Church has annexed the 7 great clans, the number of top-notch combatants has soared again. If we want to deal with the Crimson Moon Church, the only thing we can do now is to invite that person from the Coiling Dragon Manor. Upon hearing the Red King's words, the eyes of the civil and military officials in the palace lit up. Your Majesty, the Red King is right. I reckon that we can only completely suppress the Crimson Moon Church by asking that person from the Coiling Dragon Manor to help. Chapter 627, Nia O'Brien's Cry for Help. 2. The main reason why we've been delayed for the past 40 years and why I couldn't suppress Coiling Dragon Manor was because the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church was too powerful. His strength had already surpassed ordinary Transcendent World Overlords. However, no matter how powerful he is, he's definitely not as powerful as that person from Coiling Dragon Manor. That person is a true king of adventurers, equivalent to an invincible Transcendent World Overlord. If that person is willing to make a move, the first palace master of the Crimson Moon Church will also be executed, an important minister said. The other civil and military officials agreed. Should we invite that person from the Coiling Dragon Manor? When Dongfu Blood Mountain heard this, he hesitated. If the Blood Mountain Empire could deal with the Crimson Moon Church themselves, he would definitely not be willing to ask Chu Zhou to help. This was because once they asked Chu Zhou to take action, it basically meant that the Blood Mountain Empire would be inferior to the Coiling Dragon Manor. The Blood Mountain Empire could not deal with the enemy, but the Coiling Dragon Manor could after all. However, Dongfu Blood Mountain was also a qualified emperor. He had a good grasp of the overall situation. He knew that if he didn't get rid of the Crimson Moon Church as soon as possible, the Blood Mountain Empire would probably cease to exist in the future. The Blood Mountain Galaxy might also change its name to the Crimson Moon Galaxy. At this moment, it was no longer important whether they bow down to the Coiling Dragon Manor. All right. I'll contact him now and ask him to help. A virtual projection appeared in front of them when they contacted Chu Zhou. Your Majesty, it's an emergency. The Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land has been surrounded by the Crimson Moon Church's army. A figure dressed like a spy appeared in the projection. Then, the scene in the projection changed and immediately displayed the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. At this moment, the entire Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land was surrounded by countless spaceships of the Crimson Moon Church. On each spaceship stood a large number of martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church. Upon seeing the projection, the expressions of Dongfu Blood Mountain, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, Guya Blood Mountain, Xian Blood Mountain, and the other civil and military officials upheaval. Nothing must happen to the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land again. Red King, the two of us will immediately head to the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. Guya, Xian, lead the army there. With that, Dongfu Blood Mountain disappeared from the palace with Chu Chen Blood Mountain. Guya Blood Mountain and Purple Mist Blood Mountain also turned into two afterimages and rushed out of the palace. They gathered their army and prepared to set off. The Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. Nia O'Brien, Holy Lord Hizith, Regina, and the other important figures of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land looked at the Crimson Moon Church army that had surrounded the headquarters of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land through their divine senses. Their expressions were as dark as water. Ancestor, what should we do? Lord Sith, Regina, and the others looked at Nia O'Brien with uneasiness. Don't worry, our Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land won't be destroyed. Nia O'Brien comforted him. I've long felt uneasy. I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Fortunately, I've already reached an agreement with Chu Zhou. Nia O'Brien looked at the dense army of the Crimson Moon Church and thought to herself. However, when she thought of the agreement she had reached with Chu Zhou, her face could not help but turn slightly red. I only hope that Chu Zhou can rush over as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's useless even if we reach an agreement. Looking at the four figures standing on a spaceship in the depths of the Crimson Moon Church's army, she felt very uneasy. Nia, stop struggling. Who can't save you today? You only have one way, and that is to completely submit to our Crimson Moon Church. Otherwise, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land that has been passed down for 100 million years will completely become the dust of history like Tyrant Dragon Mountain and the Black Flag Association. A cold voice entered the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land from outside. This voice contained majestic nomological power. All the martial artists below the World Overlord realm in Mirror Moon Lake spat out blood from the shock. They were extremely shocked. Nia O'Brien bit her red lips and did not speak. She only circulated her power to envelop the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land and isolate the influence of sound. Nia, are you still waiting for Dongfu Blood Mountain, Ju Chen Blood Mountain, and Prin to come and save you? If that's the case, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. In the past 40 years, we have secretly fought more than once. Don't you understand that even if the 4 of you join forces, you are still no match for the 4 palace masters? Submit. Otherwise, you can only die today. The voice of the Crimson Moon Church's head palace master echoed in the ears of all the martial artists in the Mirror Moon Lake like a demonic voice. Even Nia could not completely block the nomological power contained in the head palace master's voice. Many martial artists in the Mirror Moon Lake felt as if they were in a sea of fire with howling winds. They felt the pain of being cut by wind blades and burned by flames. To be able to do this with just his voice, many Mirror Moon Lake martial artists were greatly frightened. I'll let you be smug for now. When that person comes, I'll see if you can still smile. I'm afraid you don't know that I'm not waiting for Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others at all, but for Chu Zhou. Nia O'Brien thought to herself, but she still did not speak. The Coiling Dragon Manor. 30 times the soul origin. This seems to be the limit of the enhancement of my soul by the Soul Stone. Chapter 628, Nia O'Brien's Cry for Help. 3. Chu Zhou looked surprised. Over the past few days, he had been using the Soul Stones in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm to strengthen his soul origin. However, when his soul origin enhancement reached 30 times, the Soul Stone lost its effect. He had long known that the Soul Stone could not continuously increase his soul source. The Soul Stone was only formed by fusing the soul power of the Netherworld Venerable with the stone after all. Even if it could strengthen his soul origin, there was still a limit. It was obvious that the effect of the Soul Stone on him had already reached its limit. However, he was satisfied. His soul origin had increased by 30 times. This was already a shocking opportunity that other world overlords could only dream of. What was there to be dissatisfied about? There are still quite a number of soul stones in the Black Mountain Mystic Realm. I can give these soul stones to the dragons and the others to increase their soul origin. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Suddenly, he received a notification from Deep Blue. Someone had sent him an urgent message. He looked down at the screen of the armguard on his left arm. Nia's distress call. He read it carefully and quickly finished reading. The Crimson Moon Church has just destroyed Tyrant Dragon Mountain, the Black Flag Association, and even annexed the 7 great clans. But they still continue to attack the Mirror Moon Lake sacred lands so quickly. It seems that the Crimson Moon Church is up to something big. The current Crimson Moon Church is a little too powerful. This is not good for the Blood Mountain Galaxy and our Coiling Dragon Manor. Moreover, strictly speaking, I'm an enemy of the Crimson Moon Church. I killed 3 palace masters of the Crimson Moon Church after all. If the Crimson Moon Church dominates the entire Blood Mountain Galaxy, they'll probably attack me too. Forget it, I will make a trip to the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land and destroy the Crimson Moon Church, as well as complete the agreement with Nia. Chu Zhou muttered to himself with a relaxed expression. The Crimson Moon Church was indeed nothing to him. As long as he was willing, he alone could easily flatten the entire Crimson Moon Church. Moreover, he might not have to do it himself. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air from Coiling Dragon Manor. This time, he did not bring anyone with him. There was no need for him to do so. At the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land, the battle had already begun. Countless battleships of the Crimson Moon Army fired at the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land. Similarly, there were countless energy cannons in the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land that fired at the Crimson Moon Army. Countless death rays tore through the void, creating terrifying massacres and tragedies. In order to prevent the Crimson Moon Church's head palace master, second palace master, third palace master, fourth palace master, and other transcendent world overlords from attacking the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land, Nia O'Brien had no choice but to rush out of the Mirror Moon Lake sacred land and fight the head palace master and the others, hoping to stall for time. Fortunately, not long after Nia O'Brien started fighting with the head palace master and the others, Dongfu Blood Mountain, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, and Prin from the Blood Mountain Holy Land rushed over through the interstellar teleportation gate at their fastest speed. Nia O'Brien, Dongfu Blood Mountain, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, and Prin joined forces to fight the 4 Palace Masters. The 8 transcendent world overlords fought in the void, causing the void to collapse layer by layer. Many surrounding star realms were shattered. The scene was extremely terrifying. However, what worried the people of the Adarar Moon Holy Land was that they could clearly see that Nia O'Brien and the others were at a disadvantage. The head Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church was too powerful. His combat strength clearly surpassed that of ordinary transcendent world overlords. Chapter 629, I'll stand at the top from now on. 1. The Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. The martial artists of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land formed defensive lines around the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land and did their best to resist the invasion of the Crimson Moon Army. After the initial energy cannon fire, densely packed Crimson Moon martial artists flew down from the battleships and attacked the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land like a tide. This was an incomparably majestic war. At every moment, a large number of martial artists died. Their corpses were like mountains, and their blood was like a sea. At this moment, life became extremely cheap. On the other side, the battle between Nia O'Brien, Dongfu Blood Mountain, Chu Chen Blood Mountain, Prin, and the other transcendent world overlords had also reached its climax. Water God's Wrath. Nia O'Brien's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The law of water power around her spun crazily like a vortex. She locked onto the second Palace Master from afar and drew a profound trajectory with her hands as she struck out the strongest ultimate technique of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land. In an instant, a boundless blue sea suddenly appeared in the vast starry skies. A huge female crystal statue slowly rose from the center of the sea. The female statue suddenly pointed at the second Palace Master from afar as if she was giving an order. The entire blue sea suddenly roared and boiled, stirring up billions of waves. Endless waves swept towards the second Palace Master violently. Giant dragons, huge whales, vicious sharks, demonic crabs, and other incomparably ferocious water-type ferocious beasts appeared in the layers of waves. At this moment, the entire starry sky seemed to be drowned by the roaring waves. Many of the surrounding star realms were directly devoured by the waves. The expression of the second Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church froze in the face of this violent attack. In an instant, countless beams of extremely dazzling golden light shot out from his body. He resonated with the laws of metal and turned into a golden statue. An extremely sharp aura emanated from his body. He charged straight at the wave. With a wave of his right hand, a golden divine sword that was hundreds of thousands of meters long suddenly appeared. It cut through the waves and tore through the sea. He quickly fought with the crystal statue standing in the middle of the sea. At this moment, Prin of the Blood Mountain Sacred Land was also fighting with the third Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church, who had turned into a silver statue. Prin, stop struggling uselessly. Whether it's your Blood Mountain Sacred Land, other superpowers, or the Blood Mountain Empire, none of them can stop our Crimson Moon Church from unifying the Blood Mountain Galaxy. The second Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church said coldly. He held a silver divine sword in his hand, and every sword strike slashed out a terrifying sword light that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. Many star realms were directly cut into two by his sword, and the power was so great that it made one's heart tremble. Unify the Blood Mountain Galaxy? Have you asked that person from Coiling Dragon Manor? Prin said indifferently. Her long blue hair danced like a waterfall, and she was wearing a pair of white gauze gloves. Her hands continuously shot out beams of dazzling divine light, shattering the sword lights that were slashing at her. Haha, is his opinion important? The Crimson Moon Church's power has been established. Unless a Universe Lord descends, no one can stop it. If he dares to make a move, we will flatten his Coiling Dragon Manor. The second Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church said coldly. The silver divine sword in his hand shook, and billions of sword beams interweaved towards Bai Lan, forcing her to retreat at lightning speed. The Blood Mountain Empire is the true master of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Don't even think about overthrowing everything. Red King Chu Chen Blood Mountain was seething with rage. His iron fists struck across the sky, each strike creating a huge hole in the cosmos. Occasionally, the desolate stars that were swept away would be reduced to dust. However, his opponent, the fourth Palace Master of the Crimson Moon Church, was not an easy opponent either. The Crimson Moon Church's fourth Palace Master didn't say a word. Dark mist surged around his body, and traces of corrupted and depraved nomological power surged on his body. Every time Ju Chen Blood Mountain's attack approached, he would activate a dark fog to devour the former's attack. Ju Chen Blood Mountain's attack on the Crimson Moon Church's fourth palace master was like a clay ox entering the sea. It made him feel like he was unable to use his strength. Of course, the four palace masters of the Crimson Moon Church couldn't threaten Ju Chen Blood Mountain for the time being. In the center of the battlefield stood two figures. One was Dongfu Blood Mountain, and the other was the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church. They stood facing each other for a long time without making a move. Dongfu Blood Mountain, it's been 100 years. We meet again. The Crimson Moon Church's head palace master's expression was very cold. Ever since 1,000,000 years ago, the moment your Blood Mountain Empire attacked our Crimson Moon Church, today's scene was destined. 1,000,000 years ago, we could defeat your Crimson Moon Church. This time, we can do the same. Dongfu Blood Mountain said domineeringly. There seemed to be billions of blood lightning dancing in his eyes, and an incomparably huge blood-colored mountain, Blood Shadow, floated behind him. Is that so? The head palace master smiled disdainfully. Unfortunately, the current me is not the past me. And you are still the past you. Your strength has not improved much. What right do you have to stop me? You're too confident. Dongfu Blood Mountain's eyes narrowed slightly. Two corporeal blood lightning bolts shot out from his eyes. With a crack, they shattered a large patch of the starry sky. It's not a good thing to be overconfident. Besides, even if I can't stop you, is there really no one in the Blood Mountain Galaxy who can stop you? Don't forget that person from Coiling Dragon Manor. Chapter 630, I'll stand at the top from now on. 2. Ha ha ha, you finally admit that you are inferior to me. The head palace master sneered sinisterly. As for that person from the Coiling Dragon Manor, do you really think he can stop me? The King of Adventurers is indeed an impressive title, but it doesn't scare me. You know nothing about my strength. Then let me understand. Dongfu Blood Mountain shouted and took a step forward. It was as if billions of ghosts and gods were moving at the same time. The entire starry sky shook. Boom! Countless blood-colored lightning bolts that were 1,000,000 miles long shot out of his body and shattered the surrounding desolate stars. Unimaginable power surged crazily from his body. This emperor, who had stood at the top of the Blood Mountain Galaxy for more than 100 million years, displayed an extremely terrifying power at this moment. The power on his body was clearly stronger than Nia O'Brien, Ju Chen Blood Mountain, Prin, the second palace master of the Crimson Moon Church, the third palace master, and the fourth palace master. At this moment, on the battlefield, be it the warriors of the Crimson Moon Church or the warriors of the Mirror Moon Lake, they all looked at Dongfu Blood Mountain in shock. I like to end everything with one strike. Dongfu Blood Mountain let out a long roar that shook the starry sky. He held a blood-colored mountain that was surrounded by billions of blood-colored lightning bolts as he soared through the sky. They were like gods and devils that had walked out of ancient time and space. They wanted to suppress the universe and stabilize the world. A terrifying destructive aura swept through this star field like a storm, causing all the star realms in this star field to tremble. Even the Crimson Moon Army and Mirror Moon Lake martial artists who were fighting fiercely stopped fighting and looked at Dongfu Blood Mountain in shock. Dongfu Blood Mountain, 1,000,000 years ago, you defeated me with this move. Today, you still want to defeat me with this move. The head palace master sneered. His tone was as cold as ice, and his killing intent was like the sea. Suddenly, two terrifying bloodline auras erupted from his body at the same time. Countless lava-like flames suddenly surged from his body. At the same time, black tornadoes descended behind him. Double bloodline? How is that possible? Dongfu Blood Mountain, who was about to attack the head palace master, sensed the change in the head palace master's body. He stopped in his tracks and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Among the humans in the universe, unless they were born with double bloodlines, there was basically no one who had acquired double bloodlines. Even if he was injected with the bloodline potion, he would only use one bloodline to replace another. Dongfu Blood Mountain and the head palace master had been rivals 1,000,000 years ago. He knew that the head palace master only had one bloodline and was not born with two bloodlines. Therefore, he was very shocked to see the power of two bloodlines suddenly erupting from the head palace master. He didn't know how the head palace master did it. In fact, Dongfu Blood Mountain, Nia O'Brien, Prin, and Ju Chen Blood Mountain weren't the only ones who were shocked. Are you shocked? The head palace master looked at the shocked expressions of Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others. Fei smiled arrogantly. How can you vulgar people understand the greatness of our Crimson Moon Church? What seems impossible to you has been achieved by our Crimson Moon Church. If it weren't for you vulgar people joining forces with those powerful races with powerful bloodlines to suppress our Crimson Moon Church back then, our Crimson Moon Church would have long achieved even greater achievements. As the head palace master spoke, his entire body turned into a ball of lava-like flames. Wrapped in a black hurricane, he rushed towards Dongfu Blood Mountain at lightning speed. His aura was not as powerful as Dongfu Blood Mountain's, but the two mixed nomological fluctuations emanating from his body made everyone's souls tremble in fear. Kill! Dongfu Blood Mountain sensed danger from the head palace master's body. Without hesitation, he raised the blood-colored mountain peak blood shadow that was surrounded by billions of blood-colored lightning bolts and charged towards the head palace master. Boom! In an instant, 1,000,000 kilometers of the starry sky collapsed. Energy waves hundreds of meters tall swept in all directions. The phantom of the blood-colored mountain peak, which was surrounded by billions of blood-colored lightning bolts, struck the head palace master fiercely. Still, the terrifying phantom of the blood-colored mountain peak was directly shattered by the head palace master's palm. Then, the head palace master slapped Dongfu Blood Mountain from afar. Bang! Dongfu Blood Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. He glided through the starry sky like a meteor, crashing through several desolate stars. Shit! Nia O'Brien, Prin, Ju Chen, and Blood Mountain's expressions changed when they saw this. As for the second palace master, third palace master, fourth palace master, and the others, all of them had cold smiles on their faces, as if they had already expected this outcome. At the same time, the morale of countless martial artists in the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land instantly plummeted. On the contrary, the morale of the Crimson Moon Army soared. The situation in the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land immediately became precarious. Swoosh! Dongfu Blood Mountain's figure quickly flew back. However, at this moment, his gaze towards the head palace master had become unprecedentedly solemn. After that confrontation just now, he already knew that he was no match for the head palace master. The head palace master did not attack Dongfu Blood Mountain immediately. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across Dongfu Blood Mountain, Nia O'Brien, Prin, and Ju Chen Blood Mountain. He said coldly. The situation is clear. Do you still want to struggle? Submit. Don't force me to kill. Chapter 631, I'll stand at the top from now on. 3. The palace master's words caused Dongfu Blood Mountain, Nia O'Brien, Prin, Ju Chen Blood Mountain, and the others' expressions to darken. At the same time, they felt a huge sense of powerlessness. A palace master with two bloodlines was indeed too powerful. It was not something they could contend against at all. In addition to the head palace master, the Crimson Moon Church also had the second palace master, the third palace master, and the fourth palace master, 3 transcendent world overlords. There were also the other 28 palace masters and many world overlords from the 7 families. Such strength was enough to crush any of their forces. Was he really going to submit to the Crimson Moon Church? Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others were filled with indignation. Chu Zhou, when will you arrive? We can't hold on much longer. Nia O'Brien looked at the critical situation of the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land and was extremely anxious. However, her 2 exquisite ears moved slightly and she suddenly relaxed. A bright smile appeared on her charming face. Nia, have you thought it through? Do you want to submit to our Crimson Moon Church? The second palace master, who was fighting with Nia O'Brien, saw that Nia O'Brien, who was originally gloomy, suddenly relaxed. He thought that Nia O'Brien had suddenly thought it through and wanted to submit to their Crimson Moon Church. Instantly, he chose to stop. Upon hearing the words of the second palace master, the head palace master, Dongfu Blood Mountain, and the others all turned to look at Nia O'Brien. Nia, it seems like you are a sensible person. The head palace master also smiled. He also thought that Nia O'Brien had decided to submit to them. On the other hand, Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others looked slightly surprised. They had known Nia O'Brien for many years and knew her very well. Even though she looked like a woman full of charm and gentleness, Her heart was actually extremely unyielding. She was definitely not someone who would submit to others easily. Nia O'Brien gently brushed her long hair that had become a little messy after the fight. She then tidied her clothes, revealing her voluptuous and alluring figure. After hearing the words of the second palace master and the head palace master, she glanced at the two of them from the corner of her eyes. A trace of disdain appeared on her face as she said disdainfully, "What kind of trash are you? Do you think you're worthy of making me submit?" Nia O'Brien's words silenced the entire battlefield. Many people looked at her with their mouths agape, feeling that she was too bold. As for the head palace master and the second palace master, they were so furious that their faces contorted. They felt as if their faces had been slapped swollen. Nia O'Brien's expression changed again, and she revealed a bright smile. "I do want to submit, but I also want to submit to someone else. You trash can't even compare to the mud under his feet." Silence. Silence continued. It was an area of effect attack, a heart-piercing attack. The head palace master, the second palace master, the third palace master, the fourth palace master, the many palace masters of the Crimson Moon Church, and the world overlords of the 7 families who had just joined the Crimson Moon Church were all furious. Nia O'Brien had stepped on them too hard. They actually said that they couldn't even compare to the mud under someone's feet. Who is he? He's actually worthy of your admiration. It was as if a volcano had erupted in the head palace master's heart. Endless anger drowned his mind. His eyes seemed to be burning. 2 bloodline auras that were intertwined spread out from his body, causing everyone on the battlefield to feel a huge pressure. "I'm the one he's talking about. Do you have a problem with that?" Everyone immediately looked around for the person who spoke. The people from the Crimson Moon Church were also searching. But before they could find him, a foot appeared out of thin air above the head palace master's head and stepped heavily on his head. All. The head palace master realized that a foot was stepping on his head and was about to go crazy. Endless flames erupted from his body, as well as terrifying black storms. He wanted to mince those who dared to step on him into pieces. However, the endless flames and black storms could not approach the foot. It was as if it was separated from that foot by endless dimensions. At this moment, the owner of the foot completely appeared. Lord of Yan Huang Chu Zhou. Many people were shocked to see that familiar figure. "He's here." Dongfu Blood Mountain, Prin, and Zhu Chen Blood Mountain all looked relaxed when they saw the figure. "It's him." When the second palace master, third palace master, fourth palace master, and the people from the Crimson Moon Church saw Chu Zhou standing steadily above the head palace master, they felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their hearts. They had all witnessed the terrifying strength of the head palace master. Before Chu Zhou appeared, they were all filled with confidence in the head palace master. They believed that even if Chu Zhou was the king of adventurers, he was not a match for the head palace master with 2 bloodlines. However, their confidence was shaken. It's moving around. Chu Zhou noticed that the head palace master, who was stepping on him, was struggling and shaking. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with this thing. "It seems that Nia is right. You're not even worthy of stepping on my mud." As he spoke, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He exerted force with his feet. With a bang, the head palace master exploded. Chapter 632, I'll stand at the top from now on. 4. This scene made everyone tremble. A moment later, the head palace master reassembled his physical body in the distance and looked at Chu Zhou with extreme anger. There was also a hint of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. Chu Zhou's strength far exceeded his imagination. "You're finally here." At this moment, Nia O'Brien made a shocking move in front of everyone. She actually pounced on Chu Zhou and hugged him enthusiastically like a lover. She even kissed him. "Are you fulfilling your promise in advance?" Chu Zhou smiled. "In any case, I will be yours sooner or later. So what if I fulfill the agreement in advance?" Nia O'Brien giggled. Her face was charming, and her beautiful eyes were like water. "Nia, this is..." Dongfu Blood Mountain, Prin, Zhu Chen, and Blood Mountain were dumbfounded. When did Nia O'Brien, who had shocked countless martial artists in the entire Blood Mountain galaxy for many years, have such a womanly side? All the martial artists in the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land were also dumbfounded. How did their ancestor suddenly become the Lord of Yan Huang, Chu Zhou's man? Moreover, he was throwing himself at her in front of everyone, not caring that there were more than 1,000,000 pairs of eyes watching. However, soon, many Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land martial artists were overjoyed. Their Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land was in danger now. But if their ancestor became the person of the Lord of Yanhuang, Chu Zhou, then it would not be difficult for their Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land to escape this crisis. Chu Zhou, Nia. The head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church was so angry that he was about to explode when he saw the two of them flirting in front of him. This was completely ignoring his existence. Chu Zhou, do you really think you're invincible among the world overlords just because you're the king of adventurers? He said coldly as the power of the two bloodlines erupted from his body. A sea of lava like flames appeared around him, and black tornadoes circled above the sea of flames. Furthermore, regardless of whether it was the sea of flames or the black hurricanes, they all contained boundless rule-bending power. Its power was so great that it was shocking. On the battlefield, Dongfu Blood Mountain and the others could feel how terrifying the power of the head palace master was. Chu Zhou, do you see this? This is the power of two second-tier bloodlines combined in one body. The head palace master said with a cold smile. Every move he made seemed to be able to shatter the galaxy and change the world. Silence. Ignored. It was blatant disregard. The head palace master was so angry that he was long-winded. Chu Zhou, are you going to ignore him? Nia O'Brien said softly. I almost forgot. Chu Zhou looked as if he had just remembered the head palace master. He raised his eyelids slightly and looked at the head palace master casually. He said indifferently, hand over the secret that you have two bloodlines and I'll allow you to choose a way to die. At this moment, the head palace master could no longer tolerate it. What was Chu Zhou's gaze and tone? Did she treat him like a dog? Chu Zhou, I want you to die. The head palace master spoke word by word. In the next moment, he transformed into a human-shaped flame surrounded by a black hurricane and charged towards Chu Zhou. Just like how he had dealt with Dongfu Blood Mountain not long ago. However, his body froze in midair before he could reach Chu Zhou. To be precise, not only was the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church frozen, but everyone on the battlefield was frozen at this moment. Everyone looked at the 100-odd cold figures that suddenly appeared beside Chu Zhou in shock. More than 100 indifferent figures released a terrifying and oppressive aura to their heart's content. Among them, the auras of 30 figures had reached the Transcendent World Overlord level. The auras of the remaining 70-plus figures had all reached the 9th level World Overlord realm. These more than 100 experts were like Chu Zhou's servants. They stood beside Chu Zhou and listened to his orders at any time to tear Chu Zhou's enemies into pieces. These experts were naturally Chu Zhou's soul slaves. This. Nia O'Brien lay in Chu Zhou's arms and watched as more than 100 incomparably powerful figures suddenly appeared on both sides of the throne. She almost lost the ability to speak. She just stared blankly at the man who was playing with her hair. A trace of admiration flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. The head palace master and all the higher-ups of the Crimson Moon Church were dumbfounded. They could not imagine where Chu Zhou had found so many peerless experts. Facing Chu Zhou, who had so many peerless experts following him, did the Crimson Moon Church still want to unify the Blood Mountain Galaxy? Dream on! Chu Zhou's gaze landed on Nia's smooth golden hair. He let strands of golden hair pass through his fingers and played with them gently. Kill all the world overlords of the Crimson Moon Church and capture the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church alive. Suddenly, he said with all his heart. In the next moment, the 100 over peerless experts on both sides of the throne all moved. Ah! Screams sounded everywhere in an instant. Almost instantly, the Crimson Moon Church's second palace master, third palace master, and fourth palace master were surrounded and killed by 30 transcendent world overlord soul slaves. The other 28 realm lords of the Crimson Moon Church and the 7 families who had just joined the Crimson Moon Church were also killed by a group of 9th level world overlord soul slaves. Chapter 633, I'll stand at the top from now on. 5. In less than 10 breaths, almost all the world overlord realm upper echelons of the Crimson Moon Church were dead. The higher-ups of the Crimson Moon Church could not withstand a single blow from 30 transcendent world overlord soul slaves and more than 79th level world overlord soul slaves. Only the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church was left standing. He had barely survived by relying on his strength that was stronger than that of a normal transcendent world overlord. However, under the joint attack of 30 Transcendent World Overlord Soul Slaves and more than 79th level World Overlord Soul Slaves, he was quickly severely injured. His body was shattered a few times and he had 2 bloodlines and was indeed stronger than ordinary Transcendent World Overlords. However, it was still unable to contend against such a powerful Soul Slave lineup. In fact, if Chu Zhou hadn't instructed them to capture the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church alive, he would have long been completely destroyed. Even so, the Crimson Moon Church's head palace master only struggled for a while before being captured by the Soul Slaves. Chains condensed from energy pierced through his limbs and ribs, locking him firmly. Then, he was escorted to Chu Zhou by many Soul Slaves. He was even pressed down and knelt down. At this point, the Crimson Moon Church's World Overlord had been completely wiped out. As the World Overlords of the Crimson Moon Church were completely wiped out, the army of the Crimson Moon Church completely collapsed. Countless martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church wanted nothing more than to grow a few more legs and escape frantically into the starry sky. That's it. Dongfu Blood Mountain, Juchen Blood Mountain, Prin, or the many martial artists from the Adarar Moon Lake Sacred Land all felt like they were dreaming after witnessing this scene with their own eyes. They did not dare to imagine that the incomparably powerful Crimson Moon Church would be defeated so easily by Chu Zhou. Even the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church was pressed down and knelt in front of Chu Zhou like a dead dog. In fact, other than stepping on the head palace A/I when he first appeared, Chu Zhou had never made a move from the beginning to the end. This was too easy for him. A moment later, everyone came to their senses. It was not that things were easy, but the power Chu Zhou had was too powerful and terrifying. Even the incomparably powerful Crimson Moon Church was easily dealt with by him. At this moment, all the martial artists in the Adarar Moon Lake Sacred Land looked at Chu Zhou with a faint sense of admiration, as if they were looking up at a supreme god. This is unimaginable. I thought that the Crimson Moon Church would be a havoc that would sweep through the entire Blood Mountain star field. We've been worried for a long time. I didn't expect him to resolve it so easily. Juchen Blood Mountain smiled bitterly. Perhaps, we are no longer on the same level as him. Although he controlled himself and didn't make a move, my intuition tells me that even without those 100-odd peerless experts, it would still be very easy for him to deal with the Crimson Moon Church. Prin said faintly. At this moment, she looked at Nia O'Brien, who was lying in Chu Zhou's arms like a little woman. She thought to herself that Nia O'Brien's judgment was really accurate. She had chosen a reliable man. From now on, he will stand at the top of our Blood Mountain galaxy. We can only look up to him. Dongfu Blood Mountain sighed sadly before turning to leave. Chu Zhou. I actually lost to you. The head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church still could not accept the fact that he had failed. He glared at Chu Zhou, his eyes filled with unwillingness. However, Chu Zhou was not interested in the head palace master's thoughts. The only value the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church had to him now was the secret techniques or methods he had obtained from obtaining dual bloodlines. Ever since he obtained the incomplete 5 elements God race bloodline potion in the Crimson Moon world, he had not used it. He saw the hope of retaining the new moon bloodline and obtaining the 5 elements God race bloodline from the head palace master. With a thought, he stored the sealed power of the head palace master and more than 100 soul slaves into the Black Mountain mystic realm in his inner world. Then he stood up with Nia O'Brien's soft body in his arms. All right, now that the miscellaneous matters are settled, it's time for us to get down to business. Chu Zhou looked down at Nia O'Brien's eyes and smiled. Nia O'Brien immediately understood the meaning of business, and her face turned red. However, she did not refuse. Instead, she giggled and boldly wrapped her 2 snake-like arms around Chu Zhou's neck. In the next moment, Chu Zhou's figure flashed and carried Nia O'Brien into her bedroom in the Mirror Moon Lake Holy Land. Chapter 634, The Red God. 1. The next day, Chu Zhou woke up in Nia O'Brien's bedroom. He left the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land after bidding farewell to Nia O'Brien. At this moment, everything that happened yesterday had basically spread throughout the main planet of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. This is unbelievable. The Lord of Yan Huang, Chu Zhou, actually has a total of 30 Transcendent World Overlords and more than 70 World Overlords and 99 Peerless Experts. He didn't even need to do anything. The experts under him suppressed all the World Overlords of the Crimson Moon Church. Even the first palace master of the Crimson Moon Church, who has 2 bloodlines, was taken down and forced to kneel in front of the Lord of Yanhuang, Chu Zhou. When the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church defeated the emperor of our Blood Mountain Empire, Dongfu Blood Mountain, I thought that no one would be able to stop the Crimson Moon Church this time. I didn't expect such a huge turn of events. As soon as the Lord of Yanhuang, Chu Zhou, appeared, he immediately reversed everything. The incomparably powerful Crimson Moon Church army was also defeated easily. The Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land was lucky enough to escape this calamity. Who would have thought that Nia O'Brien actually had that kind of relationship with Lord Yanhuang, Chu Zhou? Otherwise, Chu Zhou might not have descended this time. If that was the case, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land would probably have already disappeared. Without a doubt, from now on, Lord of Yanhuang Chu Zhou will stand at the top of our Blood Mountain Galaxy. In the Blood Mountain Galaxy, countless martial artists were discussing fervently. They could not calm down for a long time. The battle yesterday was simply too shocking. The upper echelons of many factions heaved a sigh of relief when they learned of the Crimson Moon Church's defeat. Previously, the Crimson Moon Church was aggressive and insufferably arrogant. They were all annexed by their own faction. Now that the Crimson Moon Church had been defeated, and the weather had cleared up. However, even though the Crimson Moon Church was defeated, the Blood Mountain Galaxy was not peaceful. In the battle yesterday, after the Crimson Moon Church was defeated, a large number of martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church escaped. In addition, many planets occupied by the Crimson Moon Church over the years, there were also a large number of martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church. The Blood Mountain Empire, the Blood Mountain Sacred Land, the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land, the Iron Blood Alliance, the 100 Generals Hall, and the remaining 10 families of the 18 families had all mobilized their armies to surround and kill the remaining martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church. This time, these superpowers' methods were very ruthless. As long as they encountered a martial artist from the Crimson Moon Church, they would be directly executed. The people from Coiling Dragon Manor were also mobilized. However, the people from Coiling Dragon Manor, regardless of the martial artists from the Crimson Moon Church, were only responsible for collecting the corpses and the territory left behind by the Crimson Moon Church. The Blood Mountain Empire and other superpowers were all very sensible. They were only in charge of cleaning up the martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church, but they didn't touch the territories left behind by the Crimson Moon Church. They handed all these territories over to the people of the Coiling Dragon Manor. After knowing that the people from Coiling Dragon Manor were collecting the corpses, they cooperated and collected the corpses of the Crimson Moon Church martial artists before handing them over to the people from Coiling Dragon Manor. Our Coiling Dragon Manor is now the uncrowned king of the Blood Mountain Star Field. Dragon, Sol, Chang'e Saha, Laitan, Monica, Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, and the other upper echelons of the Coiling Dragon Manor were all emotional when they learned that the Blood Mountain Sacred Land and other superpowers were cooperating with their work. Who would have thought that Coiling Dragon Manor, which had been built with Earth's elites as its core in just over 40 years, would be able to reach the top of Blood Mountain Galaxy so quickly? Of course, they all understood whose credit this was. The Crimson Moon Church's headquarters. The moment the news of the Crimson Moon Army's defeat came back, all the martial artists guarding the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church immediately fled as quickly as possible. Even a fool knew that the martial artists of the Crimson Moon Church would definitely be dealt with by many super forces. As for the martial artists guarding the Crimson Moon Church's headquarters, they were the targets of reckoning. Therefore, if he did not escape in time, he would probably not have a chance to escape. When Chu Zhou arrived, the place had already become a mess. Other than some seriously injured people who could not escape, everyone else was gone. Chu Zhou ignored the injured and appeared in front of an ancient palace with a blink. This was a palace. It was different from the other glorious palaces of the Crimson Moon Church. This was a stone palace made of countless large rocks, and it was covered in moss. It looked very old and experienced. However, it was this extremely old and weathered palace that hid the greatest secret of the Crimson Moon Church. Chu Zhou stood in front of this palace. The blood fusion secret technique that he had just obtained from the memories of the Crimson Moon Church's palace master appeared in his mind. The reason why the head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church could have 2 bloodlines was because of this blood fusion secret skill. He had used the blood fusion secret technique to fuse another bloodline into his body, allowing him to have 2 bloodlines. However, it was not enough to only have the blood fusion secret technique. He still needed the bloodline potion that had fused into his body and the help of the Red Moon Altar. Chu Zhou already had the blood fusion secret technique and the bloodline potion. He was only short of the Red Moon Altar. The Red Moon Altar was in a dimensional space hidden in this palace according to the memories of the head palace master. Chapter 635, The Red God. 2. Furthermore, not only was there the Red Moon Altar in this palace, but there was also the god worshipped by the Crimson Moon Church of the god of the Red Moon. To be precise, it was the god of the Red Moon in eternal slumber. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou with a thought. This figure was Rhe head palace master of the Crimson Moon Church. However, at this moment, the eyes of the head palace master became dull, as if he was a walking corpse. He had already been wiped out by Chu Zhou with the help of the Book of Souls and refined into a soul slave. Open this palace and bring it to the god of the Red Moon. Chu Zhou said indifferently to the head palace master. When the head palace master heard this, he immediately walked to the front of the palace in a daze and formed hand seals with both hands. Soon, countless hidden cosmic engravings appeared in the moss-covered stone palace. Under the effects of the palace master's hand seals, these secret engravings of the universe all emitted a dazzling light. Crack, crack, crack. The stone door of the stone palace that had been sealed for many years slowly opened. The head palace master brought Chu Zhou into the palace. Chu Zhou swept his gaze around and realized that there was nothing in the entire palace except for a red statue. It was empty. His gaze landed on the crimson statue. That statue was carved with a strange creature. It was completely red like blood and had the head of a bat. It had the body and limbs of a wild beast and a pair of blood-colored wings covered in scales. In particular, its pair of blood-colored eyes seemed to be filled with an endless desire for blood, making one shudder. This is the god of the Red Moon. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. The head palace master walked in front of Rhe statue of the god of the Red Moon. He formed hand seals with both hands and imprinted them on the statue. A moment later, the statue of the god of the Red Moon shook slightly, and blood light surged out from the statue. Soon, a spatial passageway formed by surging blood appeared above the statue. Chu Zhou followed the palace master into the spatial passageway. Soon, he appeared in a space filled with blood. In the middle of the space, there was a blood-colored altar with a diameter of about 10 meters. On the altar, there was a lidless crystal coffin. In the crystal coffin lay a mysterious crimson creature. A terrifying aura that made even the world overlord's hair stand on end emanated from the mysterious living being. Almost instantly, Chu Zhou recognized the mysterious creature lying in the crystal coffin. It was almost identical to Rhe statue outside. Clearly, this mysterious creature was the god of the Red Moon that the Crimson Moon Church believed in. Is this the true form of the god of the Red Moon? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. He took a step forward and arrived beside the crystal coffin. He carefully sized up the god of the Red Moon lying inside. Soon, he realized that there were many fatal wounds on the god of the Red Moon's body. Some of them were even bleeding. Not only were there many holes on its blood wings, but there were also faint traces of rot. An Rhe holy light that shone down from the dark nor only suppressed the roar of the god of the Red Moon's body, but there were also countless rays of light gathering and condensing in the god of the Red Moon's head, as if they were about to condense something. At this moment, the memories and information that Chu Zhou had obtained from the mainframe of the Crimson Moon Church's hall appeared in his mind again. According to the inheritance knowledge of Rhe Crimson Moon Church, the corpse of the god of the Red Moon was accidentally obtained by the first cult master of the Crimson Moon Church in a cosmic mystic realm. Furthermore, the first cult master had also obtained the Blood Fusion Secret Technique, Red Moon Sacred Technique, Blood Secret Manual, and other ultimate techniques and secret skills from Rhe God of the Red Moon's corpse, as well as Rhe Red Moon Altar. After the first cult master obtained Rhe aforementioned ultimate techniques and secret techniques, he quickly rose to prominence in the universe and established the Crimson Moon Church to worship the god of the Red Moon. When the Crimson Moon Church was at its peak, its power spread across several cosmic countries. It had countless powerful experts with powerful bloodlines. If not for the fact that he was obsessed with researching and making Rhe bloodline potion and did nor hesitate to secretly attack many powerful bloodline clans in order to collect the materials to research and make the bloodline potion, he would have angered many powerful bloodline clans and they would have wanted revenge. In that case, the Crimson Moon Church was now a terrifying power that was not inferior to the true central universe. However, the Crimson Moon Church had another plan that few people knew about. They had always wanted to awaken the dead god of the Red Moon from their very first patriarch. The god of the Red Moon's corpse was still there. There was even a portion of power left in the corpse, but it lacked the most crucial soul. Therefore, the first patriarch of RHE Crimson Moon Church fantasized about creating another soul in the god of the Red Moon's body after reading countless information. This was not impossible. There were countless living beings in the universe, and there were all kinds of strange ways to give birth to living beings. The origin race, one of the 6 peak races, was born from energy. Different energies could give birth to different lives. For example, the fire race that was born in the fire race and the soul race that was born in the place where souls gathered. They all belonged to the Genesis race, but they were different. The first patriarch of the Crimson Moon Church had referenced the birth of the Source race and gathered all the power of faith gathered by the Crimson Moon Church into the god of Red Moon's brain. Coupled with the various mysterious methods he had grasped, he hoped to create a new soul in the god of Red Moon's body and control the body of the god of Red Moon to become the real god of Red Moon. Chapter 636, The Red God. 3. In order for the god of Red Moon to truly be born, the patriarchs and the core upper echelons of the Crimson Moon Church had been constantly using their huge forces to derive the secret techniques of living beings from the collection of the universe since the birth of the Church. Then, they would make corresponding improvements and adjustments to these secret techniques before using them on the god of Red Moon. It had to be said that the Crimson Moon Church's method was very bold and crazy. This plan of the Crimson Moon Church continued until now. The final person in charge of this plan was the Crimson Moon Shrine's Palace Master, who had been made into a soul slave by Chu Zhou. Perhaps the reason why the Crimson Moon Church was targeted by so many factions is not only because they secretly captured martial artists with powerful bloodlines to research and make bloodline potions, but also because of the god of Red Moon's revival plan. Isn't it crossing the bottom line to use our clansmen as nourishment to revive a foreign race creature? Isn't this courting death? Chu Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he seriously sized up the god of Red Moon's corpse. He could vaguely sense an extremely vast power hidden in this corpse. He even felt his hair stand on end from this power. This force has at least reached the level of a universe lord, or even higher. No wonder the Crimson Moon Church wants to revive RHE god of Red Moon. Once the god of Red Moon is revived, the Crimson Moon Church will have a terrifying expert who is at least a universe lord. Then RHE strength of the Crimson Moon Church will soar. Chu Zhou was secretly amazed. Then, his expression became extremely serious. He began to activate his spiritual power with all his might and focused it on the god of Red Moon's brain to investigate carefully. Soon, he found a fist-sized ball of light in the depths of the god of Red Moon's brain. What moved him the most was that although the ball of light was condensed and compressed by the endless power of faith, there was a trace of soul fluctuation within it. Even though the soul fluctuation was extremely weak, it was nor even comparable to an ant's soul fluctuation. However, as long as there was a trace of soul fluctuation, it meant that the soul was born. As expected, a soul was born. Even though this soul is extremely weak, and even its thoughts don't seem to exist. But if no outsiders stop it, given enough time, it might really grow into a complete soul. Chu Zhou retracted his spiritual consciousness, and there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He looked at the head palace master beside him. According to the memories left behind by the head palace master, the reason why the head palace master was in a hurry to unify the Blood Mountain Galaxy was because he wanted all the humans in the Blood Mountain Galaxy to worship the god of Red Moon and contribute more power of faith to him. In addition, he had an extremely vicious plan. He planned to create an opportunity to harvest a large number of human souls after unifying the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Then, he would refine the souls he harvested. He refined a large amount of pure soul power and injected it into the ball of light of the god of Red Moon, promoting the growth of the god of Red Moon's soul. You really deserve to die. As a human, you want to sacrifice a human to revive a foreign creature. 1. Chu Zhou glanced at RHE head palace master indifferently. If not for the fact that the head palace master had already become a soul slave, he would have killed him a few more times. With a thought, he recalled RHE head palace master back into the Black Mountain mystic realm. Then, Chu Zhou took out the Book of Souls. Since he knew about RHE Crimson Moon Church's plan, he naturally couldn't let it continue. From now on, this god of Red Moon will be my soul slave. He will also become the strongest soul slave under me. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and began to activate the Book of Souls. In an instant, the Book of Souls erupted with an extremely terrifying pressure. This space was suppressed to the point of cracking, and countless cracks appeared. Countless strange and twisted black runes surged out of the Book of Souls and rushed into the God of Red Moon's body like a black waterfall. Under the observation of Chu Zhou's mental will, the black runic waterfall quickly enveloped the fist-sized ball of light in the God of Red Moon's mind. It continued to devour and permeate the light. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. After 6 hours, the fist-sized ball of light in the God of Red Moon's mind completely disappeared. At this moment, there was a faint unwillingness deep in the God of Red Moon's brain. The God of Red Moon's body suddenly moved slightly and erupted with a sea of blood-colored energy. Chu Zhou's expression changed. He was sent flying while vomiting blood by the sudden eruption of blood-colored energy. Fortunately, RHE blood-colored energy had only erupted for a moment before it retracted. The God of Red Moon's body calmed down once again. What powerful strength! I was injured by just a small explosion, Chu Zhou exclaimed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and flew back to the crystal coffin. He looked coldly at the God of Red Moon in the crystal coffin and sneered. You were killed by me before you were officially born. Is that why you're filled with unwillingness? Unfortunately, those who are not of our race will definitely have different intentions. A powerful variant like you shouldn't have been born in our human territory. You should become my soul slave. Chu Zhou already knew that RHE God of Red Moon in the crystal coffin had become his soul slave through his connection with RHE Book of Souls. Chapter 637, The Red God. 4. Get up! Chu Zhou said calmly. The next moment, the God of Red Moon, who had been lying in the crystal coffin for countless years, suddenly opened his two blood-colored eyes. A curved blood moon floated in the depths of those two blood-colored eyes. Boom! The God of Red Moon stood up and was about 3 meters tall. After spreading his blood wings, he was 10 meters tall. It had a bat-like head, a beast-like body, and a strong and red body. It was intimidating. His figure flashed and appeared beside Chu Zhou. Just like Chu Zhou's most loyal guard, a tsunami-like aura emanated from his body. Under the impact of that terrifying aura, this space continuously collapsed and expanded. It's too easy to associate the God of Red Moon with the Crimson Moon. Church. From now on, you'll be called Red God. Chu Zhou smiled and changed the God of Red Moon's name. However, the God of Red Moon, or the current Red God, had a dull gaze and did not respond to Chu Zhou's words at all. Chu Zhou didn't mind this and got Red God to protect him. He walked to the center of the Red Moon altar and sat down cross-legged. Now, it's time to fuse the 5 elements God race bloodline into my bloodline. Chu Zhou took out the 5 elements God race bloodline potion with hope. He collapsed in the middle of the altar without any hesitation. Then, Chu Zhou used the blood fusion secret technique he had obtained from the head palace master's mind. He formed hand seals on the Red Moon altar and sent origin power into the altar in a special way. Soon, the entire Red Moon altar emitted an incomparably intense light. A huge red moon phantom slowly rose from the altar and enveloped Chu Zhou's body. At the same time, countless mysterious cosmic engravings appeared on the huge crimson moon phantom. The 5 elements God race bloodline potion that scattered on the altar turned into blood threads smaller than hair that flowed quickly along the mysterious patterns on the altar. About an hour later, bloodlines covered the entire altar. Then, all the blood threads wrapped around Chu Zhou's body, wrapping him into a huge blood cocoon. In the blood cocoon, the corners of Chu Zhou's mouth twitched violently. He felt endless pain. It was as if countless sharp steel needles had pierced through all the pores on his body at the same time. Not only did it pierce into his flesh, but it also pierced into his internal organs and bone marrow. This kind of pain was simply indescribable. Even the punishment of dismemberment would not be as painful as this. It had been a long time since Chu Zhou had felt such pain. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and widened his eyes. He was determined not to let out a scream. However, his body was trembling and he was sweating profusely. Time became especially hard to endure when in pain. Every second felt like 10,000 years. Chu Zhou gritted his teeth and endured it. After an unknown period of time, the pain that was even more painful than the torture of dismemberment finally subsided. Instead, endless vitality suddenly surged out from the depths of his body. Chu Zhou looked inside his body and immediately realized that his blood had turned into 5-colored blood. Not only his blood, but even his bones, flesh, and even every cell shone with 5-colored light. Moreover, other than the 5-colored light, there was also a silver line in his blood, bones, flesh, and cells. The silver thread had existed for a long time. It was the embodiment of the perfected new moon bloodline. The new 5-colored light was undoubtedly the embodiment of the bloodline of the 5 elements god race. At this moment, the profound of the 5 elements suddenly appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. It worked. From today onwards, I will have both the new moon bloodline and the 5 elements god race bloodline. Chu Zhou's face revealed a trace of joy. Chapter 638, King Bei King. 1. The Coiling Dragon Manor. Chu Zhou was lying on a soft white beach chair by the sea. He had black sunglasses on while basking in the warm sunlight. He was enjoying the slightly salty sea breeze and listening to the surging waves. It had been 3 days since he returned from the headquarters of the Crimson Moon Church. Everyone in Coiling Dragon Manor was very busy. Dragon and the others were busy taking over the territory and businesses left behind by the Crimson Moon Church. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei took the opportunity to expand the Blade Edge Chamber of Commerce and the Shadow Organization. Lai Tan, Monica, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi were busy expanding the Yanhuang religion. Even the 1,000-star vine had been sent by Chu Zhou to protect Dongfang Mingzhu. On the other hand, Chu Zhou was completely free. Therefore, he decided to enjoy this peaceful time by bathing in the sun on the beach today. Chu Zhou, you're living the life at... Suddenly, a voice entered Chu Zhou's ears. Chu Zhou immediately took off his sunglasses and stood up from the beach chair. He smiled at the person and said, Lord Yoda, why are you here? Why are you still calling me Lord? Yoda slowly floated towards Chu Zhou with his hands behind his back. You're now the #1 person in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. I'm no longer your match. It's against the rules for you to call me Lord. From now on, just call me by my name. Chu Zhou smiled and did not reply. Yoda's expression gradually became serious. He sized Chu Zhou up carefully for a long time, as if there were flowers on Chu Zhou's face. A moment later, he said, Chu Zhou, you're so lucky. Chu Zhou was at a loss. Why do you say that? Yoda deliberated for a moment and said, simply put, your performance over the years has been very outstanding. There is a big shot in our Mirror Universe Corporation who appreciates you. This seems to be a good thing. Chu Zhou smiled. Which universe lord? He was actually mentally prepared for this. Any large faction that wanted to develop well would place great importance on digging out and nurturing internal talents. It was even more so for a huge faction like the Mirror Universe Corporation. Chu Zhou prided himself on his outstanding performance over the years. He believed that the higher-ups in the Mirror Universe Corporation would definitely take it to heart. Therefore, he was already mentally prepared for himself to be appreciated by a certain big shot in the company's upper echelons. It seems that you've expected this. Yoda couldn't help but smile when he saw Chu Zhou's reaction. However, you're wrong. That big shot isn't a universe lord. He's a universe nobility who shocked the entire human race. A universe lord isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes in front of him. What's more, he's not an ordinary universe nobility, but a universe nobility with a pivotal position in our Mirror Universe Corporation. It's not convenient for me to say the details. You'll know when you see that lord. Universe nobility? And a universe nobility with a pivotal position in the Mirror Universe Corporation at that? Chu Zhou was shocked to hear Yoda's words. He had never thought that he would actually enter the eyes of such a person. No, that lord wants to see me. Chu Zhou stared at Yoda's eyes in shock. Yoda looked at Chu Zhou enviously and said solemnly, Chu Zhou, yes, that lord wants to see you. I believe you have vaguely guessed his intentions, right? Chu Zhou nodded slightly and said, generally speaking, if it's just appreciation, there's no need to meet me personally. We can just meet via video. He came to see me personally. Perhaps he has the intention to take me in as his disciple. Yes. Yoda suddenly grabbed Chu Zhou's hand and stared into his eyes. He said seriously, that lord probably wants to take you in as his disciple. Chu Zhou, remember, you must seize this opportunity. I can tell you. That lord is not extraordinary, he is very extraordinary. He has a very high status, be it in our Mirror Universe Corporation or in the entire human race. Not to mention universe lords, even most universe nobility, are far inferior to that lord. You can say that hundreds of billions of people want to acknowledge that lord as their master. There's no lack of prodigies of the god race, and even universe lords. But up until now, no one has succeeded. This time, after that lord learned about you, he took the initiative to come and see you. His intentions are already very obvious. If you can seize this opportunity and successfully acknowledge that lord as your master, your life in the future will be completely different. Yoda held that lord in high regard. It was as if he was a fanatical believer of that lord. Even though Chu Zhou had yet to meet that lord and did not know who he was, after seeing Yoda's reaction, he vaguely knew that he was probably a very impressive person. Chu Zhou had never rejected becoming a disciple. Even though he had the attribute board and could rely on his own hard work to rise, there were more efficient ways. Why didn't he use them? He wasn't stupid. Naturally, he wouldn't reject something that was obviously beneficial to him. Moreover, not only could he learn the cultivation path from the other party, he could also obtain the other party's connections and other resources. What was there to reject? Chapter 639, King Bei Kang. 2. This was much better than fighting alone. Till try my best. Chu Zhou nodded slightly. Then follow me to the Mirror Universe Corporation's Star Domain headquarters in the Blood Mountain Star Domain. That lord is waiting for you there. Yoda pulled Chu Zhou towards a spaceship. Chu Zhou did not refuse and followed Yoda onto the spaceship. Then, he sent a message to Dragon and the others, telling them that he was going to the Mirror Universe Company's Starfield headquarters to do something. The ship quickly entered the Dark Universe and entered universe travel. 6 days later, the spaceship arrived at Azure Dragon Star. Azure Dragon Star was the capital of the Blood Mountain Empire and the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the Blood Mountain Star Field. Yoda piloted the spaceship and rushed into Azure Dragon Star. He ignored the spaceship traction signal sent from the docking bay of Azure Dragon Star and flew directly to the capital of the Blood Mountain Empire, Azure Dragon City. It's the Mirror Universe Corporation's Blood Mountain Galaxy Inspector Yoda's spaceship. When the patrolling soldiers of Azure Dragon Star saw that a spaceship actually dared to barge into Azure Dragon Star, they wanted to stop it, but when they recognized the origin of the spaceship, they immediately stopped and bowed to the spaceship from afar. Along the way, many martial artists on the Azure Dragon Star were also shocked after recognizing the origin of the spaceship. They took the initiative to make way. Yoda was the inspector of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the Blood Mountain Star Field after all. He represented the Mirror Universe Corporation. His status was not inferior to the Emperor of the Blood Mountain Empire, Dongfu Blood Mountain. To a certain extent, he was even more extraordinary. Therefore, the martial artists of the Azure Dragon planet were naturally respectful to a big shot like Yoda. Is this the capital of the Blood Mountain Empire? It's much more prosperous than the Golden Flame Star. The most prosperous commercial planet Chu Zhou had ever been to was the Golden Flame Star. However, the Azure Dragon Star was more than 10,000 times more prosperous than the Golden Flame Star. Outside Azure Dragon City, countless small aircraft gathered into endless torrent, queuing up to pass through the city gate. In Azure Dragon City, there were also countless small-scale flights that flowed endlessly. The traffic in the bustling metropolis was similar. There were also endless commercial streets in Azure Dragon City. On both sides of each commercial street were all kinds of shops. Countless people were moving along the streets. Chu Zhou could not help but gasp in amazement when he saw such a prosperous scene through the exterior simulation of the flying car. Yoda was a privileged person in the Blood Mountain Empire, so he naturally didn't need to queue up to enter the city. He flew directly into Azure Dragon City and flew past more than 10 bustling streets. Finally, he landed in front of an extremely majestic skyscraper. This skyscraper was called the Mirror Tower. It was the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the Blood Mountain Star Field. Chu Zhou, that lord is waiting for you in Conference Room 1 on the 88th floor. Remember, when you see that lord, you must seize the opportunity. As they walked into the Mirror Tower and took the elevator to the 88th floor, Yoda reminded Chu Zhou again to seize the opportunity. Chu Zhou knew that Yoda was doing this for his own good. He smiled and nodded. They arrived at the 88th floor very quickly. Yoda was even more nervous than Chu Zhou. He took a deep breath and brought Chu Zhou to Conference Room 1. Knock knock knock. Yoden knocked on the door 3 times. "Enter." A calm voice came from the door. Yoda opened the door and walked in with Chu Zhou. In the meeting room, a white-haired young man in his late 20s sat calmly on a chair. His entire body exuded supreme dignity, making people have the urge to worship him. However, even though this white-haired youth looked very young, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time, as if he had experienced thousands of reincarnations and seen the vicissitudes of life. "Sir, I've brought Chu Zhou here." Yoda bowed respectfully to the white-haired youth. "Thank you for your hard work." The white-haired young man nodded with a smile. "Sir, I have other matters to attend to. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave," Yoda said. "Go about your business." The white-haired young man waved his hand casually. Yoda turned around and left the room, closing the door gently behind him. At this moment, the white-haired young man looked at Chu Zhou. "Chu Zhou, my name is Bei Gang." The white-haired young man smiled at Chu Zhou, looking very friendly. "Greetings, Lord Bei Gang." Chu Zhou hurriedly bowed. Then, he remembered that he had once studied a document called The Secret of the Rule Profound. The author of the document was Bei Gang. He had found this information on the Mirror Universe network. Back when he was still a Star Realm martial artist, he had learned many secrets of domain lords and rules through this information. It was quite helpful to him. Could the author of The Secret of the Rule Profound be the person in front of him? Chu Zhou could not help but ask, "Lord Bei Gang, may I ask if you've once published a document called The Secret of the Rule Profound on the Mirror Universe network?" "When I was still a Star Realm martial artist, I downloaded and studied this information." King Bei Gang was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "Yes, the information you mentioned was indeed written by me. However, that was 500 to 600 million years ago." At this point, he seemed to have recalled some things from the past. His eyes that were filled with the vicissitudes of time revealed a trace of reminiscence. "Lord Bei Gang, do you have any instructions for summoning me this time?" Chu Zhou asked. King Bei Gang stared at Chu Zhou and said, "I don't like to beat around the bush, so I will be straightforward. Chu Zhou, I've seen all your information and feel that you're not bad. I'm also very satisfied with your actions. I wonder if you're willing to acknowledge me as your master." As expected, it was direct. Chu Zhou thought to himself. His reaction was also very direct. He knelt down decisively. "Chu Zhou greets teacher." King Bei Gang couldn't help but smile when he saw Chu Zhou directly give the apprenticeship gift. Then, he reminded. "Don't be in such a hurry to call me teacher. Before you acknowledge me as your master, I have to remind you that although my strength is alright and I have some status in the Mirror Universe Corporation, it should be of great help to your growth. However, I was a little young and rash a long time ago and offended many people. If you acknowledge me as your master, you will bear my karma and be targeted by the people I offended in the past. Among those people, not only are there universe lords, but there are also many universe nobility. Have you thought about it? It's just karma. I can handle it." Chu Zhou smiled and shouted respectfully again, "Teacher." "Very good. Get up." When King Bei Gang heard Chu Zhou call him teacher again, his eyes immediately revealed a satisfied expression. Many experts are divided into personal disciples and nominal disciples when they take in disciples. However, I'm not particular about this. You are the first disciple of me, Bei Gang, and also my only personal disciple. King Bei Gang stood up and personally helped Chu Zhou up with a smile. "As my personal disciple, your treatment and benefits in the Mirror Universe Corporation will be raised to the realm of the Universe Lords in the company. In addition, there are many other rights. For example, you can come to the headquarters of our Mirror Universe Company to observe the 108 Primal Chaos Tablets for 100,000 years. You can also learn a Universe Nobility Realm Absolute Art and 3 Universe Lord Realm Absolute Arts for free. As for the Absolute Arts below the Universe Lord Realm, you can learn them as you please. There are also some other benefits. Someone will send you the information later. You can study them yourself." Chu Zhou's eyes widened upon hearing King Bei Gang's benefits. What were the 108 Primal Chaos Tablets? He was still unclear about them. However, he could learn a Universe Nobility Realm technique for free, as well as 3 Universe Lord Realm techniques, and casually learn all the techniques below the Universe Lord Realm. This was simply unimaginable. Such treatment and benefits were something that even many Universe Lords dreamed of. However, with the above benefits and treatment, Chu Zhou knew that he had made a killing this time. After King Beikang finished saying the above benefits and treatment, he paused slightly and suddenly looked at Chu Zhou seriously. The above benefits and treatment are actually nothing. As the only personal disciple of King Beikang, you should inherit my mantle. I will impart all the ultimate techniques, secret techniques, and so on of our lineage to you without reservation. Chu Zhou was overjoyed again when he heard this. Getting an apprenticeship was really the right thing to do. Chapter 640, Beikang's Lineage Inheritance. Azure Dragon Star Mirror Building. Chu Zhou was still immersed in surprise when King Beikang's expression suddenly froze. Chu Zhou, I'll teach you all the ultimate techniques and secret skills of our Beikang lineage now. With that said, King Beikang's gaze suddenly focused. A sword-shaped wall that seemed to split the universe shot out indifferently from the depths of his left eye. Before Chu Zhou could react, it shot into his glabella. The next moment, an unimaginably vast torrent of information surged into Chu Zhou's mind. This torrent of information was too vast. Even with Chu Zhou's current soul strength, he was still shaken by the impact. Calm your mind and accept the inheritance. King Beikang's voice entered Chu Zhou's mind. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and hurriedly focused. He stabilized his mind and silently accepted the huge and vast torrent of information. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. After 9 hours, the legacy acceptance finally ended and 18,666 secret techniques appeared in Chu Zhou's mind. These ultimate techniques were everything from Void Realm ultimate techniques to World Overlord Realm ultimate techniques in the universe. I've made a killing, Chu Zhou's heart trembled with joy. There was no need to mention the Void to World Overlord Realm techniques. Universe Lord Realm Absolute Arts, Universe Nobility Realm Absolute Arts, Universe Overlord Realm Absolute Arts. Each of these 3 grades of Absolute Arts was priceless. Take Universe Lord Realm Absolute Arts for example. If a martial artist wanted to learn an absolute art of this realm, there were usually only 3 ways. Firstly, he would become the disciple of a Universe Lord. After receiving his attention, he would be taught a Universe Lord Realm technique. Secondly, he would join a large faction that had at least a Universe Lord. After making enough contributions, he would exchange for it with merit points. Thirdly, a fortuitous encounter. Other than these 3 methods, it was extremely difficult to learn Universe Lord Realm techniques. As for Universe Overlord Realm techniques, the difficulty of learning Universe Overlord Realm techniques was countless times greater. Chu Zhou had obtained everything in the blink of an eye. There are a total of 18,666 unique skills and secret skills that we passed down. Most of them were collected from other places, and some of them were created by me. However, the core inheritance of our Northern Heavens lineage is the Killing Word Sword technique, the Flowing Moon Movement technique, the 6 Radiance Shield, and the 1000 Body Holy Scripture. Among them, the Killing Word Sword art, the Flowing Moon Movement technique, and the 6 Radiance Shield were all self-created. They are Universe Overlord Realm Absolute Arts. They correspond to attack, movement technique, and defense. The 1000 Body Scripture is a supreme technique of the universe. I spent more than 300 million years searching for it in secret among the myriad races in the universe. In the end, I obtained it in an ancient secret realm of the origin race. After I obtained this ultimate technique, no one knew about it. Now, other than me, you're the second human to cultivate this ultimate technique. The 1000 Bodies Scripture can be divided into 1000 doppelgangers, and each doppelganger can reach 60% or more of the true body's power. Once fused, the true body's power will skyrocket. However, the cultivation requirements are extremely harsh. Cultivating a single doppelganger requires one to consume a world heart. King Beikang explained the 4 core techniques of the Beikang lineage to Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou listened carefully. The first 3 Universe Overlord Realm techniques had already made him very excited. When he heard the exquisiteness of the Universe Overlord Realm technique, the 1000 Body Holy Scripture, his blood almost boiled. This absolute art was too powerful. In fact, he had long wanted to find an ultimate technique to cultivate. However, after arriving at the Blood Mountain Galaxy, he realized that most incarnation techniques could only form 2 or 3 incarnations. Moreover, their strength was usually less than 1/10,000th of the original body. It was too useless. After Coiling Dragon Manor rose to prominence, it also obtained more than 10 incarnation-type absolute arts from the annexed factions. Only one of them barely reached the World Overlord realm. Moreover, it could only condense 3 incarnations. Each incarnation's strength was about 1,000th of the original. This made Chu Zhou lose interest. The thousand bodies scripture was tens of thousands of times more powerful than the incarnation techniques that Coiling Dragon Manor had collected. King Bei Kang was extremely experienced. When he saw Chu Zhou's excited gaze, he immediately knew what Chu Zhou was thinking. Why? Have you been attracted by the thousand-body holy scripture, a universe overlord realm absolute art in the universe? Are you looking down on the 3 absolute arts I created? King Bei Kang looked at Chu Zhou mockingly. Teacher, you must be joking. Chu Zhou's expression turned slightly awkward. The other 3 absolute arts that teacher created are also at universe overlord realm. I'm already extremely lucky to be taught by you. How can I not like them? At this moment, King Bei Kang's expression turned slightly serious. No matter what you think, I have to make one thing clear to you. Chu Zhou immediately became serious seeing King Bei Kang's serious expression. Even though the killing word sword technique, flowing moon movement technique, 6 radiance shield, and 1000-body holy scripture are all core inheritances of our northern heavens lineage, the most important of these 4 ultimate techniques is the killing word sword technique, not the 1000-body holy scripture that seems to be of a higher level. At the mention of the killing sword art, King Bei Kang's ancient eyes could not help but reveal a trace of arrogance. Chapter 641, Bei Kang's Lineage Inheritance. 3. The killing word sword technique was created by me in the 10,000 races battlefield 300 million years ago. It's an ultimate attack technique. This attack technique doesn't have any specific moves or there's only one move from the beginning to the end. This is an all-out attack. It abandons all defense and distracting thoughts. There's only the word kill in its heart. It's a move that surpasses the limit and instantly erupts with all the power, law comprehension, and so on in its body. It was one move to determine life and death. After I created the killing word sword art, countless foreign race world overlords died in this technique. More than 10,000 foreign race venerables died in this technique. I even used the killing word sword technique to injure an insectoid universe overlord on the 10,000 races battlefield. King Bei Kang's ancient eyes revealed traces of memories, as if he was recalling the glorious years of the past. Gulp. Chu Zhou swallowed his saliva with difficulty and was almost stunned. His teacher was that fierce? He had actually used the killing sword art to kill more than 10,000 foreign venerables? He even injured an insect tribe universe overlord? That was true strength, simply too powerful. After I created the killing word sword technique, it has been constantly perfected and sublimated for hundreds of millions of years. It has already reached the peak of the universe overlord level. Among the universe overlord level attack mystic techniques of us humans, I think I can be ranked in the top 10. This mystic technique can be said to have fused with all my life's learning and comprehension. It's the most important inheritance of our Northern Azure lineage and also the symbol of our Northern Azure lineage. Chu Zhou, as my personal disciple and only disciple, you should bring the killing sword art to greater heights. With my current ability, I can only deduce the killing word sword art to the peak of the universe overlord level. I hope that one day, you can deduce it to the overlord level of the universe, or even the universe saint level. King Bei Kang looked at Chu Zhou expectantly. He had made a detailed understanding of all the information about his disciple. When he found out about his disciple's rise on Earth and his rise in the Blood Mountain Galaxy, he was extremely shocked. As a dignified universe overlord and once known as the #1 Marquis of humanity, he was also proud and aloof. But after understanding Chu Zhou's experience, he felt that Chu Zhou was much fiercer than him. If not for that, with his arrogance and conceit, why would he casually take Chu Zhou as his disciple? There were too many people who wanted to acknowledge him as their master. Among them, not only were there prodigies of the god race who were born with 2 first-class bloodlines, there were also famous universe lords, but he didn't like any of them. He felt that those people were not talented enough and did not deserve to inherit his mantle. If his successor did not have potential that surpassed his, King Bei Kang's, then what was the point of taking him in as a disciple? It was only after learning about Chu Zhou and understanding him that he decided to take him in as his personal disciple. He had high hopes for Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou saw King Bei Kang's expectant gaze when he looked at him. His expression turned serious and he said calmly, "Teacher, Don't worry, I will definitely bring the killing word sword technique to greater heights and continuously perfect and sublimate it. I will even make it the #1 ultimate attack technique of humanity. With the attribute board in hand, as long as he was given time, he was confident that he could upgrade the killing sword art to the #1 offensive technique of humanity, or even the #1 offensive technique in the universe. When King Beikang heard Chu Zhou's words, he could not help but be slightly stunned. This disciple seemed to be even more ambitious than he had expected. He only looked forward to the day when Chu Zhou could upgrade the killing sword art to a universe overlord level technique or even a universe saint level technique. However, Chu Zhou said that he wanted to upgrade this ultimate technique to the #1 offensive technique of humans. The difficulty was undoubtedly greater. However, not only was King Beikang not angry at Chu Zhou's arrogant words, he also admired him very much. He should have such confidence and arrogance as the only disciple of King Beikang. What right did he have to be King Beikang's disciple if he didn't even try and didn't dare to fight for first place? Ha ha ha, good, very good. King Beikang laughed loudly. I look forward to the day you upgrade the killing word sword art to the #1 offensive technique of humanity. A purple sword that was filled with endless killing intent suddenly appeared in his hand as he spoke. This purple sword was about 3 feet long and was engraved with countless complicated universe engravings. Purple light flickered and the sword was filled with wisps of purple chi. Wisps of purple chi faintly interwoven into a wandering purple divine dragon phantom. The hilt was engraved with the 2 universal languages of the purple dragon. The moment the purple sword appeared in the room, endless killing intent spread. In a daze, Chu Zhou seemed to see endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. King Beikang gently wiped his finger on the purple sword. The monstrous killing intent that spread out immediately retracted into the sword. What a ferocious sword! The illusion in front of him disappeared. Chu Zhou had lingering fears as he looked at the purple sword in King Beikang's hand. This sword had such a strong killing intent. He could not imagine how many living beings had died under this sword. King Beikang looked at the purple sword in his hand nostalgically and gently rubbed it with his fingers. This sword is called the Purple Dragon Sword. It was my former weapon and has accompanied me for hundreds of millions of years. I relied on it to fight my way out of countless near-death situations. Chapter 642, Beikang's Lineage Inheritance. 3. It's a pity that it's a Universe Lord weapon after all. Even though I found many sword refining masters later and used many precious materials to strengthen it, its material only reached the level of a Universe Nobility weapon. However, the countless universe engravings engraved on its body can't be changed. Therefore, it's still a Universe Lord weapon. The Purple Dragon Sword can no longer keep up with my strength. If I use it now, I will only destroy it. As my only disciple, I'll teach you the Purple Dragon Sword now. You have to cherish it. King Beikang carefully handed the Purple Dragon Sword to Chu Zhou. When Chu Zhou heard King Beikang's words, he already knew that the Purple Dragon Sword was very important to him. He did not refuse the Northern Heavens King's gift. Instead, he received the Purple Dragon Sword with both hands with a solemn expression. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely cherish the Purple Dragon Sword, Chu Zhou said solemnly. From now on, the Purple Dragon Sword will be the symbolic weapon of the descendants of our North Blue lineage. I will use it at this stage. When I advance to the universe nobility in the future and find a suitable descendant, I will also pass down the Purple Dragon Sword. King Beikang was very satisfied with Chu Zhou's attitude and handed a spatial ring to Chu Zhou. There's a world heart in it. Only the primal world nurtured by the primal universe or the world opened by a universe lord or above can have a world core. I only have one. You'll have to find the rest yourself. Thank you, teacher. One pill is enough. I can find the rest myself. Chu Zhou happily took the interspatial ring. He could cultivate the thousand bodies scripture and produce his first incarnation with a world heart. Next, King Beikang did not give Chu Zhou any other treasures. Instead, he said to Chu Zhou, among the 18,666 absolute arts I've imparted to you, other than the 4 core absolute arts of our North Blue lineage, the other absolute arts are basically all below the Universe Lord level. Their origins are complicated, and they involve all aspects of cultivation. You can use them as a reference. I've seen your information and know that you've also cultivated a divine body. There's no powerful divine body technique in the absolute art I taught you. Tell me about your cultivation situation. I'll see if I can find a powerful divine body technique among the countless absolute arts of our Mirror Universe company. When Chu Zhou heard this, he immediately told King Beikang about his condition other than his attribute board. He didn't even hide the existence of the Book of Souls, the Soul Slave, or even the Crimson God. I didn't expect you to have such good luck. You actually obtained the Book of Souls left behind by Venerable Shadow. Moreover, you used the Book of Souls to refine the God of Red Moon of the Crimson Moon Church into a soul slave. King Beikang said in surprise, but he did not pay much attention to it. To him, neither Venerable Shadow nor the God of Red Moon were worth mentioning. On the other hand, when he learned that Chu Zhou had actually cultivated the spatial, gravity, and repulsive laws to 90% and become a transcendent world overlord recognized by the three law origins, a smile appeared on his face. When he found out that Chu Zhou also had the new moon bloodline, the five elements god race bloodline, and so on, the smile on his face widened. He had not misjudged his disciple. This disciple of his was indeed full of potential. Alright, I've understood your situation. I will help you find a powerful divine body absolute art as soon as possible. Let's end our meeting today. We can contact each other in the mirror universe in the future. After today, I will submit the report of taking you in as my personal disciple to the company headquarters. At that time, the relevant person in charge of the company will contact you and tell you what to do next. After King Beikang finished speaking, his figure slowly faded in front of Chu Zhou before completely disappearing. Chu Zhou watched helplessly as King Beikang disappeared, but he could not figure out how his new teacher had left. Chu Zhou walked out of the room happily. Chu Zhou, did you succeed? Yoda suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zhou and stared intently into his eyes. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded. Success. Teacher has already taken me in as his personal disciple. Success. Success? Lord Beikang actually directly accepted you as his personal disciple. No, Lord Beikang doesn't seem to have taken any disciples. In that case, aren't you his only disciple? Yoda's eyes widened in shock, as if he had never heard of something as shocking as this in his life. Chapter 643, The Green King. 1. Looks like our Blood Mountain Galaxy is going to give birth to a big shot in the future. Yoda stood at the top of RHE Mirror Tower and watched Chu Zhou leave on the Crimson Moon. Speaking of which, he was once a core member of the Mirror Universe Company. However, his potential was too ordinary. He didn't have the potential to become a Universe Lord. He had roamed the universe for many years and had basically experienced everything he needed to experience. He had no regrets. In the end, he chose to return to the Blood Mountain Galaxy to retire and become the inspector of the Mirror Universe Corporation in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. As a native of the Blood Mountain Galaxy, he naturally hoped that his hometown would give birth to a big shot like King Beikang. In that case, it would be extremely beneficial to the future development of the Blood Mountain Galaxy, and he saw such hope in Chu Zhou. Therefore, he was in a good mood. Senior Yoda, who left just now? Was it Chu Zhou? Suddenly, a majestic figure in a blood dragon robe appeared beside Yoda. Yoda glanced at Dongfu Blood Mountain and nodded with a smile. Donglu, you have handled the conflict between RHE Blood Mountain Empire and the Coiling Dragon Manor very well. You must continue to maintain it. In the future, our Blood Mountain Galaxy might give birth to a giant that surpasses all the other cosmic countries. If you befriend Chu Zhou now, it will be infinitely beneficial to your Blood Mountain Empire in the future. Yoda reminded Dongfu Blood Mountain. When Dongfu Blood Mountain heard this, he was slightly taken aback. His expression instantly turned solemn. He immediately realized that something must have happened to Chu Zhou that made Yoda think so highly of Chu Zhou's future. Senior Yoda. Chu Zhou, could it be that you obtained some fortuitous opportunity? He could not help but probe. Yoda didn't say it explicitly. Instead, he hinted. Chu Zhou, he has already acknowledged a big shot from our Mirror Universe Company as his master. His identity in the future and his future are different. With that, he returned to the Mirror Tower. Dongfu Blood Mountain stood at the top of the building and pondered over Yoda's words. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Even Yoda addressed him as Lord One. Hers at least a Universe Lord. That's not right. Yoda said that Chu Zhou might become a giant that surpasses the various cosmic countries in the future. In that case, his teacher should be at least a similar figure now. In other words, Chu Zhou's teacher is very likely a universe nobility. At the thought of this, Dongfu Blood Mountain's pupils constricted slightly and he immediately gasped. Universe nobility was a giant that truly surpassed the various cosmic countries. The universe lords in charge of the universe nation could only lower their heads in front of the universe nobility and address him as Lord One. Even among the myriad races in the universe, universe nobility was still a big shot at the top of the pyramid. His status was extremely high. In fact, in some races, universe nobility were even respectfully called god kings. At the thought that Chu Zhou might be taken in as a disciple by a universe nobility, Dongfu Blood Mountain could nor help but feel a tinge of envy and hatred. Why hadn't he encountered such an opportunity? However, at the thought of Chu Zhou's legendary rise, Dongfu Blood Mountain quickly smiled bitterly. He was indeed incomparable to Chu Zhou, this freak. What right did she have to be envious and hate Chu Zhou? Senior Yoda is right. If Chu Zhou's future is limitless, he will at least be a universe lord. Moreover, he has a universe nobility backing him. Our Blood Mountain Empire must continue to be on good terms with him. Looks like we have to adjust our attitude towards Coiling Dragon Manor. Dongfu Blood Mountain muttered to himself. In RHE next moment, he turned into a bolt of blood lightning and disappeared. The Dark Universe. Chu Zhou let Deep Blue control the direction of the Crimson Moon while he closed his eyes and studied the core legacies of the four Beikang lineages in his mind. The first thing he studied was the Killing Sword art. This was the most important absolute art of the Beikang lineage. It fused everything King Beikang had learned and comprehended in his life. There were a total of 720 volumes of the Killing Sword art. Volumes 1 to 10 were the general outline of the Killing Sword art. In the general outline, it fully explained the core concept of the Killing Sword art and the foundation of the cultivation of the Killing Sword art. Books 11 to 700 recorded 1008 exquisite and comprehension methods. These 1008 exquisite techniques covered an extremely wide range. They contained different rules, different laws, and various attacks that formed various different ways of exerting strength. Books 721 to 720 recorded 24 slaughter sword diagrams. Every slaughter sword fainting contained a slaughter intent. The 24 slaughter sword diagrams matched the 1008 exquisite ones. Comprehending the first to the 42nd essence could form the first slaughter sword painting. Comprehending the 43rd to 84th exquisiteness could form the second slaughter sword painting. And so on. After comprehending all 1008 intricacies, it could form 24 slaughter sword diagrams. Moreover, the 24 slaughter sword diagrams could be used flexibly. Without a doubt, comprehending the Killing Sword art was a huge project. Furthermore, the difficulty of comprehending it was tens of thousands of times more difficult than any absolute art that Chu Zhou had cultivated in the past. However, no matter how rough this bone was, Chu Zhou was going to bite it. What's more, he only needed to enter the beginner realm and leave the rest to the attribute board. Chapter 644, Green King. 2. Chu Zhou sat cross-legged on the Crimson Moon and focused his attention. He began to read and comprehend the first volume of the Killing Sword art. A few days had passed in the blink of an eye. The Crimson Moon also returned to Coiling Dragon Manor. After Chu Zhou returned to the Coiling Dragon Manor, he immediately asked Long and the others, who were dealing with matters outside, to return. Then, he told her about becoming King Beikang's disciple. Dragon and the others were all shocked when they heard this. This is really unexpected. Chu Zhou, you actually took a universe nobility as your master. You have to know that a universe nobility is a giant that surpasses many universe nations. A universe lord's status is already very high, but in front of a universe nobility, it's nothing. Dragon said emotionally. Therefore, he had also come into contact with the knowledge of many experts above the universe lord level. He knew very well what universe nobility meant. When Soul learned that Chu Zhou's new teacher was called Queen Beikang, he immediately closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the mirror universe to search for information about King Beikang. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Did you find out? Dragon looked at Soul. Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others all looked at Soul. Soul nodded slightly, his face full of shock. King Beikang is one of the marquises of the Mirror Universe Corporation. His nickname is White-Haired Killing God. He once killed countless people on the battlefield of the myriad races, causing countless foreign races to tremble in fear. Countless foreign race experts died under his hands. More than 10,000 foreign venerables died in his hands. However, his most glorious battle record was that he injured a universe overlord of the Bug tribe and escaped unscathed in the 10,000 race battlefield. King Bei King was once known as the #1 marquis of our human race. All the higher-ups of the human race thought highly of him and thought that he would definitely become a universe overlord. However, 300 million years ago, King Bei King encountered an accident. As for what that accident was, there wasn't much research on the mirror network. However, many people knew that after that accident, King Bei King's entire mental state seemed to have been greatly stimulated. From then on, King Bei King, who was once incomparably arrogant and unparalleled, and who was once thought highly of by countless people, seemed to have fallen. For hundreds of millions of years, he basically didn't make any moves. He has been living in seclusion in the Shi Imperial City at the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation. As King Bei King fell, his reputation was gradually overtaken by the Green King. Now, the Green King replaced King Bei King's previous status and became the #1 marquis of the Mirror Universe Corporation. He is also the #1 marquis of our human race. However, no matter what, no matter how much King Bei King sinks, he's still a noble. He's still an extremely powerful noble. Chu Zhou has definitely earned a lot by becoming King Bei King's disciple. It's not an exaggeration to say that he has reached the heavens in a single step. Hearing Soul's words, Dragon and the others were shocked, not expecting King Bei King's background to be as such. Then, they were all happy for Chu Zhou. Without a doubt, Chu Zhou had a teacher like King Bei King. There was no need to worry about his future. This is great. Chu Zhou has become King Bei King's disciple. If this news gets out, I reckon no one will dare to provoke our Coiling Dragon Manor. From now on, our Coiling Dragon Manor can develop steadily. Dragon and the others laughed. Coiling Dragon Manor's development speed was already very fast. Now, Chu Zhou had become the disciple of a giant like King Bei King. It could be foreseen that Coiling Dragon Manor's status would rise once again. Not to mention the Blood Mountain Empire, even the true Central Universe would have to give Coiling Dragon Manor some face in the future. Changa Saha has long taken Master Lan Ruo of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce as her master and has even become a core member of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce. Dragon, ever since you performed outstandingly in the Infinite Battle Arena, you obtained the recognition of a big shot in the Infinite Battle Arena. After that, you even obtained the Domain Realm Conqueror medal and have now become a world overlord. I reckon that Big Shot also has the intention to take you in as his disciple. Chu Zhou has also acknowledged King Bei King as his master. Among the four of us, I'm the only one left with no place to go. Soul said in self-pity. You and your rubbish. Changa Saha rolled her eyes at Soul and said angrily, my teacher is old friends with Venerable Chi Huo of the Universe Adventurer Alliance. My teacher revealed to me some time ago that Venerable Chi Huo admires you very much. I guess Venerable Chi Huo has already contacted you in private. Why are you still acting pitiful in front of us? Soul's face turned red. He said awkwardly, This is still something that can't be confirmed. Chu Zhou, Dragon and the others looked at Soul in surprise. They didn't expect Soul to gain the recognition of a Universe Lord without a word. Moreover, he seemed to be about to become a disciple. The four of us came out of Earth together. Looks like we'll have to go our separate ways soon. However, this is a good thing. Chu Zhou smiled. That's right. After joining the 5 great forces and becoming a core member of these forces, we basically have to head to the headquarters of the 5 great forces to cultivate. The headquarters of the 5 great forces can provide us with the best cultivation resources after all. Chapter 645, The Green King. 3. Teacher Lan Ruo has already urged me many times to head to the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce's headquarters to cultivate as soon as possible. I've been putting it off. Now that the situation in Coiling Dragon Manor has completely stabilized, it's about time for me to set off. Changa Saha said sentimentally. Me too. If I take that lord as my master, I'll also go to the Infinite Battle Arena headquarters to cultivate, Dragon mentioned. Soul shrugged. I haven't officially become a disciple yet. If I become a disciple, it'll probably be the same. After all, the 5 giants train their core members in the same way. No matter who it is, from the moment they become a core member, if they haven't become a Universe Lord within 1,000,000 years, they'll be removed from their core member status. From now on, they can only be managed by the branches of the 5 giants and contribute to them. 1,000,000 years sounds like a very long time, but it's too difficult to become a Universe Lord. Many 9th-level World Overlord martial artists can't even touch the threshold of a Universe Lord in tens of millions of years. Therefore, 1,000,000 years is actually very tight. All core members must make good use of these 100 years and the various resources provided by the headquarters to improve themselves as much as possible and advance to become Universe Lords. Therefore, time is tight. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter even if we're separated. We can still contact each other through the Mirror Universe network. Chu Zhou laughed. Chu Zhou's words completely dispelled the sadness that gradually filled everyone's hearts. Even Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei, who had gradually become a little worried after knowing that Chu Zhou was about to leave the Coiling Dragon Manor, recovered at this moment. That's right. Even if they were separated, they could still contact each other in the Mirror Universe and even reunite in it. The Mirror Universe was extremely real. Meeting and interacting inside was similar to meeting and interacting in the real world. In that case, even though they were separated, they were actually not separated. I'm worried that after the 4 of us leave, Coiling Dragon Manor will lack sufficient experts to hold down the fort. Dragon said. Sol and Changa Saha nodded. Even if the 4 of them left, the Coiling Dragon Manor still had Lighton, Monica, and some world overlords who submitted to the Coiling Dragon Manor. However, they felt that it was still not enough. Don't worry about this problem. Chu Zhou smiled faintly. With a thought, 30 transcendent world overlord soul slaves appeared beside him. Each of the soul slaves emitted a heavy pressure. I'll let them guard Coiling Dragon Manor. As long as it's not a Universe Lord, Coiling Dragon Manor will be as stable as Mt. Tai. Chu Zhou said. Are these the soul slaves you control, Chu Zhou? With them around, we're indeed relieved. Looking at the 30 transcendent world overlord soul slaves, Dragon, Soul, Changa Saha, and the others were relieved. Come, let's have a drink together and wish us all a bright future. Chu Zhou, Long, Soul, Changa Saha, and the others raised their glasses and drank wine together. Chu Zhou and the others drank to their heart's content. The entire Coiling Dragon Manor echoed with laughter. At night, Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei seemed to have cast aside their prejudices and estrangements because Chu Zhou was about to leave. They served Chu Zhou together and gave him a memorable night. Mirror Universe Corporation Headquarters, Shi Imperial City. In the Qing King Mansion, an incomparably gorgeous figure stood gracefully by the lotus pond. What grew in the lotus pond was naturally not an ordinary lotus, but a famous 9-colored jade lotus in the universe. The fish residing in the lotus pond weren't ordinary fish either. They were 6-winged cunfish that even Universe Lords would be terrified of. The 6-winged cunfish was the smallest among the cunfish species. It was only the size of an ordinary person's palm and had 6 translucent wings on its back. However, even though the 6-winged cunfish was the smallest among the cunfish, it was also the most ferocious and powerful. Moreover, it was extremely murderous. There was once a 6-winged cunfish that barged into a certain cosmic country of humanity. In the end, in just a few days, it exterminated all the human experts above the void level in that cosmic country and even massacred 100 billion people. Even a Universe Lord couldn't escape this calamity. It was only when a human universe nobility descended that it was suppressed and killed. In the clear lotus pond in front of him, there were more than 10 6-winged cunfish swimming around. However, these 6-winged cunfish that were renowned for their brutality and bloodthirstiness were more obedient than the other fish in the lotus pond. They kept devouring the fish food thrown by the gorgeous figure, and from time to time, they would perform a fish flip in front of the gorgeous figure. They had completely become pets and did not look ferocious at all. However, this was actually normal. In front of this gorgeous figure, not to mention these 6-winged cunfish, even those beasts that were even more ferocious than them, unless they had reached Universe Overlord level, would have to behave obediently, unless they didn't want to live anymore. 3 figures stood respectfully behind King Green. Every figure was emanating the aura of a Universe Lord. Has the information been confirmed? The Green King threw the last of the fish in his hand into the lotus pond and said calmly. Teacher, it's confirmed, Venerable Mountain Suppression said respectfully to the back view in front of him. King Bei King has already uploaded the report to the headquarters. The disciple he took in is called Chu Zhou. He's a new genius in the true Central Universe's Blood Mountain Galaxy. Currently, Chu Zhou is only 63 years old, but he's already a transcendent world overlord. Moreover, he has a second-grade spatial bloodline. Teacher, not only did King Beikang accept Chu Zhou as his disciple, but he also directly became his personal disciple. He even gave his purple dragon sword to Chu Zhou. The purple dragon sword is a weapon that accompanied King Beikang in his growth. Although it can't keep up with King Beikang's strength now, it means a lot to King Beikang. King Beikang clearly didn't treat Chu Zhou as an ordinary disciple when he passed the purple dragon sword to Chu Zhou. Instead, he really treated Chu Zhou as his successor. The venerable blood pupil also said. He. Did he pass the purple dragon sword to Chu Zhou? When King Green heard this, he laughed coldly. An extremely deep killing intent suddenly emanated from his body. In an instant, the entire Green King manor seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the dozen or so six-winged cunfish in the lotus pond were all lying at the bottom of the lotus pond in fear, trembling. Venerable Mountain Suppression, Venerable Blood Pupil, and Venerable Aurora Polaris felt immense pressure under the terrifying killing intent that seemed to be able to freeze space and time. They broke out in cold sweat. The three of them looked at each other helplessly. Their teacher was actually very calm usually, but as long as it involved King Beikang, he could not calm down. However, the grudge between their teacher and King Beikang, they could not interfere, nor did they dare to. Beikang, you cripple, you've been fallen for 300 million years. Now that you're awake, are you prepared to nurture your own successor? However, I will destroy whatever you want to do. The Green King said faintly, his voice as cold as the ice of the netherworld. Chapter 646, Emperor Shi Holy City. 1. The Coiling Dragon Manor. Chu Zhou waited for the notification from the Mirror Universe Company and the contact of the relevant person in charge while comprehending the killing sword art. In addition, he also devoured all the corpses of the Crimson Moon Church martial artists that Coiling Dragon Manor had collected and converted them into attribute points. He also converted all the power of faith that the Yan Huang religion had gathered over the years into attribute points. His attribute points directly exceeded 1 trillion. Name, Chu Zhou, 9th level World Overlord. Attribute points, 12,000 trillion. Rules. Space Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Dimensional Space Profound. Gravity Law, 90%, Gravity Profound Large Mastery. Repulsion Law, 90%, Large Mastery of Profound Meaning of Repulsion. Destruction Law, 7%, Perfection of the Shattering Profound. Fire Law, 1%, Perfection of Incinerating Fire Profound. Law of Water, 1%, Rainstorm Profound Perfection. Soul Law, 1%, Perfected 9 levels of Hell Profound. Absolute Arts. Myriad Transformation Secret Manual, Perfected 1st level. Soul Armor, Perfected 4th level. Metal Devouring Divine Body, Perfected 3rd level. In order to see the situation on the attribute board clearly, Chu Zhou asked the attribute board to separate the rules from the ultimate technique. Looking at his attribute board, Chu Zhou fell into deep thought. 12,000 trillion attribute points might seem like a lot. However, the attribute points were actually quite tight. He had too many things to upgrade now. From the Black Mountain Mystic Realm, he obtained the Book of Souls left behind by Venerable Shadow. The Book of Souls was not only a Universe Lord weapon, but it also recorded the various soul profound and ultimate techniques that Venerable Shadow had cultivated. He also obtained Moa's memories from Moa, as well as the cultivation memories that Venerable Shadow had passed on to him. In other words, he had basically obtained all of Venerable Shadow's inheritance. Venerable Shadow was an expert who had advanced to the Venerable Realm with the Soul Law. Therefore, if Chu Zhou inherited what the Netherworld Venerable had learned, he would have a huge advantage over others in the cultivation of the Soul Law. In Chu Zhou's opinion, the core of flesh and blood was the soul. However, the Soul Law was closely related to the soul. The Soul Law was very meaningful for cultivation. Coincidentally, he had obtained all of Venerable Shadow's inheritance. Therefore, he would definitely cultivate the Soul Law. There were a total of 18 soul profounds recorded in the Book of the Netherworld. There were a total of 18 soul profounds recorded in the Book of the Netherworld. Chu Zhou had cultivated the 3 major laws of space, gravity, and repulsion. His experience was very rich. He made a preliminary estimation. To upgrade all 18 soul profound to perfection and successfully fuse them, he would need to consume about 2,600 trillion attribute points, which was 2,600 trillion. He now had enough attribute points. He could cultivate his comprehension of the soul law to 90%. Apart from that, he now possessed the incomplete bloodline of the 5 elements god race. In that case, he had to cultivate and improve the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Apart from the many rules mentioned above, he still had the killing sword art, flowing moon movement technique, 6 radiance shield, 1000 body holy scripture, and other core techniques of Bei Gang's lineage waiting to be improved. Undoubtedly, the attribute points required for 3 marquee level unique skills and 1 overlord level unique skill were destined to be extremely exaggerated. As a result, the seemingly abundant attribute points on his body were immediately stretched thin and were completely insufficient. I'll keep the attribute points for the time being. When I reach the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation and meet Teacher, I'll ask Teacher's suggestion and see which aspect is suitable to upgrade first. Chu Zhou muttered to himself and suppressed the urge to immediately consume his attribute points to increase his strength. In the following days, Chu Zhou began to plan and make arrangements for the future development of Coiling Dragon Manor. This was especially true for the Yan Huang religion. This was the resource channel for him to steadily harvest the power of faith, and he attached great importance to it. He compiled his plan into a report and handed it to Dongfang Mingzhu, Yuan Bingmei, Monica, Lai Tan, Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, Li Qingxi, and the others. Without a doubt, after he, the dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha left the Coiling Dragon Manor, Dongfang Mingzhu and the others would become the core upper echelons of the Coiling Dragon Manor. After explaining his plans for the future of Coiling Dragon Manor to Dongfang Mingzhu and the others, Chu Zhou then introduced Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei to Yoda. After some discussion, Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei became the Mirror Virtual Universe Company's external members in the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Chu Zhou did not interfere much with the subsequent development of Ling Zhan, Shi Meng, and Li Qingxi. He allowed them to develop freely. After arranging these matters, Chu Zhou completely relaxed. Other than waiting for the notification, he also studied the killing sword art. Of course, his leisure time was actually a little busy. Dongfang Mingzhu and Yuan Bingmei knew that Chu Zhou was going to the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters, so they had been pestering him for the past few days. They had even worked together many times, allowing Chu Zhou to live like a god. However, when Nia O'Brien received Chu Zhou's message and learned that Chu Zhou was cultivating at the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation, she also rushed to Coiling Dragon Manor to meet Chu Zhou. Chapter 647, Emperor Shi Holy City 2. The Azura Arena inevitably happened. For a few consecutive days, the entire Coiling Dragon Manor's air pressure was very low. Dragon and the others could not take it anymore and hurriedly found an excuse to go out and take refuge. As for Chu Zhou, who was in the center of the storm, he could only turn into a diligent bee and fight the fire everywhere, barely calming the storm. On this day, Chu Zhou finally received a notification from the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters. Honorable Mr. Chu Zhou, hello. Congratulations on becoming King Bei Kang's personal disciple. From today onwards, your identity will be upgraded from an external deacon to a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. As a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, the benefits you enjoy in the company will be on par with the company's Universe Lords. Of course, as a new core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, you also have some special benefits. For the specific benefits, please look at the appendix. Mr. Chu Zhou, as a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, you can enjoy the benefits and treatment that many Universe Lords can't. However, the responsibility you shoulder is also very heavy. You need to grow up as soon as possible. Therefore, your time is very precious. Please come to the headquarters to cultivate as soon as possible. In addition, the headquarters has sent a special person in charge to Blood Mountain Galaxy to bring you to the headquarters. After reading the notice from the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters, Chu Zhou immediately opened the appendix. The contents of the appendix were divided into 2 parts. The first part briefly introduced the internal situation of the Mirror Universe Company. The second part was about Chu Zhou's benefits and treatment. Chu Zhou read the first part. The Mirror Universe Corporation was created by the great Emperor Shi. The company's real headquarters is located in the small universe established by Emperor Shi. The city where the headquarters is located is called Emperor Shi Holy City. Members of the Mirror Universe Corporation are divided into peripheral members, internal members, core members. The core members are also divided into the core members of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm, the core members of the Primordial Secret Realm, and the core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. They cultivate in the 4 secret realms every day. Among them, the geniuses nurtured by the branches are all internal members. If internal members meet the conditions, they can be promoted to core members of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. If core members of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm meet the conditions, they can be promoted to core members of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. If core members of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm meet the conditions, they can be promoted to core members of the Primordial Secret Realm. If core members of the Primordial Secret Realm meet the conditions, they can be promoted to core members of the Primordial Secret Realm. All core members can enter the Myriad Forms Stairway, the Instant Maze, the Purgatory Altar, and the Heaven-reaching Pagoda to train. The Mirror Universe Corporation, other than the real headquarters, Emperor Shi, also has the headquarters, Primordial Mountain, in the Mirror Universe world. Chu Zhou carefully read some introductions about the internal situation of the Mirror Universe Corporation and quickly had a rough understanding of it. Looks like I've gained a lot by becoming teacher's disciple and directly becoming a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Otherwise, according to the advancement model of most geniuses in the Mirror Universe Corporation, I think I have to start from an internal member and advance step by step. Only when I reach the peak can I become a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. He muttered to himself and continued to read the second part. This part was about his welfare. 1. Observe 108 Primal Chaos Tablets for 100,000 years. 2. Learn a Universe Nobility Realm Ultimate Technique and 3 Universe Lord Realm Ultimate Techniques for free. Learn any ultimate technique below the Venerable level. 30.100,000 points. Points could be used to exchange for ultimate techniques, weapons, spiritual liquid, cosmic oddities, and so on. 4. In the Chaotic Mystic Realm, there was a luxurious manor with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. There were various cultivation facilities in the manor and a guard team. The guard team consisted of 1 Transcendent World Overlord, 10 World Overlords, and 100 Domain Lords. 5. Equipped with AB rank Cosmic Battleship, Universe Lord Battleship. 6. You can obtain 100 points and 1 million universe credits every month. 1 universe credits equals 3,000 true central currency equals 3 million Blood Mountain dollars. After looking at his personal benefits and treatment, Chu Zhou could only sigh at the Mirror Universe's generosity. It was too generous. What was the Primal Chaos Tablets? He didn't know much about it yet. However, he remembered that when his teacher, King Beiking, mentioned the Primal Chaos Tablets that day, his expression and tone became much more solemn. Clearly, even a figure like King Beiking felt that the opportunity to observe the Primal Chaos Tablets was very precious. From this, it could be seen that the Primal Chaos Tablets were definitely extraordinary. The second benefit was self-evident. The third benefit was 100,000 points. Chu Zhou still did not understand the exact value of points in the Mirror Universe Corporation. He did not know their value yet. The fourth benefit was a luxurious manor with a diameter of more than 1,000 kilometers. It was also equipped with a powerful escort team. This was not a small sum. The fifth benefit was even more exaggerated. It was actually equipped with a B-rank cosmic battleship. This was a venerable level battleship. Its power was enough to threaten a venerable. This was too shocking. The sixth benefit. He was still unclear about the value of the points. He did not know the value of 100 points a month. As for 100 universe credits a month, he didn't care that much. His current assets were about 3 trillion universe credits. A mere 1 million universe credits a month was nothing to him. After looking at the various benefits, Chu Zhou closed the virtual screen and continued to comprehend the killing sword art. 3 days later, a black spaceship covered in countless traces of weapons such as sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and other attacks appeared above Coiling Dragon Manor. Chapter 648, Emperor Shi Holy City. 3. An old man with 2 huge iron wings on his back walked out of the black spaceship. His gaze swept across the Coiling Dragon Manor below like lightning. The moment the black spaceship descended, Chu Zhou and the people from Coiling Dragon Manor all sensed it. They walked out of the castle and stood in the manor, looking up at the black spaceship. The moment the old man with 2 huge iron wings appeared, Chu Zhou and everyone else felt a suppressed aura. The void seemed to freeze. So powerful. He's probably a universe lord. Dragon and the others were shocked. Just looking at the old man in the sky made them have the urge to kneel down. The Venerable Iron Wing of the Mirror Universe Corporation has been ordered by the company to escort you to the company headquarters, Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, come up. Venerable Iron Wing's sharp gaze landed on Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou took a deep breath and swept his gaze across the people from Coiling Dragon Manor. Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, and Nia O'Brien, who was in the crowd, paused for a moment before smiling. Goodbye, everyone. However, there's no need to be sad. We can meet in the mirror universe at any time. With that, he rose into the air and flew to the front of Iron Wing Venerable. He bowed to him. Lord Tai Yi, I am Chu Zhou. Venerable Iron Wing carefully sized up Chu Zhou and said regretfully. Unfortunately, it was already too late when I found out about it. Lord Beigang has already taken a fancy to you. Otherwise, I would definitely take you in as my disciple. Chu Zhou was slightly stunned. He did not expect this Iron Wing Venerable to have the intention to take him in as a disciple. If this Iron Wing Venerable found him in advance and wanted to take him in as a disciple, he might really agree. In that case, he seemed to be in luck. If the Venerable Iron Wing found him in advance, he would probably not be able to acknowledge King Beikang as his master. The Iron Wing Venerable seemed to have thought of this as well. He smiled with emotion. Perhaps it's your luck that I didn't take you in as my disciple in advance. It's much better for you to become Lord Beikang's disciple than to become my disciple. Lord Beikang is a peerless noble who awes all the races in the universe. He's not someone an ordinary venerable like me can compare to. Hearing Venerable Iron Wing's self-deprecating words, Chu Zhou didn't know how to respond and could only smile awkwardly. You're talking too much. All right, I will bring you to our company's headquarters now. Venerable Iron Wing brought Chu Zhou into the spaceship. Ran Nian immediately piloted the spaceship and disappeared in a blur. There's a high chance that Chu Zhou will fly straight to the ninth heaven. We can't slack off. Otherwise, we won't even be able to see his back in the future. Dragon looked in the direction where the spaceship disappeared and could not help but sigh. Everyone from Coiling Dragon Manor nodded in agreement. Chu Zhou's cultivation speed was already terrifying. Now that he had even come to the headquarters of one of the 5 giants, the Mirror Universe Company, to cultivate, he would probably be like a fish in water and his improvement speed would be even more exaggerated. If they did not work hard to become stronger and followed closely behind, they would probably not even be qualified to stand behind Chu Zhou in the future. Till look for teacher Lan Ruo tomorrow and follow her to the headquarters of the Myriad Tribe Chamber of Commerce to cultivate. Changa Saha took a deep breath and said to everyone. Ha ha ha, I, the dignified sun god, can't fall behind you. I've already taken Venerable Chi Huo as my master yesterday. I'm also going to the Adventurer Alliance headquarters to cultivate. Sol laughed proudly and threw out the news of him becoming Venerable Chi Huo's disciple. Sol, you're not slow. You've already taken Venerable Chi Huo as your master. Dragon, Changa Saha, Dongfang Mingzu, Yuan Bingmei, and the others were pleasantly surprised and congratulated Sol. It seems that I have to delegate my work to my subordinates in the future and strive to advance to the World Overlord realm as soon as possible. Dongfang Mingzu smiled. In order to catch up to Chu Zhou, she had also made up her mind to cultivate diligently. The next time I see him in reality, I will definitely be a World Overlord, Yuan Bingmei said calmly, her tone filled with determination. Upon seeing Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei's reactions, the dragon and the others chuckled. They believed that it wouldn't be difficult for the 2 women to break through to the World Overlord realm. Both women had second-tier bloodlines. Moreover, some time ago, Chu Zhou had even given a large number of soul stones to the 2 women to refine, allowing their soul origins to be enhanced by 10 times. There was also Coiling Dragon Manor's almost unlimited supply of resources. With so many superior conditions, it would be strange if the 2 women could not advance to the World Overlord realm. I, Nia O'Brien, can't let them catch up to me. The next time Chu Zhou returns to the Blood Mountain Galaxy, I must become stronger. In the crowd, Nia O'Brien clenched her fists when she saw Dongfang Mingzu and Yuan Bingmei's high spirits. The fighting spirit that had been dormant for many years was ignited again. Then, she decisively turned around and left Coiling Dragon Manor, preparing to return to the Mirror Moon Lake Sacred Land to cultivate diligently. Looks like it won't make sense if we don't advance to the World Overlord realm before boss returns. Shi Meng grinned and said to Ling Zhan and Li Qingxi. World Overlord, it won't be difficult for me. Ling Zhan said confidently. Our Golden Iron Triangle is teammates with Boss. How can we fall behind? Li Qingxi was also full of fighting spirit. Chapter 649, Emperor Shi Holy City. 4. Even Lai Tan and Monica, who had not spoken all this while, silently vowed to become stronger before their master, Chu Zhou, returned to the Blood Mountain Galaxy again. Even though Chu Zhou had used force to subdue them back then, Chu Zhou did not treat them badly at all after they joined him. The various cultivation resources of Coiling Dragon Manor were almost freely provided to them. Chu Zhou had never treated them as servants. Instead, he treated them as important subordinates. He also gave them a lot of soul stones, which made their soul origin 5 times stronger. In fact, Chu Zhou had even imparted all the Scarlet Moon series of ultimate techniques he had obtained from the Scarlet Moon Palace Master to them. In short, Chu Zhou's kindness to them was as deep as the sea. They also wanted to live up to Chu Zhou's cultivation and vowed to become stronger and repay him. Dragon, Soul, and Chang'e Saha looked at each other and smiled in relief when they saw that everyone from Coiling Dragon Manor was full of fighting spirit and confidence. The Coiling Dragon Manor had finally stood up. Even after leaving them and Chu Zhou, there was still a successor. Venerable Ironwing brought Chu Zhou to the headquarters of the Mirror Universe Corporation not only to take a spaceship to travel through the universe. The small universe where the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters was located was in the center of the human territory. The Blood Mountain Galaxy was too far away from the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters. Even if the spaceship could travel through the universe, it would probably take God knows how long. It'll be a cold day in hell when it reaches the Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters. Therefore, in addition to piloting the spaceship to travel through space, Venerable Ironwing also used a large interstellar teleportation door to perform teleportation. The first time he used a large-scale interstellar teleportation portal to carry out a teleportation was in True Central Imperial City, the capital of True Central Cosmic Nation. They used large interstellar teleportation portals to teleport to the capitals of dozens of cosmic countries after all. They crossed countless countries along the way. After 3 months, the Ironwing spaceship of the Ironwing Venerable appeared in front of a huge and boundless plain continent. The dimensional continent in front of him was really too big. Through the exterior simulation of the Ironwing spaceship, Chu Zhou saw the vast and boundless plain continent. When he saw that the sun was like a small light bulb in front of this continent, he felt extremely shocked. Furthermore, in the upper space of this continent, there was more than one sun. Instead, there were 10,000 suns. For the higher-ups of the Mirror Universe Corporation, moving the sun was not difficult. There were 10,000 suns in the sky above this continent. It was obvious that this continent needed so many suns to maintain normal energy circulation and biological growth. From this, it could be seen how vast this continent was. This is the Emperor Shi Dimension where our Mirror Universe Corporation's headquarters are located. The Emperor Shi Dimension was created by the founder of our Mirror Universe Corporation, Emperor Shi. It's located in an independent small universe. Its diameter is more than 100 light-years. Among the 5 giant forces in the universe, only our Mirror Universe Corporation and the Infinite Battle Arena have an independent small universe and an independent plane. Only a universe saint can establish an independent small universe and an independent plane. And the founder of our Mirror Universe Corporation, Emperor Shi, is a universe saint. Venerable Ironwing proudly introduced the Emperor Shi plane to Chu Zhou. When he spoke of Emperor Shi, his eyes revealed undisguised admiration, pride, and so on. Chu Zhou listened carefully and could not help but feel proud. He was now a core member of the Mirror Universe Company. In other words, his future fate and interests were highly tied to the Mirror Universe Corporation. Therefore, he was naturally proud of the Mirror Universe Corporation's glorious past. Let's go. We'll head to Emperor Shi Holy City. There are still people waiting for you there. Even though we've already arrived at Emperor Shi's plane. Emperor Shi's plane is too big. We're still very far from Emperor Shi's holy city. We still have to travel the universe. After the Ironwing Venerable Easy introduced the Emperor Shi Dimension, he piloted the Ironwing to travel through the universe again. An hour later, the Ironwing shuttled out from the dark universe. Venerable Ironwing adjusted the exterior simulation system to 100% simulation, and the inner wall of the spaceship immediately became completely transparent. Chu Zhou sat in the spaceship and saw everything in the outside world without any obstacles. An enormous and majestic ancient city that seemed to cut through the world instantly entered his sight. On a huge stone tablet in front of the ancient city, 4 words were engraved: Emperor Shi Holy City. Here we are. Venerable Ironwing walked out of the spaceship with Chu Zhou. Chapter 650, Chaos Dharma Body 1. Chu Zhou followed Venerable Ironwing down from the spaceship. An incomparably huge and majestic ancient city that seemed to cut through the world instantly entered his sight. In front of this ancient city stood a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words engraved on it: Emperor Shi Holy City. This is the headquarters of our Mirror Universe Company, Emperor Shi Holy City. It's also one of the 2 holy cities of humanity. After the Venerable Ironwing came here, he seemed to have become a pious believer as he looked at Emperor Shi Holy City with extreme devotion. What's the name of the other holy city? Chu Zhou asked curiously. The Coiling Martial Saint City. Venerable Ironwing said, the Coiling Martial Saint City is the headquarters of the Infinite Battle Arena. Emperor Shi Holy City and Coiling Martial Saint City are the 2 holy cities of our human race. At this moment, a black-robed elder with silver hair and meticulous clothes quickly flew in front of Venerable Ironwing and Chu Zhou. Lord Taiyi, Your Highness Chu Zhou, my name is Mo Lei. I was ordered to welcome you. The black-robed elder named Mo Lei bowed respectfully to Chu Zhou and the others. You call me Your Highness. Chu Zhou looked at Mo Lei strangely. Chu Zhou, this is the honorific title for the core members of our Mirror Universe Company. Venerable Ironwing smiled and said. Generally speaking, members other than the core members have to address the core members as Your Highness unless they are above the venerable level. The core members of the Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang, Primordial, and Chaos realms have to call themselves Your Highness when they meet core members of higher levels than them. Lord Taiyi is right. This is the rule of our Mirror Universe Corporation. Mo Lei said with a smile. When Chu Zhou heard these rules, he sighed inwardly. Levels were really everywhere. However, he was the beneficiary now, so he naturally would not reject this. Chu Zhou, my mission this time is to escort you to the headquarters. Now that my mission has been completed, it's almost time for us to part. Venerable Ironwing said with a smile. Thank you, Sir Taiyi, for escorting me all the way. Thank you for your guidance and guidance. Chu Zhou said gratefully. Venerable Ironwing not only escorted him all the way from the Blood Mountain Galaxy to Emperor Shi Holy City. During the escort, Venerable Ironwing even guided his cultivation and taught him a lot of cultivation experience. He even told him many strange things in the universe to broaden his horizons. He kept all of this in mind. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhou, when did you become so polite? Venerable Ironwing laughed loudly. He suddenly stared into Chu Zhou's eyes and said, if you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Ironwing from now on. After spending 3.5 months together, Venerable Ironwing had a real understanding of Chu Zhou. He admired Chu Zhou's talent and character. Hence, she suddenly had an idea. Since she could no longer be Chu Zhou's teacher, she could at least be his friend, right? Chu Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the Venerable Ironwing would give it to him. Seeing the sincere look in Venerable Ironwing's eyes, Chu Zhou smiled. Big Brother Taiyi. Chu Zhou smiled and reached out his hand. Ha ha ha. Venerable Ironwing laughed and shook Chu Zhou's hand. Chu Zhou, I'll be in charge of the branch in the capital of the true Central Universe for a long time from now on. If you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to look for Big Brother. Big Brother, although I'm not in the headquarters, I still have a few old friends here. Then if I encounter any trouble in the future, I definitely won't stand on ceremony with you, Big Brother. Chu Zhou smiled. You're welcome. Venerable Ironwing smiled brightly. Mo Lei looked at the scene in front of him in shock and thought to himself, His Highness Chu Zhou is too lucky. Not only has he been accepted as Lord Beigang's personal disciple, but he has also become friends with Lord Taiyi. As the manager of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, Mo Lei was very familiar with the core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. He knew very well that although the status of a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm was high, it was still incomparable to a Universe Lord. Even though the core members of the chaotic mystic realm were all geniuses among geniuses, it was still unknown if they could become universe lords in the end. He would only be on the same level as a universe lord even if he became a universe lord in the future. Very few universe lords would sacrifice themselves to hand over core disciples of the chaotic mystic realm. On the contrary, many core disciples of the chaotic mystic realm hoped to obtain the favor of a universe lord and be accepted as his true disciples. If the other core members of the chaotic mystic realm know what happened to Prince Chu Zhou, they will probably be envious. Mo Lei thought to himself. Connections were also one of the most important resources. The friendship of a universe lord. This was enough to make many core members of the chaotic mystic realm jealous. At this moment, the Iron Wing Venerable turned to look at Mo Lei. Mo Lei, please take care of my little brother next. Mo Lei's expression turned serious. Lord Tai Yi, don't worry. It's my job to make proper arrangements for His Highness Chu Zhou. Then I'll take my leave first. It's not easy for me to return to Emperor Shi Holy City. I have to meet those old fellows. After saying that, the Venerable Iron Wing disappeared. Your Highness, please follow me to the Bei Kang Manor. Lord Bei Kang is already waiting for you. Chapter 651, Chaos Dharma Body. 2. Mo Lei brought Chu Zhou through the huge door in Emperor Shi's holy city. Chu Zhou looked around and saw many palaces and ancient buildings. All the palaces and ancient buildings had a sense of the vicissitudes of history. There were also some figures sitting at the top of the palace and ancient building, thinking hard or gesturing. The aura emitted by these figures made Chu Zhou's hair stand on end. There were also people who looked at Chu Zhou. Their gazes were as sharp as lightning that split the universe, making Chu Zhou's heart tremble. These people are so powerful. Are they all experts above the universe lord level? Chu Zhou thought in shock. All the venerables, nobles, and overlords of our Mirror Universe Corporation are basically cultivating in Emperor Shi's holy city except for those who are out on missions or traveling. Your Highness, you must not disturb them. Otherwise, if a certain lord happens to be at a critical moment of enlightenment and is destroyed by you, the consequences will be very serious. Mo Lei turned around and reminded Chu Zhou. Understood. Chu Zhou nodded. He sighed in his heart. Emperor Shi Holy City was really a place where hidden dragons and tigers lurked. Is he King Bei Kang's new personal disciple, Chu Zhou? I saw his photo and image in the company's database yesterday. It's him. I didn't expect King Bei Kang to suddenly take in a disciple after being silent for more than 300 million years. This is really surprising. It's good that he took in a disciple. After that blow from more than 300 million years ago, it caused him to sink until now. If he still doesn't wake up, he might really be crippled. Now that he's taken in as a direct disciple, he has something to do. Who knows, he might gradually recover. Does he still have any hope of restoration? The figures in the palaces and ancient buildings were talking to each other through divine sense. On one of the ancient buildings, a gorgeous figure was also staring at Chu Zhou. Behind this peerlessly gorgeous figure stood 4 respectful figures. Miller, did you see that? He's Chu Zhou. The Green King said calmly. Teacher, I saw it. A handsome young man with blonde hair walked out from behind. That Chu Zhou just now is King Bei Kang's new personal disciple. Miller, you're my 9th personal disciple and the one I think the most highly of. I want you to keep suppressing him from now on. In the end, you'll hit him until he's covered in wounds and become an eternal shadow in his heart. Can you do it? The Green King said expressionlessly. Teacher, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Miller said confidently. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. The Green King nodded slightly. Then, he looked deeply in the direction of the Bei Kang Lord's mansion. With a cold snort, he turned around and left. After the Green King left, Venerable Mountain Suppression, Venerable Blood Pupil, and Venerable Aurora Polaris walked up to Miller. Venerable Mountain Suppression patted Miller's shoulder and said earnestly. 9th junior brother, you should more or less know about the grudges between teacher and King Bei Kang. Teacher values this matter very much. Don't let your guard down. 3rd senior brother, don't worry. I'll take this matter seriously. As long as I, Miller, am around, this Chu Zhou won't be able to do anything. Miller said confidently. We still have to pay more attention to him, Venerable Blood Pupil reminded. 9th junior brother, I'm sure you know very well what kind of person King Beikang is. A proud and aloof person like him will never accept Chu Zhou as his personal disciple unless he's extraordinary. Don't be careless and fail miserably. At that time, if you lose to Chu Zhou, it will be equivalent to teacher being slapped in the face by King Beikang. When Miller heard this, his expression became solemn. He knew that the venerable blood pupil was right. A proud and aloof person like King Beikang would definitely not accept a mediocre disciple. However, even so, he was still full of confidence in himself. His confidence did not come out of thin air. It came from his talent and strength. Even if he's King Beikang's disciple, I, Miller, will not lose. I will always be above him until he despairs. Miller said in a deep voice. An extraordinary aura emanated from his body. Venerable Mountain Suppression and the other two nodded in satisfaction when they saw Miller's ninth junior brother become serious. The three of them knew very well how terrifying this ninth junior brother's talent was. They believed that this ninth junior brother of theirs would very likely reach the heights of their teacher, Green King. Therefore, they were actually full of confidence in this ninth junior brother. Under Mo Lei's lead, Chu Zhou arrived in front of an ancient palace. On the door of the palace, 4 universal languages were written, Beikang Manor. Chu Zhou, come in. Chu Zhou and the other man had just arrived at Beikang Manor when a voice sounded from inside. However, that voice seemed to contain a trace of soul-stirring killing intent. When Chu Zhou and Mo Lei heard the voice, they seemed to see an endless sea of corpses and sea of blood. Plop! Mo Lei could not withstand the impact of the killing intent. His legs went weak and he sat down. It's too terrifying. Mo Lei muttered to himself, his pupils dilated. After the impact of that trace of killing intent, Chu Zhou also felt a bone-chilling cold. Of course, he was not like Mo Lei, who sat down limply. Chapter 652, Chaos Dharma Body. 3. Why does teacher's voice contain such terrifying killing intent? Chu Zhou thought in confusion. This was completely different from the impression his teacher had given him that day. Mo Lei, wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look at teacher. Chu Zhou said to Mo Lei. Okay. When Mo Lei heard that he didn't have to go by himself, he immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. In his eyes, the Beikang mansion was like a prehistoric behemoth that wanted to devour people. It would be best if he could not go in. Chu Zhou pushed open the door and strode into the Beikang manor. Da-da-da. Chu Zhou walked on the bluestone path of Beikang's mansion and realized that the entire mansion was very quiet. There were no servants or guards at all. He looked around and saw that there were fallen leaves in many places on the ground. It seemed that no one had cleaned them for a long time. The entire Beikang mansion was filled with desolation and decline. With teacher's status and identity, it's impossible for the Adara Universe Corporation not to arrange servants and guards for teacher. It seems that teacher rejected the company's arrangements and lived here alone. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou quickened his pace slightly. After sensing an aura in the main hall in the middle of the mansion, he walked straight towards the main hall. Soon, Chu Zhou walked into the main hall and saw the figure of his teacher, King Beikang. This was a huge difference between his teacher, King Beikang, and the image he had seen in the mirror tower that day. The teacher from that day had a head full of white hair and was calm. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes, as if he had seen through everything in the world. The current teacher's hair had turned half black and half white. Even though his expression was still very calm, he seemed to be suppressing something. It was as if a terrifying ferocious beast was about to break out of its cage but was firmly suppressed by him. You're here. King Beikang smiled at Chu Zhou. Big brother Ironwing will escort us all the way. Chu Zhou said with a smile. Big brother Ironwing. King Beikang was slightly stunned. Are you talking about the venerable Ironwing? Yes. Chu Zhou nodded. Perhaps it's because I've been with Big Brother Ironwing for 3.5 months that he has a good impression of me, so he asked me to call him Big Brother. King Beikang pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking or recalling. A moment later, he said, it seems that you're quite popular. You became friends with a venerable so quickly. This is a good thing. Don't learn from me. In the end, you'll be alone. Chu Zhou saw the hint of sadness on his teacher's face and hurriedly smiled. Teacher, how are you alone? Don't you have me as your disciple now? King Beikang was slightly stunned before he smiled. The trace of sadness on his face disappeared without a trace as he said in a slightly heavy voice, "You're right. I'm not alone now. By the way, teacher, I think your image is a little different from the last time I saw you. Are you all right?" Chu Zhou looked up at King Beikang's black and white hair and asked with concern. "Are you talking about the change in hair color? It's a small problem. Don't worry about it," King Beikang said nonchalantly. "Tell me about your future cultivation plan. Do you have any thoughts about your future cultivation?" "I do have some questions I have to ask you, teacher," Chu Zhou immediately said. "Teacher, when I participated in the King of Adventurers assessment, I accidentally obtained all the inheritance left behind by the venerable shadow of the source race. This inheritance is related to the soul law. Souls are very important to flesh and blood life forms like us. Therefore, I'm prepared to cultivate the soul law. I have the incomplete bloodline of the 5 elements god race in me. I also want to cultivate the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In addition to the above rules, I also have to cultivate core inheritances like the killing sword art of our Beikang lineage. There are too many things I want to do, but I can't take care of them at the same time. Teacher, do you have any suggestions?" King Beikang was speechless after hearing Chu Zhou's words. This disciple of his really wanted to do too many things. Soul law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other 5 elemental laws. There were 6 types of laws. He wanted to cultivate all 6 laws. In addition, Chu Zhou had already comprehended 90% of the 3 laws. In addition, he had the killing sword art, the flowing moon movement technique, the 6 radiance shield, the 1000 body holy scripture, and other ultimate techniques. To cultivate so many things at the same time. Even he didn't dare to do so back then. Chu Zhou, a person's energy is limited. You can't be too greedy. King Beikang reminded him seriously. Chu Zhou smiled awkwardly and said, "I know, I'm a little greedy, but aren't I asking you for guidance now?" King Beikang deliberated for a moment and said, "The soul is indeed very important to us humans. You can cultivate the soul law first. Also, the killing sword art is the most important inheritance of our Beikang lineage. You have to cultivate it too. As for the rest, you can temporarily postpone it and make a choice based on your actual situation." Chu Zhou nodded. "Then I will cultivate the soul law and the killing sword art first. By the way, I've helped you screen through our company's unique skill database for the past few months and found a divine body unique skill for you," King Beikang said. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "Teacher, what's the name of this ultimate technique?" "Chaos Dharma Body," King Beikang said with a regretful expression. According to the records, this Chaos Dharma Body was obtained by a universe overlord of our Mirror Universe company after killing a crystallizer universe overlord on the battlefield of the myriad races. Unfortunately, this is only an incomplete scroll. It can only be cultivated to the noble plane at most. However, I've taken a look. This primal chaos avatar is extremely powerful. Most importantly, it has the characteristics of the primal chaos law. It can accommodate many different powers at the same time. It suits you perfectly. Even though the Chaos Dharma Body can only be considered a marquee level technique now, it's enough for the current you. Therefore, I used the opportunity of you learning a marquee level technique for free to help you exchange for the Chaos Dharma Body." After Chu Zhou heard King Beikang's description of the Chaos Dharma Body, his mood surged. The incomplete scroll alone was of the nobility realm. If it was the complete version, wouldn't he be able to reach the level of an Overlord realm unique skill, or even higher? I have the attribute board. Even if the Chaos Dharma Body is an incomplete volume, I can still perfect it. I can even continuously upgrade it and break through its original level. Moreover, teacher said that this Chaos Dharma Body can accommodate many different powers at the same time. It's indeed very suitable for me. Chu Zhou thought excitedly. At this moment, King Beikang took out a fist-sized crystal ball and handed it to him. "This is..." Chu Zhou looked at King Beikang in confusion. "This is an inheritance crystal. It records the Chaos Dharma Body. You can obtain the inheritance by wrapping the crystal with your spiritual power," King Beikang explained. Upon hearing that the crystal ball in front of him contained the Chaos Dharma Body, Chu Zhou immediately used his mental strength to envelop it excitedly. The next moment, a huge torrent of information surged into his mind. When he finished receiving the information, the crystal ball also turned into powder with a bang. A book of cultivation methods for the primal chaos Dharmakaya appeared in his mind. Chapter 653, Attention. 1. The Beikang Manor. Your Highness Chu Zhou, you're out. Seeing Chu Zhou walk out of the Beikang mansion, Mo Lei immediately went forward. Chu Zhou was in a good mood after obtaining the Chaos Dharma body. He smiled and nodded at Mo Lei. I'll listen to your arrangements from now on. Your Highness, the core members live in Heaven and Earth, Xian Huang, Primordial, Chaos, and the other 4 secret realms according to their levels. I'll bring you to the chaotic mystic realm now. As Mo Lei spoke, he walked out of Emperor Shi with Chu Zhou. Where are the 4 mystic realms? Chu Zhou asked curiously. The 4 mystic realms are scattered in the 4 directions of Emperor Shi's plane. The higher the level of the mystic realm, the closer it is to Emperor Shi's holy city. The chaotic mystic realm is the closest to Emperor Shi's holy city. Mole said. How many people are there in the 4 secret realms? Heaven and Earth secret realm has the most people. There are tens of millions of them. So many core members of the Heaven and Earth mystic realm. Chu Zhou looked at Mole in shock. Mole smiled and explained. The talents nurtured by all the branches and subsidiaries of our Mirror Universe Corporation can be promoted to core members as long as they pass the 3rd level in the Sky Tower. Clearing the first 3 levels of Sky Split Tower isn't too difficult. Basically, the elites of the talents nurtured by many branches and subsidiaries can pass the 3rd floor of the Sky Tower. Hence, there are a lot of core members in the Heaven and Earth mystic realm. Chu Zhou immediately understood. Then, he asked curiously, what is this Sky Split Tower? The Sky Split Tower is in the Mirror Universe world. It's a core member of our Mirror Universe company that specializes in verifying our combat strength. Later, I'll bring you to the heaven-reaching pagoda. I will tell you in detail then. Mole said. Chu Zhou nodded. Mole continued to explain the situation of the other 3 mystic realms. There are about 10,000 people in the Xianhuang secret realm. There are only 1,000 people in the chaotic mystic realm. There are only about 100 people in the chaotic mystic realm. As they spoke, Chu Zhou and Mole had already walked out of the city gate of Emperor Shi Holy City. Mole immediately took out a disc-shaped spaceship and piloted it, flying towards the chaotic mystic realm with Chu Zhou. An hour later. We're here. Mole brought Chu Zhou down from the spaceship. A stone door about 10 meters tall entered Chu Zhou's eyes. Inside the stone door, light rippled like water. This is the entrance to the chaotic mystic realm. Mole pointed at the stone door. Manager Mole, this is. 10 figures in silver-white armor immediately walked over when they saw Chu Zhou and Mole. They're all transcendent world overlords. Chu Zhou looked at the 10 figures and sensed the transcendent world overlord level energy fluctuations on their bodies. He was slightly surprised. Chu Zhou looked at the 10 figures and sensed the transcendent world overlord level energy fluctuations on their bodies. He was slightly surprised. 10 transcendent world overlords were actually willing to be guards here? Moreover, he noticed that other than curiosity, there was also a hint of excitement and passion in their gazes. What's going on? Ahem, Mole coughed lightly, then looked at the 10 people seriously and said, listen carefully. The person beside me is Prince Chu Zhou, a new member of the chaotic mystic realm. His Highness Chu Zhou is Lord Beikang's personal disciple. When you meet His Highness in the future, you must not neglect him. When the 10 of them heard Mole's words, their faces revealed extreme shock. They had thought that Mole was just bringing a new member of the chaotic mystic realm as usual. However, he never expected that this new member of the chaotic mystic realm was actually King Beikang's personal disciple. Who was King Beikang? He was the legendary figure of the Mirror Universe Corporation, or even the entire human race. He might have been silent for the past 300 million years, but he was still one of the strongest nobility realm expert in the Mirror Universe Corporation. He was a giant that countless people looked up to. As King Beikang's personal disciple, His Highness Chu Zhou's status was much higher than ordinary core members of the chaotic mystic realm. Thinking of this, these people's hearts burned with passion. If they obtained the recognition of Prince Chu Zhou and were allowed to become his followers, their future would be completely different. Your Highness, they are the guards at the entrance of the chaotic mystic realm. Mole introduced the identities of the 10 people in front of Chu Zhou and pointed at a middle-aged man with a big beard and a scar on his face. This is their captain, Guan Hu. Greetings, Your Highness. Guan Hu and the others immediately bowed respectfully to Chu Zhou. Hello. Chu Zhou smiled and nodded at Guan Hu and the others. This is the opportunity I've been waiting for many years. I must seize this opportunity. If I miss this opportunity, I might never have such a chance again. Guan Hu thought to himself. He looked at Chu Zhou and suddenly gritted his teeth. He bent his knees, sank his body, and knelt in front of Chu Zhou. Your Highness Chu Zhou, I want to follow you. Please give me a chance to work for you. The other 9 cultivators were slightly stunned when they saw Guan Hu suddenly kneeling down. However, they quickly reacted and followed suit. Your Highness Chu Zhou, I want to follow you. You, Chu Zhou looked at the scene in front of him and could not help but be stunned. What was going on? Chapter 654, Attention. 2. Guan Hu, how dare you offend His Highness and make such a rude request to him? When Mole saw Guan Hu's actions, he was extremely furious and berated loudly. Do you know that your actions today are enough for the company to punish you severely? They might even expel you from the guard team. There are a lot of people waiting for such an opportunity even if you don't want to work in the guard team. Mole's words caused Guan Hu and the others to tremble. Guan Hu and the others knew that if the company really wanted to pursue the matter, they might really be kicked out of the Chaotic Mystic Realm Guard team. Even though the name Chaotic Mystic Realm Guards did not sound good, and the work they did looked very low level, there were many people in the Mirror Universe Corporation who wanted to become Chaotic Mystic Realm Guards. The Chaotic Mystic Realm was where the core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm cultivated and grew. The core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm basically represented the future of the Mirror Universe Corporation. In the future, the venerables, nobles, overlords, and even saints in the Mirror Universe Corporation were basically all core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. The Chaotic Mystic Realm Guards had a large number of opportunities to come into contact with the core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. If the former was appreciated by the latter and became the latter's follower, the former would also benefit when the latter soared in the future. When a man gets to the top, all his friends and relations get there with him. Many people understood this principle. Therefore, there were many people in the Mirror Universe Corporation eyeing the position of Chaotic Mystic Realm Guards. Guan Hu and the others had also paid a huge price and worked hard to obtain this position. Now that they heard that their current actions might cause them to lose their positions, they immediately became nervous. Your Highness, we have offended you. Other than Guan Hu, the other 9 people stood up and hurriedly apologized to Chu Zhou. No. I can't miss this opportunity. Guan Hu struggled in his heart and decided to take the risk. He continued to kneel in front of Chu Zhou and looked up at him. Your Highness, I was once a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. I'm very familiar with everything related to the core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. I can help you. Chu Zhou calmly looked at Guan Hu, then at Mole beside him. He sent a voice transmission to Mole. Tell me, what's going on with them? Mole did not listen to Guan Hu's warning. If Guan Hu's actions angered Chu Zhou and caused him to vent his anger on him, he would be in big trouble. He was about to continue reprimanding Guan Hu, but when he heard Chu Zhou's voice transmission, he couldn't be bothered to reprimand Guan Hu and hurriedly replied. Your Highness Chu Zhou, were you puzzled just now? These people are clearly transcendent world overlords, but they're willing to be guards here. I do have this doubt. With their strength, they are enough to reign supreme in an intermediate civilization country in the universe. Why do they have to lower themselves here? It's because they're unwilling. Unwilling. Yes, they're unwilling. These people were basically core members in the past. However, because they couldn't become universe lords within a million years, they were removed from the core members and reduced to ordinary internal members. Moreover, most of them didn't perform particularly well when they were core members and weren't taken in as disciples by universe lords. Therefore, after they were demoted to normal internal members, their cultivation resources and treatment in various aspects were greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, if they didn't have any special opportunities in the future, they probably wouldn't be able to advance to become universe lords in the future. However, they were not willing to fall into oblivion just like that. Therefore, they were all prepared to save themselves. Your Highness, core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, are their chance to save themselves. As long as you obtain the recognition of core members of the chaotic mystic realm like Your Highness and become your followers or even trusted aides. Then, when Your Highness and the others take off in the future, they will naturally follow suit. Is that so? I roughly understand what they're thinking. Your Highness Chu Zhou, if they had encountered other core members of the chaotic mystic realm, they probably wouldn't have been so presumptuous. However, Your Highness Chu Zhou, you are Lord Beigang's personal disciple. Your status is no small matter, so they couldn't hold it in. After Chu Zhou finished communicating with Mo Lei via voice transmission, he looked at Guan Hu and the others with a hint of respect in his eyes. For the sake of their future cultivation path, Guan Hu and the others did not hesitate to give up their high status and identity in the outside world. They lowered themselves here just to fight for an opportunity. Chu Zhou respected such behavior. If I can't become a universe lord in a million years, will I also have to lower myself here and beg others to give me a chance to work for me in the future? Chu Zhou could not help but think to himself. He quickly shook off this thought. Not only was he a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, but he also enjoyed the incomparably abundant cultivation resources of the Mirror Universe Corporation. He was also King Beigang's personal disciple and had a cheat like the attribute board. If he couldn't become a universe lord within a million years, in that case, he could just find a piece of tofu and commit suicide so as not to embarrass himself. Guan Hu, why aren't you getting up? Mo Lei glared at Guan Hu. Guan Hu struggled for a moment and continued to kneel without moving. He had waited 100,000 years for such a good opportunity. He could not miss it. Chapter 655, Attention. 3. He was going all out. The other 9 people looked at Guan Hu and opened their mouths. They wanted to persuade Guan Hu to give up on such a coercive plea lest they offended Chu Zhou. The gains would not make up for the losses. However, they did not say anything in the end. They had known Guan Hu for more than 100,000 years and vaguely knew that Guan Hu was carrying something different from them. Perhaps Guan Hu had been waiting for such an opportunity. Let's talk about Guan Hu. He was once a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. How did he end up in this state? Chu Zhou sent another voice transmission to Mo Lei. Your Highness Chu Zhou. Guan Hu is indeed an exception. Even if the other core members of the chaotic mystic realm can't become universe lords within a million years, it's not impossible for them to acknowledge a universe lord as their master. Even if you can't become a true disciple of a universe lord, it's not difficult to become a registered disciple. They were once core members of the chaotic mystic realm, which is enough to prove their talent. However, when Guan Hu was a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, he unintentionally offended a universe lord. Guan Hu was only below average among the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. That was why after he was demoted to a normal internal member, no universe lord took him in as a disciple. No one is willing to offend a universe lord for an eliminated core member. Later on, that universe lord died in the 10,000 race battlefield. However, it has been more than 100,000 years since Guan Hu was reduced to a normal member. No universe lord has paid attention to him at all. Just like that, he's been reduced to this day. Mo Lei told Chu Zhou everything he knew about Guan Hu through voice transmission. Guan Hu's luck is really bad, Chu Zhou sighed with emotion after hearing Mo Lei's voice transmission. At this moment, Mo Lei looked at Guan Hu, who insisted on kneeling on the ground. Thinking of how he had known Guan Hu for so many years, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Chu Zhou. Your Highness, as a core member of the chaotic mystic realm, the company will provide you with an exclusive guard. Typically, it will be a transcendent world overlord captain, 10 world overlords, and 100 domain lords. However, Your Highness, you can also privately recruit people to join the guard team. You just have to report the person you recruit to the company. When Chu Zhou heard Mo Lei's voice transmission, he looked at him in surprise. However, he did not say anything and ignored Guan Hu who was kneeling on the ground. Instead, he walked past Guan Hu expressionlessly. Guan Hu, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Chu Zhou, who walked past him expressionlessly. He could not help but smile self-deprecatingly. Emperor Shi had a total of 10,000 suns, and the sunlight was very abundant. The golden sunlight shone in front of Guan Hu, shining brightly. However, in Guan Hu's eyes, the sunlight in front of him was being devoured inch by the endless darkness. Did he fail again? Guan Hu's body trembled as his fingers dug into the soil. Tears welled up in her eyes. Guan Hu. When the other 9 guards saw Guan Hu trembling, they couldn't help but worry for him. Guan Hu would probably suffer an unimaginable blow if he failed this time. Sigh, I can only help you so much. It's a pity that His Highness doesn't fancy you. Mo Lei looked at Guan Hu, whose head was almost touching the ground, and sighed. Chu Zhou walked past Guan Hu and walked towards the stone door expressionlessly. Guan Hu's head was almost touching the ground as he listened to the footsteps that were getting further and further away. The sunlight that he saw from the corner of his eye seemed to have been completely devoured, leaving only eternal darkness. Suddenly, Chu Zhou stopped in his tracks under the surprised gazes of Mo Lei and the other 9 guards. Guan Hu. Upon hearing Chu Zhou's voice, Guan Hu's body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Yes. Report to my manor tomorrow. Yes, sir. Guan Hu suddenly raised his head and shouted with all his might. The darkness in front of him receded like a tide, and the abundant and brilliant golden sunlight filled his vision. Wet, warm tears ran down his cheeks. Mahler, let's go. As Chu Zhou spoke, he did not turn around. Okay. Mo Lei stuttered and hurriedly walked towards Chu Zhou. When he passed by Guan Hu, he quietly cupped his fists and made a congratulatory gesture to Guan Hu. Then, he brought Chu Zhou into the stone door and slowly disappeared. Captain, you did it. Captain, His Highness Chu Zhou has agreed to let you follow him. That's great. Captain, you've waited for so many years. You've finally grasped this opportunity. After Chu Zhou and Mo Lei disappeared, the 9 guards ran to Guan Hu's side excitedly and congratulated him. Yes, I succeeded. Guan Hu stood up silently and clenched his fists. His body was still trembling. But the trembling now was excitement, not despair. Thank you, Lord Chu Zhou, for giving me this chance. I won't fail again this time. Guan Hu thought to himself. After Chu Zhou and Mo Lei entered the stone door, they were teleported to the chaotic mystic realm. Chu Zhou was still thinking about what had happened just now. The reason why he gave Guan Hu a chance was actually because he was simple and did not have much motives. Chapter 656, Attention. 4. He simply recalled his own experience. Many people had helped him while he was still growing. Big Sister Saber, Chen Bazhu, Tang Yuanqing, Long, and the others had all helped him. That was why he could grow up so smoothly until today. Now that he had enough ability to help others, he was willing to lend a helping hand occasionally without harming his own interests. Of course, this kind of thing depended on his mood. If he was in a bad mood, he couldn't be bothered. Your Highness. This chaotic mystic realm is actually a small world. However, it's different from ordinary small worlds. This small world was established by the universe overlord of our Mirror Universe Company. That overlord used a supreme method to set up an array in this small world, causing a large amount of the origin power of the universe to constantly surge into the chaotic mystic realm. Therefore, the origin energy of the universe in the primal chaos secret plane is extremely dense. Look at the fog flowing around the surrounding mountains. It's formed from the convergence of the overly dense origin energy of the universe. Mo Lei pointed at the flowing fog on the surrounding mountains. I didn't expect the origin power of the universe here to have already materialized. This chaotic mystic realm is indeed a cultivation holy land that's hard to find in the world. Chu Zhou looked at the white fog flowing down from the nearby mountains and could not help but widen his eyes. Almost instantly, he discovered that the streams of white fog were not real clouds, but materialized origin power of the universe. He took a deep breath. Wisps of white mist flowed into his body and into his origin power. The cosmic origin energy here is too dense. Just a casual breath can absorb a large amount of cosmic origin energy. If I cultivate here, I don't have to think about increasing my origin power. I can focus all my energy on comprehending laws, cultivating ultimate techniques, and increasing my combat power. Chu Zhou thought excitedly. Putting everything else aside, just the cultivation environment in the chaotic mystic realm was enough to satisfy him. Mo Lei flew quickly with Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou's eyes lit up as he looked at a city in the distance. This was a very beautiful ancient-style city. It was very large, and one couldn't see the end of it. Your Highness, this is your manor. Mo Lei smiled and said. Because there are only 100 people in the chaotic mystic realm. Therefore, this place is very empty. Everyone can obtain a luxurious manor that covers an area of more than 1,000 kilometers. Every luxurious manor is equipped with the most advanced cultivation facilities of humanity. In this chaotic mystic realm, a manor that covers an area of more than 1,000 kilometers is equipped with the most advanced cultivation facilities of humans. This can indeed be considered extravagant, Chu Zhou said with a nod. With his current status, he could easily use a planet as his residence. However, the cultivation conditions on those planets were worlds apart from this place. Along the way, Chu Zhou saw huge manors, all of which were extremely exquisite. 10 minutes later, Mo Lei landed in front of the door of a manor with Chu Zhou. Your Highness, this is your manor, Lake Reflecting Manor. Mo Lei pointed at a stone tablet in front of the manor's gate. Chu Zhou looked at the stone tablet. He immediately saw the words Lake Reflecting Manor engraved on the stone tablet. In addition to the most advanced cultivation support facilities of our human race, the Lake Reflecting Manor is also equipped with a defense system. Once the defense system is activated, even if a universe lord invades, it can withstand for 10 minutes. Mole brought Chu Zhou into the Lake Reflecting Manor and introduced the various facilities and configurations in the manor to him. He even asked Chu Zhou to authenticate and bind him to the Lake Reflecting Manor's identification system. After completing the identification and binding, Chu Zhou truly became the owner of the Lake Reflecting Manor. Just as Mole led Chu Zhou to descend into the Lake Reflecting Manor, many core members of the chaotic mystic realm were also paying attention to and discussing Chu Zhou. Ever since the news of King Bei Kang taking in a personal disciple spread, Chu Zhou was destined to be the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 657, Shilai Yujin 1. Chu Zhou completed the identification system of the Reflecting Moon Manor and truly became the owner of the manor under Mole's guidance. Your Highness, our company also has a headquarters in the mirror universe called the Primordial Mountain. Mole smiled and said, next, we should go to the Primordial Mountain. Then let's go to the Primordial Mountain. Chu Zhou was also curious about the company's headquarters in the mirror universe. The two of them sat down on the sofa and their consciousness instantly entered the mirror universe. In the mirror universe was a huge circular square paved with large slabs of cut rock. Figures of different appearances, heights, and races suddenly appeared in the square. Swoosh! Chu Zhou and Mole suddenly appeared in the square. Is this the Primordial Mountain? Chu Zhou looked around and realized that the people around him had a very different aura from the people of the Blood Mountain Galaxy. Their gazes were filled with strong confidence and pride. Many people were wearing the common Adventurer's Medal, Challenger Medal, Intrepid Medal, and Conqueror Medal of the Infinite Battle Arena. They were also wearing a circular medal engraved with the pattern of an ancient city. Chu Zhou recognized at a glance that the ancient city on the circular medal was Emperor Shi Holy City. This must be the exclusive medal of the Mirror Universe Corporation. He thought to himself. However, even though everyone here is wearing a circular medal with the pattern of the ancient city, the color seems to be different from the words engraved on it. His gaze swept across the circular medals. Seeing Chu Zhou's actions, Mole smiled and explained, Your Highness, this circular medal is the exclusive medal of our Mirror Universe Corporation. Different colors and fonts represent different identities. There are a total of 5 types of medals, white, green, yellow, red, and purple. The 5 types of medals are also engraved with words such as internal, heaven, earth, black, yellow, primordial, and chaos. They represent the internal members, as well as the core members of the 4 secret realms, heaven and earth, black and yellow, primordial and chaos. After saying that, he pointed at the white medal on his chest. When Chu Zhou heard this, he looked at the figure in the square and immediately realized that the number of people wearing white circular medals was the highest. Next was the green medal. Then, it was a red medal. As for the purple medals, there was not a single one. That's not right. Chu Zhou looked at his chest and realized that other than the King of Adventurers medal, there was also a purple medal on his body. Your Highness, the Adara Universe Network has confirmed your identity as a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Therefore, when you enter the Primordial Mountain, it will automatically assign you a purple badge, Mole said. Chu Zhou immediately understood. Then, he realized that many people around him were looking at him with envy, yearning, and reverence. He knew that this was the effect of the purple medal on his chest. Mole, you were talking about the medals worn by internal and core members. Where are the universe lords? Chu Zhou asked. Experts above the venerable level don't use medals to show off their identity and status anymore. They usually don't wear medals, Mo Lei reminded him with a solemn expression. Your Highness, the people you can't offend the most in this primordial mountain are those who don't wear medals. No one knows if they are venerables, nobles, or overlords. If you accidentally offend them, even the core members of the chaotic mystic realm might not be able to withstand it. I'll be careful. Chu Zhou nodded seriously. Even though he had his teacher, King Beikang, as his backer and had a powerful background, he was unwilling to offend experts above the venerable realm for no reason. Your Highness, the square under our feet is called the starting square. When everyone enters the primordial mountain, they must first appear in the starting square. Mo Lei introduced the primordial mountain to Chu Zhou as he led him out of the square. Primordial mountain is about 98,000 miles in diameter. There are many mountains of various sizes. There are various areas, venues, and special buildings. To your Highness, the most valuable places are the myriad forms stairway, the instant maze, and the sky split tower. Tell me in detail. Chu Zhou's gaze froze. Mo Lei nodded and said, the myriad forms stairway is a place that tests one's comprehension of laws and nomological laws. There are a total of 99 levels. The deeper one's comprehension of laws and nomological laws, the higher the number of levels one can pass. The instant labyrinth is a place that tests the strength of the soul and resistance. There are a total of 72 mazes. The stronger the soul and will, the more mazes one can pass. The sky split tower is a place to test one's combat ability. In the end, the most important thing for martial artists is strength. The heaven-reaching pagoda has a total of 48 floors. The stronger one is, the more floors one can clear. The myriad form stairway, the instant maze, and the heaven-reaching pagoda, are places that all core disciples value the most. Many core disciples will immediately come to these three places to test their strength once they improve or break through. Even during normal times, there are many core disciples who enter and leave these three places. Apart from testing their strength, it also has a huge tempering effect on their cultivation. Chapter 658, Shilai Yujin. 2. These three places also have the Universal Phenomenon ranking, the Spirit ranking, and the Heaven Ascension Golden ranking. These three rankings all rank the results. This also motivates many core disciples to frequently enter these three places. Everyone wants a better ranking. As Chu Zhou walked out of the square, he listened attentively to Mo Lei's story. He silently memorized the myriad forms stairway, the instant maze, and the heaven-reaching pagoda. He decided to take a look at these three places after he settled down. After Mo Lei brought Chu Zhou out of the square, he led Chu Zhou along a winding path and walked into the distance. Who was that Highness just now? He's so unfamiliar. Is he a core member of the new chaotic mystic realm? Haven't you heard? Lord Beikang recently accepted a personal disciple called Chu Zhou. That person just now is probably His Highness Chu Zhou. He's actually Lord Beikang's personal disciple? This Prince Chu Zhou's luck is too good. He actually caught Lord Beikang's eye. That's right. His luck is simply heaven-defying. You have to know that Lord Beikang is a legendary figure in our company. Even though he has been silent for more than 300 million years, there are still countless people who want to acknowledge him as their master. There are even venerables among them. But Lord Beikang chose him. I really want to know what's so special about His Majesty Chu Zhou. Lord Beikang doesn't even like venerables, but he chose him. No matter what. His Majesty Chu Zhou has made a killing. He became a core member of the chaotic mystic realm after becoming Lord Beikang's disciple. He reached the heavens in a single step. Unlike us, if we want to become core members of the chaotic mystic realm, we have to start as internal members. We have to cultivate diligently and advance step by step. After defeating countless opponents, we have a chance to advance to the core members of the chaotic mystic realm. After Chu Zhou left, the entire square erupted. Many people looked at Chu Zhou's back and discussed animatedly. In the crowd, a young man with black hair, a strong physique, and a valiant aura looked in the direction Chu Zhou had left and frowned slightly. Brother Ochwin, this world is too unfair. Even a genius like you has to take something one step at a time. You have to advance from an internal member to a core member of the heaven and earth mystic realm, then to a core member of the Black and Yellow Mystic Realm, and then to a core member of the Primordial Mystic Realm. As for Chu Zhou, because he became Lord Bei Kang's disciple, he directly became a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. On what grounds? A thin purple-skinned young man said indignantly beside the muscular young man. Solo, watch your words. Ojwin glared at the thin youth and said, is His Majesty Chu Zhou's name something you can call directly? If the law enforcement team finds out, they will definitely punish you severely. Solo pouted and muttered, Brother Ojwin, I'm defending you. Brother Ojwin, think about it. You took things one step at a time and rose from an internal member to a core member of the Primordial Mystic Realm. Moreover, be it as an internal member, a core member of the Heaven and Earth Mystic Realm, a core member of the Black and Yellow Mystic Realm, or a core member of the Primordial Mystic Realm. You have become the most outstanding one. Not only are you my idol, but you're also the idol of many internal members, as well as everyone in the Heaven and Earth, Black and Yellow, Primordial and the other three mystic realms. Your reputation is even not inferior to those core members of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. With your outstanding talent, you still haven't become a core disciple of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. However, Chu Zhou directly skipped many steps and became a core disciple of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Is this fair to you? Alright, stop talking. Ojwin stopped him from continuing. This is the company's rule. Whether it's reasonable or not, we have to abide by it. However, even though he said that, he could not help but feel a little emotional. Chu Zhou? What ability do you have to actually catch Lord Bei Kang's eye? He thought to himself. As a legendary figure of the Mirror Universe Company, King Bei Kang. Countless people had sent him messages, hoping to become his disciple. Ojwin had also sent a message. Of course, he knew that the chances were slim. He just wanted to give it a try. The result was that the message was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no reply. Originally, Ojwin did not care about this. After all, there were many people who had been rejected by King Bei Kang. He was not lacking. However, now, seeing Chu Zhou become King Bei Kang's personal disciple and reach the heavens in a single step, becoming a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm, he found it hard to calm down. He, Ojwin, was a world overlord, and so was Chu Zhou. Why was Chu Zhou chosen by King Bei Kang? Was he, Ojwin, inferior to Chu Zhou? I, Ojwin, am not inferior to anyone. I'm just a little unlucky. Ojwin thought to himself. He quickly advanced from an internal member to a core member of the Primordial Mystic Realm and became the number one person in the Primordial Mystic Realm. Now, he was about to advance to a core member of the Chaotic Mystic Realm. Successful step by step, rising step by step, made him accumulate incomparably powerful confidence. If there's a chance, I can try his talent. Let's see if he's worthy of being King Bei Kang's personal disciple. With this thought in mind, he turned around and left. Brother Ojwin, wait for me. Solo quickly followed behind. Chapter 659, Shilai Yujin. 3. Your Highness Chu Zhou, this is the chaotic area, the residential area of many core members of the chaotic mystic realm in the Primordial Mountain. Mo Lei brought Chu Zhou to a villa area and walked to an exquisite villa. Mansion 99 in the Chaos Zone. Chu Zhou looked at a sign in front of the villa. Your Highness, this is your villa. Mole brought Chu Zhou into the villa and guided him to complete the identity and information verification. Mole smiled and said to Chu Zhou after doing this. Your Highness, this is all I can do for you. If you need my help in the future, you can contact me directly. I will rush over immediately. By the way, I'll send you some detailed information about the Myriad Forms Stairway, the Instant Maze, the Heaven-Reaching Pagoda, and the Purgatory Altar in Emperor Shi's plane through email. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Zhou said gratefully when he knew that the other party was about to leave. It's what I should do, Mole said with a smile and disappeared instantly. Chu Zhou knew that Mole's consciousness had returned to reality. Chu Zhou did not return to reality immediately. He roughly checked his villa and sat on the sofa to read the email from Mole. Myriad Forms Stairway. Instant Labyrinth. Heaven-Reaching Pagoda. Mole had already told him most of these three places, so his gaze quickly swept over them. Finally, he seriously read the information on the Purgatory Altar. The Purgatory Altar is located in the Emperor Shi Plain. It's a place to test and sharpen the divine body. All core members of the Mirror Universe Corporation can challenge the Purgatory Altar. The higher the level of the altar, the more points you will obtain. This Purgatory Altar is also a good place. Chu Zhou sighed. The next moment, with a thought, his consciousness returned to reality. In the lake-reflecting manner, Chu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He glanced across and saw that Mahler had left. Now that I've more or less understood the situation at the company's headquarters. Next, I have to cultivate well. With this thought in mind, Chu Zhou prepared to think about his next cultivation plan. Nay nay. Suddenly, a loud and strange cry came from outside the manor. When Chu Zhou heard this, he felt as if he had heard a donkey's cry. Why is there such a sound in the chaos mystic realm? Could it be that there are ferocious beasts living here? He released a wisp of spiritual consciousness and probed outwards. In the next moment, he saw a strange scene. A young man with a straw hat who looked similar to an earthling and was considered handsome, but looked very wretched, was riding a green donkey and looking out of the manor. I can tell at a glance that this fellow is not a good person. Chu Zhou muttered to himself. His figure flashed and he instantly appeared outside the manor. When the wretched young man riding the green donkey saw Chu Zhou appear, his peach blossom eyes lit up and he immediately jumped down. Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, hello. My name is Shilayujin. The wretched young man stammered, making Chu Zhou anxious for him. Shilayujin. Chu Zhou muttered in his heart. What kind of lousy name was this? Shilayujin? Leaving gold behind after death? Even though the other party's sudden visit was a little presumptuous, the other party should also be a core member of the chaotic mystic realm. He said politely, what can I do for you? There's something big. You've been targeted by many people. I came up to save you. As Shilayujin spoke, he looked at Chu Zhou sincerely with an expression that said, you're in danger. I'm here to save you. Save me. Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows with a playful expression. Chapter 660, Breakthrough. The fourth rule mark. 1. Save me. Chu Zhou raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man in front of him playfully. This person could be considered handsome in terms of appearance, but in terms of temperament, he was extremely wretched. Shilayujin staggered to Chu Zhou's side and patted his shoulder. Big bro. Bro, you're in big trouble. There are many people who don't like you. They're ready to teach you a lesson. 1. I'm here to help you. When Chu Zhou heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Which people don't like me? According to, as far as I know, it's very, Shilayujin stammered, not saying his name for a long time. Let's communicate through telepathy. Chu Zhou really couldn't take it anymore. Listening to Shilayujin's words was simply a form of torture. He felt that he couldn't get it out. Bro, there are a lot of people who don't like you. Shilayujin immediately switched to voice transmission mode. Lord Bei King is a figure that almost all of our core members worship. Many people have tried to acknowledge Lord Bei King as their master, but they were all rejected. Now, when those people hear that you, who could only be considered an external member previously, were suddenly taken in as a personal disciple by Lord Bei King, how can they feel good? They're simply jealous to death. What about you? Chu Zhou looked at Shilayujin with a faint smile. Aren't you jealous? Shilayujin said proudly, brother, don't compare me to those vulgar people. I'm different. My dream is to become the future supreme assassin. Even though Lord Bei King is my idol, his path is not suitable for me. You? Supreme assassin? Chu Zhou revealed a look of deep suspicion. No matter how he looked at it, he could not see any relationship between this wretched man in front of him and the future supreme assassin. It would be more appropriate to call him the future venerable scum. You don't believe me. When Shilayujin saw Chu Zhou's doubtful gaze, he could not help but panic. He even subconsciously switched to a different mode of communication. In an instant, a terrifying aura of death erupted from his body. Chu Zhou's pupils constricted slightly. The cold aura of death made him feel a sense of danger. It was as if he had been targeted by a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Without a doubt, this was the unique aura of an assassin. Moreover, it was not an aura that an ordinary killer could possess. "Alright, I believe you." Chu Zhou sent a voice transmission. "Brother, just believe me." When Shi Liujin heard Chu Zhou say that he believed him, a wretched smile appeared on his face. He automatically switched to voice transmission mode. "By the way, I just said that many people don't like you, most people don't like you. They can't affect you. However, many core members of the chaotic mystic realm are also unhappy with you. Moreover, they might even teach you a lesson. You'll be in trouble. Especially Miller, Li Lei and Sardius. They seem to be unhappy with you. These three people are all top 5 on the heavenly golden rankings. If they target you too, you'll be in big trouble." Chu Zhou frowned slightly. He had never thought that he would have so many enemies as soon as he arrived at the headquarters. However, he quickly understood. It was mediocre not to be envied. If those people were jealous and hostile to him because he had become King Beigang's disciple and wanted to find trouble with him, then they could bring their horses over. However, the three people that Shi Liujin mentioned at the end, Miller, Li Lei and Sardius, caught his attention. These three were the top 5 experts on the Heavenly Golden List after all. Heaven-reaching Pagoda tested actual combat ability. The Heaven-reaching Golden Rankings was Heaven-reaching Pagoda's ranking. For these three people to be ranked in the top 5, they were definitely not simple. What's the point of thinking so much? So what if I'm ranked in the top 5 of the Heavenly Golden Rankings? As long as I'm strong enough, no matter who comes looking for trouble with me, I'll just kill them all. With this thought in mind, his furrowed brows relaxed. All fear stemmed from insufficient strength. As long as he was strong enough, all problems would be solved. There was no need to worry about future troubles. Shi Liujin had been observing Chu Zhou's reaction. He saw that Chu Zhou only frowned slightly after hearing his words, then relaxed, as if he did not take it to heart at all. Instantly, a trace of surprise appeared in his wretched peach blossom eyes. This brother is indeed the person chosen by Lord Beikang. Putting everything else aside, at least in terms of mentality, he has already surpassed countless people. With that thought in mind, Shi Liujin patted Chu Zhou's shoulder with a wretched smile and sent a voice transmission. "Brother, don't worry. We hit it off at first sight. I'll help you. Every time I make a move, you only need to pay 1,000,000 universe credits. So you're putting the business on me. 1,000,000 universe credits in exchange for your help. Why don't you go rob someone?" Chu Zhou glared at Shi Liujin angrily. 1,000,000 universe credits was equivalent to 30 trillion true central currency, which was equivalent to 300 trillion Blood Mountain dollars. This was almost 100 times the wealth of a normal world overlord. In the universe, such a price was enough to hire an assassin organization and kill at least 10 world overlords. Shi Liujin had offered 1,000,000 universe credits for just one kill.